It is the year 804 of the 41st millennium. On the shrine world of San Otoris, Cardinal Astral Borja, the highest ecclesiastical authority within the Skara sector, whose frail body had been artificially sustained for well over 400 years, finally passed away into the Emperor's peace. Upon his death, the role was passed on to Borja's protege, Cardinal Zaphon. But before resting easy in his new seat of power, he would set out on a pilgrimage across the Skara sector to see all the holy places for himself. His entourage consisted of thousands of preachers and servants, and he was accompanied by a contingent of the Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, that would serve as Zaphon's personal bodyguard. For 5 years he would travel across the sector to preach the Imperial Creed. Every world he visited, his entourage would grow, with many pilgrims and preachers joining what was now beginning to be called a crusade of faith. With so many zealous followers sworn to the Cardinal, it was in all practicality beginning to form a small army. On Thracian Primaris, the main capital of the sector, a particular ecclesiastical deacon with the name of Mammon joined the Cardinal's side as his trusted advisor. With such a large and loyal following, the Cardinal was starting to realize he could be so much more than just a token figurehead of the ecclesiarchy. Surely now he could take real action to purge the sector of non-believers. Upon Mammon's advice, he set out for the secluded system of Vraks. Vraks was not only just the site of St. Leonis Basilica, but also an imperial armory world. For the ambitious cardinal, Vraks would be the perfect base of operations where he could prepare his further plans for the sector. In a great procession, the cardinal and his entourage were welcomed into the citadel of Vraks. While Vraks's main purpose served as an armory world, it was home to the Holy Basilica of St. Leonis the Blind, a missionary of the ecclesiarchy, who was killed spreading the words of faith throughout the Skara sector during the 38th millennium. Due to Cardinal Zaphon's exalted position within the ecclesiarchy, it was all too logical that he should visit such a place, and it was naturally his right to take residency in the adjacent palace for as long as he pleased. The Adepta Sororitas, being the Cardinal's honored bodyguard, would take up their own residence in the Argent Shrouds Priory next to the Basilica. The Cardinal sent out his preachers amongst the inhabitants to spread his gospel, but designed to further the Cardinal's agenda, they told the inhabitants that Vraks would soon be invaded by the Imperium's enemies, to bring war on a scale never seen before. Yet not all hope was lost, for Zaphon would lead them to victory in this holiest of wars. With such promises, the Cardinal soon became the venerated figure of their salvation. His already fanatical following evolved into outright religious zealotry. One could have gotten the impression the people on Vraks started to worship Cardinal Zaphon even more than the God Emperor himself. However, not all were so easy to persuade. The Adeptus Arbites, disciplined and committed to upholding the current order, were very difficult to sway to his cause. Unsurprisingly, the Inquisition wasn't all too pleased with the Cardinal clearly overstepping his ecclesiarchal boundaries. After all, the ecclesiarchy was prohibited from commanding armies, as instructed by the decree passive. They had seen it all too many times before. Hubris, self-deceiving and arrogant figureheads sidestepping the Emperor's will. And thus in secret, the Ordo Hereticus had dispatched an agent of the Officio Assassinorum to Vraks. A Vindicare assassin, disguised as a pilgrim, sneaked into the citadel. With his Exitus sniper rifle, he took position on the highest spire of the basilica. After 4 days of patiently waiting, his shot finally rang out, accurately onto the Cardinal. But in his paranoid suspicions, Zaphon had already prepared himself by wearing a Rosarius-mounted refractor shield. It created a flash of light as the bullet impacted with the shield. His bodyguards ran out into the line of fire to protect the Cardinal, and 2 of them died as more shots from the assassin rang out. In the ensuing upheaval, the Cardinal was quickly brought to safety. With the mission failed, the Vindicare assassins set out to escape. In a frantic rush, the Cardinal's followers fanatically pursued the assassin throughout the citadel, when he was eventually cornered in the catacombs of the Basilica. Zaphon and Mammon, not wanting to waste such a splendid opportunity, ordered that the dead body of the assassin be put onto public display. And news of the event quickly sparked turmoil all over Vraks. To the population, the event had seemingly confirmed the warning of upcoming war. With an assassination attempt on their very protectorate Zaphon, it seemed as if the enemy was already on their very doorstep. In the hopes of defending themselves, the population of workers set out to loot the huge amount of stockpiles of weapons on Vraks. Amongst Hablocks and Starport, fierce fighting ensued as the local Arbites intervened to stop the looting, and it seemed as if civil war had broken out on Vraks. As it happened, the Sisters of Battle were ordered to stand down. Without support, the rioting workers were simply too many and could not be stopped by the Arbites alone. Everything was happening according to the Cardinal's plan. The commander of the Adepta Sororitas demanded an audience with the Cardinal, asking to intervene and restore order. But she was immediately captured and thrown into Vraks' dungeon. Now it was time for the disciples of Zaphon, his personal militia, to strike. They assaulted the remaining sisters in the priory. They fought back, but being completely outnumbered and taking fire from the surrounding guard towers, they were decidedly defeated. A few wounded sisters were captured and imprisoned alongside their commander. Under orders of Deacon Mammon, the disciples finally assaulted the keep. In the Sensorium Tower, the Astropathica was sending a distress call to the Imperium, but it was ultimately too late. The Astropaths were butchered, and the message cut off partway through its transmission. With no one left to challenge the forces of the Cardinal, Zaphon was now left as the sole ruler of Vraks. And such were the events that pushed Vraks and its population into its irredeemable corruption. It meant the loss of an armory world, a serious logistical inconvenience, and an impediment to the already dire defense of mankind close to the Eye of Terror. All in all, this was a defilement against the Emperor that could not just be ignored. Months passed as the Adeptus Administratum on Terra processed the state of affairs. Many powerful organizations within the Imperium had their own stake in the future of Vraks as well, and tried to force their own self-serving interests upon the bureaucratic decision-making that would decide the fate of the planet. This obviously led to a lot of disagreement, political bickering, lobbying, but despite any differences of opinion, there was one thing all parties could agree to. Exterminantus was out of the question. Vraks was simply too valuable to just give up on. The Departmento Munitorum had their significant stake in Vraks as a functional armory world so close to the Eye of Terror. But as it is their organization that would likely be the ones tasked with supplying the necessary war material to retake it, the benefits of reclaiming it was logically to be measured against the losses. Just as well, Vraks being a shrine world, the ecclesiarchy lobbied hard to retake it, at all costs if necessary, as it shouldn't be tolerated that the holy shrine of Saint Leonis the Blind was now in heretical hands. Several parties within the Inquisition interfered as well, most notably the Ordo Hereticus in their attempt to avoid responsibility for their failure to assassinate the Cardinal and trying to shift the blame for the loss of the planet to another party. But the Imperium was well aware that Vraks' defenses would be very formidable. Despite the planet being in the hands of pitiful, half-trained militia, its defenses were not to be trifled with. According to the latest Imperial intelligence, on the surface the defenses consisted of 3 layers of strong defensive lines, stretching many hundreds of miles, surrounding the citadel on all sides. Miles upon miles of trenches, bunkers, machine gun nests, minefields, and artillery. Its anti-air network was formidable, and Vraks had plenty of weapons capable of fighting invaders in low orbit. To make a decision, the data was fed into the strategic computers. Cogitators ran their calculations to form an estimation of what would be required to recapture the planet. Calculations for manpower, weather, tactics, casualties, ammunition, weapons, armored vehicles, transportation, rations, everything would be taken into account. Bombing the citadel into submission was not an option. It would inevitably damage the holy shrine of St. Leonis Basilica. Clearly a plan the ecclesiarchy would strongly object to, but most of the citadel's practical facilities would remain undamaged anyway, as many of them were buried in bunkers deep underground. A blockade to starve out the planet would take too many naval resources over way too long a time span, something the Departamento Munitorum could ill afford to deploy for a single planet. A precision strike force would be a suicidal mission, as the strong anti-air defenses would shoot any and all approaching aircraft and drop pods above the citadel out of the skies. Not to mention the network of devastating defense lasers capable of seriously damaging any fleet in low orbit, if not completely destroying it outright. This was something no Space Marine chapter would willingly sign up for. And thus, a consensus was reached. Vraks would have to be retaken by siege. This was not ideal, as Vraks was built to withstand such sieges, but arguably this was the least problematic choice compared to the other options. They would start their deployment on the far side of the planet, outside the reach of the Vraksian defense laser network. Retaking Vraks would not be a matter of if, but when. The calculating cogitator submitted their results. Vraks would behold 12 years of siege warfare before it would belong to the Imperium once more. And when it comes to such a battle of attrition, truly there is to be only one army capable of wrenching every inch of ground from these Vraksians' traitorous grasp. The Death Corps of Krieg. For this purpose, the 88th Siege Army of Krieg would be established. It was a newly mustered force with many fresh combatants straight out of training. This also was a chance for many to gain experience and prove their combat prowess and willingness to die in the name of the Emperor. Here is the composition for the 88th Imperial Guard Krieg Siege Army. The 1st Line Corps, made up of the 3rd, 5th, 15th, and 19th Krieg Siege Regiments. The 12th Line Corps, made up of the 143rd, 149th, 150th, and the 158th Krieg Siege Regiments. The 30th Line Corps, made up of the 261st, 262nd, 263rd, and 269th Krieg Siege Regiments. The 34th Line Corps, made up of the 291st, 308th, 309th, and the 310th Krieg Siege Regiments. The 8th Assault Corps, made up of the 7th, 11th, and the 179th Krieg Tank Regiments, as well as the 231st Siege Artillery Regiment. The 11th Assault Corps, made up of the 61st, 66th, and the 101st Krieg Tank Regiments, as well as the 479th Siege Artillery Regiment. The 19th Bombardment Corps, made up of the 3rd, 4th, and 8th Siege Artillery Regiments. The 21st Bombardment Corps, made up of the 19th, 22nd, and 23rd Siege Artillery Regiments. And last but not least are the independent artillery companies, made up of the 4th, 6th, 8th, 27th, 31st, 33rd, 224th, 226th, 227th, as well as the 230th Artillery Companies, as well as the 61st, 70th, and 71st Heavy Mortar Companies. This new army would consist of 4 line corps, 2 mechanized assault corps, 2 bombardment corps, and a long list of independent artillery companies to supplement the already existing firepower. With such a substantial force, retaking Vraks was more or less a mathematical certainty. The number of predicted casualties and required replacements was already accounted and provisioned for. Now the only thing left to do was assign the siege army to a steadfast, patient commander inclined to perform standard siege procedure. And for this, command was given to Lord Commander Julka, a man who was known for being a temperate, perhaps some would say ponderous, commander, thoroughly adherent to standard academic siege doctrine. Voyaging such a substantial force from Krieg all the way to Vraks is quite a daunting undertaking, as one might imagine. Fortunately, not all forces were required to be deployed at the same time, so when the pioneering forces of the 88th were loaded, the first part of the fleet disembarked from Krieg's low orbit. The first convoy of 21 Imperial Navy transports set out for the Scarus sector. Nearing the Scarus sector, the vanguard was escorted by a large fleet that had attached itself to the convoy at the Forge World of Cypra Mundi. This would ensure a safe passage, protected against forces of chaos as the convoy sailed through space so close to the Eye of Terror. Once the fleet reached the sector, Lord Commander Julka and his entourage detached from the flotilla and set up a headquarters on Thracian Primaris, the capital of the Scarus sector. His physical presence wouldn't be required on Vraks itself, as he could simply oversee the campaign from a comfortable distance, busying himself mostly with the logistical, diplomatic, and bureaucratic necessities of his role as High Command. The flotilla continued their advance on the Karak subsector and the Vraks system. Here, command of the fleet was transferred to Admiral Raziak and his flagship, the Lord Bellerophon. Approaching Vraks Prime from the far side, far away from the range of its planetary defense lasers, Cardinal Zaphon on Vraks simply had no ships to challenge the inbound armada in space, and thus the fleet could access orbit uncontested. The landing of men, weapons, and material would begin. The 143rd Regiment was the first to land on Vraks. Tasked with securing a landing zone and to secure a bridgehead, they set about digging in immediately. With the help of Atlas excavators equipped with specialized digging tools, they rapidly set up kilometers of trenches around the landing site. Then immediately afterwards they added minefields and razor wires to its defenses. Meanwhile, the 143rd Regiment's Death Rider companies patrolled the surrounding wastelands for enemy activities, but for all their extensive scouting, all reports were clear that not a single enemy was spotted in the whole wider area. To their surprise, Zaphon's forces had apparently made no efforts to prevent, or even contest, the landing and had allowed them to build up their Imperial forces on Vraks completely unhindered. As the months passed, the landing zone had developed into a logistical center and defensive stronghold. More troops and more guns were constantly transported to the surface from orbit above, as the rest of the 88th Siege Army safely arrived in the system. Everything needed for a 12-year-long siege was meticulously shipped and stored on Vraks, and it would take 11 months before the army was considered sufficiently supplied and ready to begin the siege in earnest. In the meantime, a large labor force of over 500,000 men supplied by the Departamento Munitorum had started building a transportation network to deliver the troops, vehicles, and equipment of the 88th Siege Army directly to the front lines. They built a rail network stretching thousands of kilometers over the wastelands, from their initial landing zone all the way up to the enemy's outer defensive line. This rail network would continue to be used throughout the siege to bring in the necessary men and supplies to the front lines and to continue the war effort. When the track was finished, the 3rd Krieg Siege Regiment was the first to board the train carriages. Pulled by huge locomotives, they were transported across the vast wastelands of the Saratama Plains. They were brought as close to the enemy front lines as was safely possible, less than 100 kilometers from the enemy front lines, and yet less than a few dozen kilometers outside the range of the enemy artillery. After setting up their forward depot, the locomotives returned to the landing zone to pick up more troops and the Labour Corps continued to extend the rail network. More defensive zones with trenches, minefields, and razor wire were once again created, and once again this went uncontested by the Vraksian defenders. As more and more troops and material were transported towards the forward positions, the command of the 88th Siege Army decided it was time for the assault to begin. The defenders knew the Imperium would come. Very few planets had rebelled against the Imperium without facing the consequences. But very little actual reconnaissance had occurred on the part of the defenders, so where and when any invading force would actually strike, and most importantly, with what amount of force, remained completely uncertain. For Cardinal Zaphon, however, his defending forces weren't an altogether certainty either. Far different from the uniform, well-trained Imperial armies of Krieg, his forces consisted of a rather inconsistent mix of combatants. First off, there were the disciples of Zaphon. Many of these had been loyal followers of the Cardinal since the start of his crusade throughout the Scarus sector. In the uprising on Vraks, they had proven their trustworthiness and dedication when they had delivered the planet right into Zaphon's hands. All of them had sworn oaths of service to the Cardinal himself, and in return had been granted the first pick of weapons and equipment among the stockpiles of Vraks. The leading elements among the disciples were chosen for their previous military experience, and thus these would make an elite fighting force supplied with the best weapons and training. But men of such caliber and unconditional loyalty were in limited supply, of course, and thus the bulk of the Vraksian army was made up of different types of troops. The second force of the defenders' side were the garrison auxilia, the local planetary defense troops. Due to its strategic location and valuable stockpiles in the Scarus sector, Vraks had always had a considerable garrison. Whilst they did not have the rigorous training and equipment of standard Imperial Guard troops, these could make an effective fighting force nonetheless. During the uprising, their loyalty was secured by removing any troublesome commanding officers and replacing those with handpicked men who were easier to persuade into following the Cardinal's plan. The ample equipment looted from the stores of Vraks, such as Leman Russes and Chimeras, would well increase the Auxilia's capable firepower. Surely, these troops could hold a bunker or a trench line well enough, but how well they would be able to operate such equipment in more advanced mobile warfare was uncertain. The next form of manpower was the Labour Corps. These had been indentured workers working for the Departmento Munitorum on Vraks. This made up an extremely large portion of the army. Most of them had been wretched souls slaving away repairing roads, constructing bunkers, transporting goods, and digging underground tunnels and warehouses. As a result, many had welcomed Zaphon as a liberator, freeing them from the hard labor inflicted upon them by the Departmento's demands. They had been easy to spur into rebellion against the oppressive Imperium, but once the planet had been taken over by Zaphon, they soon found themselves being put back to work once more. For these laborers, a way out was to join the militia. At this point, 1 in 4 either volunteered or was conscripted into this militia. Instead of working on logistical purposes, they would now be given basic military training and fill up the trenches of the defensive lines. Lacking experience, and of dubious loyalty, these militia would generally not have access to heavy weapons, but they would still make up the bulk of the forces, and with some additional training, would be able to effectively hold static defensive positions. Additionally, the Labour Corps was made up of a sizable amount of Ogrins. These simple brutes, while unable to operate anything more than the most basic weaponry, would still make frightening combatants if they were able to utilize their brute strength. Attached to the right squads and under the right command, they would potentially become valuable assets in the front lines. The most curious source of manpower in the Cardinal's army would be the large number of pilgrims that had followed Zaphon's crusade to Vraks. Having no idea who, or even what they were fighting, they had been easily convinced the invading force were heretical renegades coming to desecrate and destroy the holy shrine of Saint Leonis the Blind. So despite having no military experience whatsoever, these zealous men and women were willing to take up arms for the Cardinal and protect the shrine world of Vraks against any invader. Despite their unwavering loyalty to the Cardinal, these pilgrims were considered low-rate troops and thus were joined in with the militia. A trump card within Zafon's arsenal would be to release the men and women imprisoned deep in the underground dungeons of the Citadel. As some may know, the Imperium frequently locks up people with psychic abilities, awaiting for the notorious black ships of the Inquisition to arrive and transport them to Terra. Thus, in the dungeons, several hundreds of dangerously unprotected psychers are being kept. Perhaps the Cardinal wasn't aware of the dangers releasing such unstable people from the dungeons could entail, or perhaps he simply did not care. But surely one of his considerations was that amongst these convicts and pariahs, some potentially valuable military assets could still be conscripted to fight in the front lines. The final branch of Zafon's army would be the Enforcers. Religious men and agents of the ecclesiarchy who had followed Zafon all the way from his departure from San Artoris, or were handpicked for their temperament and conviction that would perfectly suit this role. Taking on the role of a commissar, they had the authority to intermingle with the ranks, to preach the Cardinal's gospel and enforce discipline and loyalty. In an army of such varying quality, this group of enforcers was absolutely indispensable in keeping the army together. If anyone dared to ask an uncomfortable question, or, Emperor forbid, make any objections to the cause, they would be met with swift disciplinary judgment. The troops would be united under a single unifying purpose: defending Vraks and the Cardinal against any and all invaders at all cost. The terrain in the south and east of the Citadel is crisscrossed with deep canyons, creating an impossible barrier for any advancing ground army. This was not just mere coincidence. During its construction many hundreds of years ago, the building site for the Citadel was carefully chosen as a strategic location. With this formidable natural barrier to the southeast, surely any attack had to take place on the western front, and thus this is where the most defense lines had been developed. Over the many years, 3 lines of defense, roughly 50 kilometers apart, had been constructed to hold back any enemy force. All eyes were now focused on the Van Meersland Wastes, where the first contact with the invading force was most anticipated. Already a year had passed since the 88th Krieg Siege Army had first set foot on Vraks, but the defenders on Vraks were still waiting for the Imperium to strike. It had taken the invaders a long time before they moved over the Saratama plains and approached the outer defensive line. But finally, just on the edge of its effective range, blips of activity started appearing on the Vraxian radar. After many months of anticipation, the enemy had indeed arrived on the western front. When the signals visible on the radar rapidly increased, the defenders knew the battle was about to begin. The Death Corps of Krieg's campaign plan was relatively simple. It involved repeated offenses on multiple fronts. Rather than massing the entire army for a single point of attack, they would attempt to encircle Vraks and apply pressure along the line of defense in an attempt to stretch the defenders thin. From their starting position, the 1st and 30th Line Corps had moved north, with the intent of the 1st Line Corps to circumvent the western outer defensive line entirely. The latest Imperial intelligence from before the uprising on Vraks had suggested that part of the northern line had never been fully completed, leaving a gap on its far side that may yet be exploited. If that was indeed still the case, they could circumvent the outer defensive line completely and advance directly into the rear of the enemy's outer positions. From there, all parts of the army would be ordered to push through and advance on the 2nd defensive line. This would drastically shorten the front lines, making the 88th Siege Army less vulnerable to counter-offensives from the Vraxian defenders. Thus, it was important that the outer defensive lines were overrun quickly and at all costs. Having encircled the 2nd defensive line, the regimental command would then take a more cautious approach and take their time digging in. From here on out, they would methodically use the artillery to pound the enemy into submission and probe for any weakness in the enemy's lines where an easy breakthrough could be accomplished. Once the second line was cracked, this procedure would be repeated once more. This time, however, for the first time, the citadel would come under range of long-range artillery fire. Once in this position, the 88th Siege Army could afford to sit and simply wait. Now there would be nowhere left to run from the merciless artillery guns of the Death Corps of Krieg. Surely at this point the enemy would recognize defeat. But before this inevitable victory was ensured, the army would still have to go through the motions to facilitate this plan. Coordination and communications was vital to these operations to ensure no part of the army became too far advanced and vulnerable to enemy counterattacks. And thus, while the first line corps made its way around the outer defensive lines, the other parts of the army opened up the artillery barrage to keep the enemy busy. Shells from heavy artillery like the Earthshaker and Medusa siege guns started raining down upon the traitors' front lines. At last, the great defenses on Vraks would be tested on a scale never witnessed before. Large craters were blasted into the surface of Vraks. Huge amounts of rocks and dirt were blown into the air from the explosions. Trenches and bunkers were steadily being pulverized, but the 88th Siege Army had a large task ahead of them, for there were many defenses to be destroyed. Meanwhile, the defenders didn't just quietly take the punishment. Behind the forward positions, their gunners were racing to respond with counter-battery fire. Basilisk artillery tanks moved forward into well-protected firing pits. Having observed the attackers' artillery barrage, they could now effectively pinpoint the location of the attackers' guns. The Vraksians opened fire, and they would rapidly score several direct hits against their enemy, destroying the Death Corps artillery equipment. The artillery duel was now well underway, and it became clear that this would not just be a one-sided affair. During these opening stages of the battle, the infantry of the 88th Siege Army had prepared themselves to advance. Under the deafening thunder of the artillery barrage and shells flying overhead from both sides, the infantry regiments of Krieg started their steady march towards the enemy front lines. Orders were limited to a steady advance. They wouldn't attack just yet. The artillery would need more time to soften up the enemy positions. Instead, they were instructed to dig in as close to their trenches as was possible. Nearing the end of the first day, the infantry stopped a few hundred yards in front of the enemy. Covered by the artillery bombardment, they took out their shovels and started digging. In a short time, the first foxholes would be dug. 2 men to a single foxhole that reached 6 feet deep into the ground. Then they would dig out to the sides of the hole until it extended to the foxhole next to it. Soon the entire line was connected into a single basic trench that would make the foundation for the permanent frontline position. The weather on Vraks had always been volatile. The atmosphere's high sulfuric density results in regular thunderstorms with extremely heavy rainfall. These primitive trenches were easily flooded, and in these muddy swamps the infantry of the 88th Siege Army would become extremely dirty, being covered in mud from head to toe. Despite these conditions, they continued their work. Fortunately, the pumice-like rock surface of Vraks broke down easily, and the trench line grew rapidly. Soon the trench became more advanced, with irrigation systems and dugouts, providing the troops with shelter from the extreme elements. Communication trenches were dug back and extra lines were added. Soon the Death Corps of Krieg had a fully fledged trench network close to the enemy lines, capable of holding the many men and equipment required for the assault. The 12th Line Corps was the first to receive orders to prepare for the attack. Artillery in the sector provided a deafening noise as the intensity of the barrage increased drastically in the last few minutes before the charge. Finally, the battle would begin in earnest when the 149th Regiment went over the top, ready to draw first blood in the enemy's trenches. On their flanks were the 143rd and the 150th Regiments, who would provide a strong supporting attack to pin down enemy units. Behind them, the tanks of the 11th Assault Corps were brought up, ready to exploit any gap created by the infantry's advance. While the first waves made their way over the no-man's land, the defenders rushed out of their underground protection and manned the defenses. Machine guns opened fire into the ranks of the attackers. They were cut down in swaths, but the steadfast soldiers of the Death Corps kept advancing. Then the Vraksian artillery adjusted their aim and opened up a rain of fire upon the first wave. Clouds of smoke and dust thickened the air as explosions tore through the ranks. The second wave made their way up the ladders. Amongst them were many armored grenadier troops with heavy weapons. However, many would be cut down the moment they raised their bodies above the parapet of their trenches. But with a dedication that only the Death Corps can muster, the attack continued relentlessly. and eventually some troops made it into the enemy trenches. With bayonets at the ready, they hurled themselves at the defenders. Fierce close-quarter combat ensued. Unfortunately, the effects were minimal. Even the third wave did not bring the desired breakthrough. The traitors had held the line. Encouraged by the heavy losses of their enemy, and convinced that this was the time for a counterattack, the Vraksians now hurled themselves out of their own trenches onto no man's land to assault the Imperial lines. The Krieg lines were still equipped with a variety of heavy weapons and inflicted heavy losses upon the advancing traders. But surprised by the enemy's daring ferocity, the Krieg first trench lines now found themselves overrun with the incredibly large mass of Vraksian infantry. A fierce melee combat broke out when the remaining Death Corps forces prepared to fight to the last man. The Vraksians, now emboldened by their early success, prepared themselves to continue their advance on the next trench lines. However, their plans were cut short when finally the artillery of the Death Corps opened up again and now pounded the trench they had previously held themselves, smashing the enemy's foothold in the Krieg lines. It had turned out the Vraksians were more capable defenders than anticipated. Not only that, they had successfully coordinated a counterattack that was only repelled because the Death Corps was willing to bombard its own trench lines into dust if the enemy made any ground at all. It was clear that neither side would be easily dislodged from their defensive position. With the hopes for early rapid gains now completely lost, both the Vraksians and the 88th Siege Army were digging in even more and preparing themselves for a long, drawn-out war of attrition. So far, the Imperium had clearly underestimated the Vraksian defenders' strength. Despite repeated attempts to break through, Zafon's forces had viciously resisted and successfully withstood the Death Corps' assaults across the entire out-of-defensive line. The rapid early gains that the 88th Siege Army's high command anticipated had simply not materialized. But not only that, the enemy had proven themselves capable of organizing dangerously effective counterattacks, showing the Death Corps that this siege would not just be a one-sided affair, as was previously assumed. For over 6 months now, the front lines have been facing a grinding stalemate, and the traitors' outer defensive lines still showed no real signs of cracking. The one advantage the Imperium had was that more men and material could continually be supplied from the wider Imperium to bolster the already existing Death Corps forces. The Imperium maintained their strong control of the sector and space around Vraks, meaning no traitor replacements could be smuggled onto the planet. This meant the Vraksians would be reliant on their existing stockpiles, which would of course eventually run out. The continuous artillery barrages continued to take its toll on both sides, but considering the large amount of reserves and materials still safely stored underneath the citadel, at this rate of attrition the Siege of Vraks would likely continue for almost another century. As such, it seemed that the Imperium's initial plan of an 11-year-long siege had turned out to be severely optimistic in hindsight. But High Command of the 88th Siege Army was not going to disband their carefully laid out plans and strategies so easily. They were still looking for a way to break the stalemate, and so new waves of probing attacks to find weak points in the enemy lines would continue at all costs. One such probing attack was to be carried out by the 261st Regiment's 9th Company, against a defensive position called Fort A453. Fort A453 is a stronghold of interlinked bunkers and pillboxes. It had already been damaged during previous bombardments, and some of its stationary guns had even been knocked out entirely. But the battered defenses still consist of interlocking fields of heavy bolter fire and thick layers of barbed wire which stretched out in front of the fort. But perhaps, most importantly, it is surrounded by an anti-tank ditch and minefields that would make any motorized assaults against the sector virtually impossible. But that's not all. Underneath the bunkers is an elaborate network of underground shelters and tunnels. One large underground entrance tunnel connected many miles behind the front lines. This simply allowed the Vraksian defenders to safely enter the fortress, protected from any enemy bombardments on the surface above. Whenever the fortress had come under attack before, the defenders had sent in fresh reinforcements through this tunnel and successfully held onto the fort with relative ease. The risky attack on these formidable defenses was tasked to Captain Tyborg and his troops of the 9th Company. At first light, he would lead the attack himself, while a large battery of thud guns would assist their approach over no man's land. There was not much special going on about this assault. In fact, it was considered just a regular probing attack, one of many that were scheduled across the entirety of the outer defensive lines. For High Command, attacks such as these were mere data points in the larger campaign plans. They weren't expected to take the fort, nor even to necessarily reach it. It was estimated that half of 9th Company would perish in the charge over no man's land before the attack on Fort A453 would even be called off. But Captain Tyborg and his men, all being loyal soldiers of the Death Corps of Krieg, would perform their suicidal orders just the same. On the fateful morning of the attack, the troops of the 9th Company gathered in the front line trenches. Offensive saps had already been dug to reduce the distance over no man's land so they could reach the fort as quickly as possible. With that, the whistle sounded. The cannons opened up and Captain Tyborg himself was amongst those first up the ladders. Followed by his men, he rushed out of the trenches and led the assault across no man's land from the front. Fortunately for them, the favorable wind had blown the smoke from the thud gun bombardment their way. This thick cloud of dust covered their approach towards the enemy fortress. Before the enemy had even become aware of the infantry advance, the 1st Death Corps troops had reached the barbed wire already. With their bolt cutters in hand, they had already started creating paths through the wire. As the smoke cleared, the defenders became aware of what was going on, and in short order, the heavy bolters of the Vraksians had opened up. Within minutes, the relentless heavy fire had already mowed down a large number of Death Corps soldiers, who had by now mostly hid themselves into shell holes and behind whatever obstacles they could find, in order to create any form of cover to protect them from the onslaught. But the captain and his troops in the vanguard had already cut themselves a path through the barbed wire and plunged themselves deep down into the anti-tank ditch. Here, they were relatively safe from the worst of the enemy's bolter fire, and could start to return fire in an organized fashion. Despite heavy casualties, the rest of the 9th Company now managed to cut more paths through the barbed wire defenses. The anti-tank ditch, serving as a makeshift trench, soon filled with Imperial soldiers as the Death Corps were now swarming in their captain's wake. Once enough troops had gathered, they prepared themselves to directly charge against the enemy bunkers, and then the orders came in to affix their bayonets. At the captain's command, they scrambled up and out of the anti-tank ditch and rushed across the last remaining strip of land that stood between them and the enemy defenders. Unbeknownst to them, they first had to cross over the dangerous minefields. Many Death Corps soldiers blew up in devastating explosions as they stepped on the mines. Yet again, the 9th Company took heavy casualties. But following their captain who was leading from the front, they simply kept coming, almost entirely clearing the minefield in the process. The soldier next to Captain Tyborg evaporated in a blast of smoke. Blood and body parts were scattered everywhere. Tyborg himself was wounded by a shard of bone from the exploding soldier that struck him in the leg. However, limping forward, he continued to lead the assault on the bunkers. With the Death Corps already inside of the wire and over the minefields, some of the renegade troops raced towards their enemy in an attempt to meet them in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, other lesser troops, mostly those of the militia, believed their position would be lost and began to abandon their defenses in a panic. Soon the whole fort was in total chaos and confusion as the bloody close combat ensued. With many of the Vraksians now on the run, they had a potential breakthrough on their hands. But the battle wasn't over just yet, as now more disciplined Vraksian defenders came out of their underground defenses to repel the invaders. If Captain Tyborg wished to maximally exploit the breakthrough, he would need reinforcements fast. He would need to inform High Command of his situation, but in the confusion of the melee, his Vox operator assistant had been killed and the equipment lost. Instead, he chose to summon a runner that would rush back towards the Death Corps front lines and deliver the following message. 9th Company within wire. Enemy numbers growing in strength will hold if reinforced. The runner would have to run back over the now nearly empty minefield, through the wire and back over no man's land to inform higher command of the situation. Meanwhile, Tyborg and his men continued their battle throughout the fortress complex, pushing the defenders back in several places. But the Vraksians had already learned a lesson or two from the Imperium. Their artillery suddenly opened up as they began shelling their own lines in a desperate attempt to stop the enemy advance. On the blood-soaked surface, the ground erupted as their artillery started raining down upon anyone caught out in the open. Captain Tyborg was wounded for the second time by a piece of shrapnel, but in a desperate struggle, he and 40 of his closest troops had managed to fight his way inside of the underground defenses. And this was not a moment too soon. Within seconds, the artillery barrage intensified and everyone was caught on the outside, including the remaining soldiers of the 9th Company and the Vraksian defenders alike. They were all blasted to absolute bits by the ruthless explosions. As the barrage quieted down, Tyborg and his small company were the only Imperial troops who had escaped the deadly bombardment. Meanwhile, those fleeing Vraksians who had earlier escaped the battle had by now been intercepted by Zafan's forces. After swift disciplinary action, the defenders turned around and made their way back towards the front lines. The Vraksians were now quickly bringing up large amounts of reinforcements through the main access tunnel to recapture Fort A453. But as fate would have it, Tyborg and his remaining troops found themselves in the hallway where this main tunnel entered the fortress. This was, of course, the perfect place to block any reinforcements from entering. As they heard the Vraksians coming, they quickly prepared their defenses and set up an ambush to hold the choke point. The first Vraksians who re-entered the complex were surprised to find themselves welcomed by the warmth of the Death Corps lasguns. Tyborg and his men opened fire with devastating volleys of lasgun shots that decimated the closely packed Vraksian reinforcements. In their panic, the upcoming troops fled back inside of the tunnel. But yet again, Zafan's forces were not going to let them run away from the battle a second time. To set an example and to return some form of discipline in their cowardly ranks, some of the militia were shot dead on the spot. Caught between the well-defended choke point held by the Death Corps, or facing the guns of their own enforcers, the militiamen reluctantly followed orders and prepared for the attack. Urged on at gunpoint, the Vraksians now charged back into the hallway. But without the element of surprise this time, Tyborg and his troops would have a much more difficult fight ahead of them. Meanwhile, the runner that had dispatched earlier had miraculously survived and successfully made it through no man's land. Finally, he arrived and delivered the message to the local commander, General Durjan. This was the news High Command had all this time been waiting for, after months of stalemate. Unexpectedly, here, at Fort A453, there was finally a potential crack in the enemy lines. Durjan quickly spread the news across the front, and the whole army set into motion to exploit the situation. Durjan immediately sent his own veteran grenadier units to reinforce Captain Tyborg, and the local artillery would be rolled forward. They were tasked with producing a curtain of supportive artillery fire that would cut off Fort A453 from further enemy reinforcements as much as was possible. This would do nothing to stop the Vraksian troops from coming up in the tunnel below, but at the very least it would stop the enemy from reinforcing the fortress from above ground and bringing up further tank brigades. Meanwhile, the Death Corps would bring up tanks of their own to secure the fortress. The 88th Siege Army Command was well aware that this opportunity was too good to be allowed to simply go to waste. And all along the front lines, diversion attacks were launched to take away pressure from the breakthrough at Fort A453. But all of this would take time. Precious time that Tyborg and his few remaining men, who were fighting off this simply unending wave of reinforcements coming up the tunnel, could ill afford. In this choke point, They were able to fight off a much larger Vraksian force, but they were running out of ammunition. Already several troops had emptied all of their rifles, laspaks, and resorted to using pistols, or even hand-to-hand weapons. In between the enemy assaults, the Death Corps soldiers took to looting the Vraksian corpses for any ranged weapons they could find. They would pick up grenades, stubbers, lasguns, pistols, flamethrowers, anything from the dead, and then rush back to their defensive positions to fight off the next wave. This way, they valiantly defended the entrance, but their dwindling numbers meant they could not hold on forever. Even Captain Tyborg had been wounded again, for the third time now. A glancing gunshot to the side of his head had knocked off his helmet and left him profusely bleeding. Despite his severe wounds, he still managed to command his troops as they desperately held onto their positions for the remainder of the day. They were now down to just 16 men. Where are those damned reinforcements? Unbeknownst to Tyborg and his men, the Vraksians had now fully committed to the recapture of Fort A453. If they couldn't take back the fortress from the entrance tunnel underground, they would try above ground. The Vraksians had sent their infantry over the plains through the Imperial bombardment with the plan to re-enter the fortress and flank the 9th Company from behind. Fortunately for Captain Tyborg, the grenadiers that had been sent to reinforce him arrived as well and intercepted the Vraksian movements. Fierce fighting in the ruins of Fort A453 now commenced. The Vraksian command, frustrated by their inability to secure the fortress, sent in even more troops. But the fresh, elite grenadier troops were able to stop the Vraksians from entering the fortress. Meanwhile, 3 companies of the 61st Tank Regiment, including a Baneblade heavy tank, were thrown into battle around the fortress. They were accompanied by a squad of Atlas excavators, each equipped with a dozer blade to fill in the anti-tank ditch. Many Atlases were destroyed in the process, but they successfully managed to fill the ditch. As you may remember, the minefield had already been cleared out earlier by the men of the 9th Company. With these obstacles out of the way, Leman Russes and the Baneblade itself now rolled forward, joining the Grenadiers and smashing everything in their path. More troops of the 30th Line Corps followed in their wake, and soon the Vraksians were pushed back west over the plains, back towards the 2nd defensive line, all the way being relentlessly pursued by the 61st Tank Regiment. The Grenadiers made their way underground, where they found the remaining men, the few remaining men of the 9th Company. Of the original assault on Fort A453 that had started 3 days prior, all that was left were 9 wounded men, including the heroic Captain Tyborg with severe wounds in both legs, his right arm, his abdomen, and the glancing hit to his head. But he was alive, and the fort had now been captured. The breakthrough had come, and the entirety of the 8th Assault Corps had now made their way through the breach and started rolling up on the enemy's front line to either side of it. Attacked from the front and the flanks, the Vraksians realized their positions were no longer tenable and started to abandon their defenses en masse. They knew there was simply a 2nd defensive line to fall back to, and so they quickly did. The once so heavily defended outer front lines were quickly falling apart as the entire 88th Siege Army moved forward over largely undefended terrain. Here and there they were being held up by small pockets of rearguard resistance, but these were nothing like the killing fields that the Death Corps had faced before. After 2 whole years of bitter attritional warfare, the outer defensive line had finally collapsed in its entirety, and soon the 88th Siege Army would now encircle the 2nd defensive line. New offenses would be launched from there. With this hopeful news of victory, some figureheads in high command already announced that perhaps the Siege of Vraks could be finished within the estimated time frame of 12 years after all. If only they knew. Due to the tenacious Vraksian resistance, the siege plans of the 88th Siege Army were now way behind schedule. What had initially been expected to be a relatively easy campaign against unorganized rebels turned out to be a long war of attrition against a well-defended and a very well-organized foe. But finally, after more than 2 years into the Siege of Vraks, the Death Corps of Krieg had at last achieved their very first breakthrough at Fort A453. To make up for the delays, Imperial High Command now spared no expense in order to exploit this breakthrough. Finally, the heavy armor divisions could be put to good use on the plains of the Van Miersland wastes. Armored columns streamed through the gap and relentlessly rolled up on the flanks of the Vraksians' outer defensive lines. The Vraksian defenders were unable to hold their positions against this overpowering tide of enemy armor rushing through the break in their lines. Vraksian command was now afraid that the bulk of their army would be completely outflanked and overrun. In order to prevent this catastrophe, they ordered the complete abandonment of the outer defensive lines. With surprising competence, they swiftly managed to orchestrate a general retreat back to their second defensive lines, where they would prepare for the next stage of the siege. All in all, the Vraksian army retreated in good order, taking with them as much weapons and material as they could. But despite the necessary retreat now, Vraksian command remained confident. Against all odds, they had heroically stood against the fierce Imperial war machine for more than 2 years already. Although costly, one unlucky breakthrough would not shatter their morale now. As soon as the general retreat had been completed, they would teach the Imperium about the unwavering Vraksian tenacity once more. The entire 88th Siege Army now moved over largely undefended terrain with the intent of encircling the second defensive line. With the Vraksian army in retreat, perhaps a hasty assault could catch the defenders off guard and overrun the second defensive lines while they were still relatively unorganized in their new defenses. And so, the Death Corps troops left behind their own well-defended trench lines and transported most of their equipment over the Van Miersland wastes in order to catch up with the retreating Vraksians and continue their attack as soon as possible. But although the overall length of the front lines would now drastically shrink, the 1st Line Corps in the northern sector would now have to stretch their troops over quite a significant distance to cover the entirety of the northern part of the 2nd defensive line, in order to completely encircle the enemy. Fortunately, during these 2 years of siege, the 1st Line Corps had mostly waited for a breakthrough to happen in the west before committing their forces to breaking the northern defensive line. And so, in comparison to the other line corps, they had suffered very little losses, and all in all, the regiments of the 1st Line Corps were in great shape. They had enough troops ready to cover the length of their new front. As such, the 5th, 15th, 3rd, and 19th regiments moved forward to finally do their proper part in the siege. It was up to the 19th regiment to cover the most eastern part of the line, and so the regiment moved towards Hab Zone 1. They approached the new terrain carefully. A counterattack was always a possibility, especially over open terrain like this, but they didn't expect much resistance, as most Death Rider reconnaissance and intelligence had indicated that the Vraksian retreat had mostly headed straight for the safety of the 2nd defensive line. Unbeknownst to the 88th Siege Army, however, the Vraksians had already organized a plan to counterattack the Death Corps advance and catch them off guard outside the safety of their trenches. During the retreat, they had actually diverted a large mass of tanks and artillery that were now hidden in the urban environment of Hab Zone 1. They had also brought up a large portion of infantry and armor from the now largely useless eastern defensive lines. This substantial force was lying in wait for the flanks of the Imperial forces to come closer. This would be their first large-scale offensive, and Vraksian command was confident it could even turn the tide of the war. Once the flank of the Imperial forces approached close to the Hab Zone, They would strike with full force and use their mass amounts of mechanized troops to roll up the rear of the advancing enemies, just like the Imperium had done to them at the breakthrough of Fort A453. With the 88th Siege Army transporting over the plains in pursuit of the Vraksians, they would be able to catch them off guard and drive them back over the Van Miersland wastes and perhaps even recapture the outer defensive lines. All Vraksian troops in Heb Zone 1 were ready for the assault. But to their surprise, the Death Corps 19th Regiment halted before springing the trap that was set up for them. Instead of directly bypassing the Heb Zone and moving straight onto the second defensive line, the 1st Line Corps had chosen to exercise caution, and they started to dig in at the end of the first day's advance, setting up a light defensive trench network and only choosing to continue their advance the next day when more reconnaissance could be done. They had not been as reckless as the Vraksian command had anticipated. The Vraksians started to doubt the strategic soundness of their own offensive. Perhaps the Death Corps weren't planning to completely encircle the second defensive line after all. And if the Vraksians allowed them time to dig in here and now, that would greatly diminish the potential success of this crucial counter-offensive. This, of course, couldn't be allowed to happen, and they considered launching their attack sooner rather than later, to prevent the Death Corps from digging in even further and gaining a new foothold. Being unwilling to let their plan go to waste, they signaled the attack to begin. Their artillery opened up on the fresh trench lines of the 19th Regiment, and the overwhelming amounts of Vraksian armor rolled forward from their concealed positions in the Heb Zone and raced over the plains towards their enemy. They hit the front of the Death Corps 19th Regiment hard. With their guns blazing, squadrons of Leman Russes and Chimeras rolled into the newly dug trench lines, where they disembarked their infantry. Chaotic melee broke out, while the tanks destroyed the unready defenses piecemeal. Whole Death Corps squads were buried alive in their collapsing trenches, and large parts of the regiment vanished in a sudden maelstrom of explosions and shrapnel. When the attack began, large parts of the 9th Regiment had still been transporting their weaponry over the plains. Transport columns of artillery were now caught out in the open, and at risk of being destroyed, or even worse, captured. Colonel Adel, commander of the 9th Company, quickly gave out orders for a hasty withdrawal, and all over the battlefield Centaur carriers rushed back with their artillery pieces. Any guns that had to be abandoned were ordered to be sabotaged by exploding a few crack grenades into their barrels, thus successfully scuttling the weapon so they wouldn't fall into Vraksian hands. But the armored advance of the Vraksians was fast and relentless. They hunted down the surprised enemy all over the plains, and whenever they managed to capture any Imperial artillery, they directly turned them around to fire them into the retreating Death Corps forces. The 19th Regiment's reserves were quickly brought up to stem the tide, and tank duels took place all over the battlefield. There was no longer a single coherent front line, and the local command center was at risk of being overrun. Colonel Adel tried to contact High Command to ask for reinforcements, but the communication lines had already been severed by the intense artillery fire. So he opted to send out runners and prepared to hunker down in their last defensive position to buy time for the rest of the 1st Line Corps to respond to this onslaught. Until at last, Vraksian hellhounds reached the command post and blasted the position with their superheated promethium, incinerating Colonel Adel and all of his command staff. With their command completely wiped out, the position of the 19th Regiment would not be able to recover. The regiment was soon all but wiped out, and the few straggling survivors tried to retreat all the way back to the safety of their first defensive lines. Meanwhile, the runners arrived, and the 15th and 3rd Regiment received the news of the enemy offensive. They quickly prepared themselves to face the onslaught. With the 19th Regiment out of the way, the Vraksian spearhead was coming straight for them. If they wished to hold out, they would have to dig in swiftly. In order to give the infantry and artillery time to prepare the defenses they would need, they sent in the limited number of tank brigades they had left in hopes of delaying the Vraxian advance. Unfortunately, the Imperial tanks were too heavily outnumbered. In their desperation, it was decided that the tanks would be assisted by squadrons of Death Riders. On their large, noble mounts, they rode out alongside the tanks, facing the heavy enemy fire, and they attacked the Vraxian armor with their explosive lances with varying degrees of success. Their losses were extremely severe, and many Death Rider squadrons were completely wiped out. But they had also managed to inflict losses on the Vraxians themselves. Even a battle tank couldn't stand up to several direct hits of explosive lances against its hull. Their sacrifice had not been enough to hold the enemy's advance completely, but at the very least, the armored thrust had been blunted. The reckless bravery of the Death Riders had delivered the first line corps the breathing space it had needed to survive, for now. This went on for several days, with retreats and counterattacks, but with the infantry now fully dug in, the artillery in place, and the heavy tanks of the 8th Assault Corps coming up from behind, the enemy advance was finally completely halted, and the front lines firmly secured once more. The Vraxians had tried hard to break their enemies, but through a swift response and sacrifice, the total collapse of the 1st Line Corps had been narrowly avoided, and a complete disaster for the 88th Siege Army had been prevented. But the shock of the Vraxian surprise attack had still disrupted the entire Death Corps campaign plan. All along the lines, the advance had been halted in anticipation of the outcome of the battle up north. With the front lines stabilized, now the assault could continue once more, but any hopes of catching the Vraxians unprepared and unorganized in their new defensive lines were dashed away. These few days of delay had given the defenders time to effectively distribute their retreating forces and properly establish their defenses. And so, High Command of the 88th Siege Army gave up on their hopes for a swift pursuit and prepared their new trench network in front of the 2nd defensive line. Everyone was well aware that this meant the merciless grinding stalemate would continue once again. In the north, the 1st Line Corps was slowly being reinforced with new recruits from Krieg, and over time, the decimated 19th Regiment was renewed to its original full size once more. They pushed forward again, now passing along the many rusting hulks and remains of tanks and artillery that were lost during the big Vraxian offensive and scattered about the battlefield. The enemy continued to skirmish, but without the protection of their deep bunker network of the defensive lines, they could simply not stand up to the replenished Death Corps forces. Slowly, the ground lost to the counterattack was being reclaimed. The area of Heb Zone 1 was eventually completely pulverized by artillery fire and wiped off the map for good measure. After more than a year, the Vraxian defenders were finally completely pushed back, and the 1st Line Corps was in position to encircle the 2nd defensive line. The 2nd stage of the siege was about to begin. By now, the campaign was already 7 years ongoing. With only 5 more years to complete it within the original 12-year time frame, the siege continued to be severely behind schedule, and the end was nowhere in sight. This delay incentivized the desperate High Command to come up with new ideas to complement the current campaign strategy. Although a significant amount of orbital defense lasers and anti-air defenses were already in Imperial hands, too many were still in territory held by the Vraxians. If more of them could be captured or outright destroyed, then perhaps the limited aerial bombardments could be carried out and potentially speed up the campaign. And thus it was now that, alongside the standard siege doctrine, small-scale raiding tactics were introduced to a much greater extent than before, with the intent of identifying the location of air defenses and attempting to take them out. All along the front lines, elite grenadier units were instructed to conduct small nightly raids to gain information and sabotage the enemy's defenses wherever possible. On one such raid, a few grenadiers had managed to cross no man's land and sneak into an underground bunker complex. Here, they had located one of the major laser defense silos. But the small raiding squad estimated that they had too few troops to overtake and destroy the facility on their own. So in the cover of darkness, they signaled back to the front lines, requesting immediate reinforcements to help take it out. The importance of destroying one of the main laser defense silos would not be overlooked by command. Soon, several Gorgon heavy transports had been filled up to the brim with heavily armored grenadiers and attempted to cross no man's land in the cover of darkness. When the transports approached close to the enemy front lines, they were eventually spotted and fired upon, but the thick steel armor of the Gorgons was more than capable of brushing off the enemy's weapon fire, and before artillery could be called on their location, they had already reached the enemy's lines. When they got close enough to the bunker complex, the ramps lowered and the grenadiers rushed towards the laser silo. Soon they would overtake the defenses and blow up the facility before quickly rushing back to the safety of their own lines. Well protected by their flak armor and with their heavy weapons, the overwhelming force of elite grenadiers easily took out the unprepared defenders. But as they made their way inside, they were suddenly flanked by bolter fire. To their surprise, Space Marines in blue-tinted armor blocked their way into the facility. While they had been more than capable of taking out the Vraksian militia defenders before, these Astartes were a different matter entirely. Before long, many of the infiltrating grenadiers had been killed. With the raiding mission now completely hopeless, they decided to call off the attack and withdraw back to their own lines. But when they withdrew, they found that their Gorgon heavy transport had already been destroyed. They had walked right into a trap laid by the Space Marines and found themselves being almost completely surrounded. The Space Marines moved in and slaughtered the grenadiers one by one. Through incredible luck, a few of them managed to free themselves from the ambush and escaped into the darkness of no man's land back to their own lines, where they informed their local commander of what had happened during the raid. The drastic news was then relayed back to Lord Commander Julka's command center back on Thracian Primaris. If the reports were to be believed, this new development of the front was very disturbing indeed. Space Marines had apparently reinforced the side of the Vraksian defenders, but how was this possible? Vraks had been completely cut off by the Imperial fleet blockading the planet in space. No one should be able to get in or out without the permission. Julka contacted the Lord Commander Militant of the Segmentum Obscurus to ask if the mysterious Space Marine chapter could be identified. All the Astartes chapters in the Segmentum that wore blue were contacted, but they were all able to account for the whereabouts of their companies. No missing troops or rogue elements had been reported back. It was thus assumed that the Space Marines that had been spotted on Vraks were likely to the traitor legionaries. But Julka still had no answers to the mystery as to how they had bypassed the blockade and managed to arrive on the planet at all. In the meantime, however, Julka also requested the reinforcement of a whole new line corps from Krieg to join the fighting on Vraks, as these new troops would surely help break the stalemate so they could smash through the second defensive line. Of course, the arrival of traitor Space Marines had been severely concerning, but under Julka's command, surely such a lousy mistake in security would not be allowed to happen a second time. He would simply plead with the Munitorum for extra ships to guard the planet. Then he would sternly order Admiral Raziak to tighten his blockade of space around the planet and make sure that it was absolutely impossible for other traitorous troops to make planetfall. The Vraksians would not be reinforced again. But there was good news as well. Due to Julka's influential relationships within the Imperium, his request for reinforcements from Krieg had swiftly been approved. This time, the 34th Line Corps with 3 regiments had been mustered and would soon depart for Vraks. So far, the siege had been long, hard, and incredibly bloody. But surely, with so many extra Death Corps soldiers on their way, victory was at this point assured. Right now, it was only a matter of time. The Siege of Vraks had now been raging on for well over 7 years. The 88th Krieg Siege Army had suffered several setbacks in this time. and the campaign plan continued to be severely behind schedule. Time and again, the Vraksian defenders had proven themselves to be a competent fighting force, capable of not only maintaining strong defenses, but also boasting a surprisingly formidable offense. As had been expected beforehand, the elaborate defensive lines on Vraks were an extremely tough nut to crack. But even by the Imperium's standards, this battle had become incredibly bloody and somewhat wasteful. The western front, covering the major part of the Van Miersland wastes, was strewn with wrecks of tanks and artillery pieces. Bloated, rotting corpses of both Death Corps and Vraksian soldiers littered the ground everywhere in between the trenches. The northern part of the front had become a literal scrap heap of armored vehicles that had been destroyed in the year-long skirmish over the terrain around the now pulverized ruins of Hab Zone 1. The incredible toll of manpower and material that was continually being fed into this inferno down on the surface of Vraks was even becoming notorious within the wider segmentum. The Departamento Munitorum, themselves being responsible for supplying many of the vehicles and weapons to Vraks, filed many a message to the High Command of the 88th Siege Army with the urgent request to spend the provided war material more sparingly. But the Death Corps, notorious for their willingness to abundantly spend their troops in the name of the Emperor, did little to heed their request. After all, the siege could not simply be abandoned now. Vraks' strategic location in the Skaris sector was crucial in securing the area of space around the Eye of Terror, in order to keep the dreaded forces of chaos at bay. Despite the extreme costs of resources, the battle had to be fought until victory was assured. Far too much had been invested at this point. And so the intense carnage continued on with the same intensity as before. And before long, the unending bloodshed was drawing the special attention of many others besides just the Departamento Munitorum. Although a fierce blockade had initially been stationed around the planet, over the duration of the siege many ships and personnel had been reassigned to other duties in the segmentum where they were more prominently required. This meant that, at times, the blockade wasn't nearly as secure as it had once been. But the space in the sector had been quiet overall, so the few vessels now in orbit around the planet were deemed sufficient enough nonetheless. A ship of unknown origin was making its way towards Vraks. In fact, it had come surprisingly close to the planet before the Navy sentries first noticed it at all. Quickly, the close-by ships of the blockade prepared their weapons to engage the mysterious vessel. But before blasting it from the void immediately, they first sent the newly arrived ship a final warning message to double-check its credentials. After a short while, the vessel gave its reply, which apparently followed all the correct procedures and contained all the necessary security codes. It appeared that the voyage had clearly been authorized by someone to enter the planet's orbit. The arrival of the ship had been most unexpected, and its purpose remained unknown for now. But this in itself was nothing new, as the Imperium had many secretive independent organizations operating well within its borders. After all, it wasn't up to the Navy to deny a ship with a proper authorization entry, and so the blockade made way and let the ship proceed towards the planet unhindered. During the entire siege, not a single Imperial vessel had dared enter lower orbit this close to the Citadel. Instead, the Imperial troops had always been required to land on the far side of the planet to stay far outside the range of the formidable laser defense network. Any ship foolish enough to approach would simply be shot right out of the skies. But as the mysterious ship came within the close vicinity of the Citadel, no shots were fired upon it. The defense laser operators had been given direct orders to hold their fire. And a Space Marine battle barge by the name of Anarchy's Heart was now making its way straight towards the starport. Before long, Space Marines in blue armor started to disembark. They were warriors of the Alpha Legion. Their warband was led by none other than Lord Arcos. When they had all finished disembarking, the Astartes made their way towards the Citadel and the battle barge simply left the starport. How they had managed to surpass the Imperial blockade, perhaps more importantly, how they had survived the defense laser network, the Cardinal simply did not know. He had not been informed of their arrival, and Zafin himself had not ordered any sort of ceasefire when the Anarchy's heart was approaching. But the unexpected Astartes forces had not yet attacked any of the Vraxian positions. Instead, they had simply requested an audience with the Cardinal. Zafin was, unsurprisingly, suspicious of this act. What could they possibly want? But on Mamon's insistence, he eventually opened the gates, and the Space Marines were escorted into the Citadel, and a meeting between the two leaders was arranged. When it became clear that Lord Arcos wanted to pledge his warriors to the Cardinal's service, however, Zafin was more than willing to drop his suspicions right then and there. All reinforcements were more than welcome at this point, especially elite troops like these Astartes. These Space Marines would make valuable allies in his holy struggle against the treacherous Imperium. While the Vraxian defenders had competently held off the Imperial war machine for many years by now, the Death Corps had lately been integrating new tactics. Expertly performed night raids had slowly but surely been chipping away at key locations in the Vraxians' defenses, especially the lasers and anti-air network positions. Zafin knew that without these crucial defenses, the heroic resistance on Vraks would eventually crumble. Perhaps these experienced Astartes could be put to good use by counterattacking these unpredictable and pesky raids, hopefully putting an end to them once and for all. And so, it was that the Alpha Legion had set up several ambushes, luring the grenadier units of the 88th Siege Army into carefully and well-laid traps, annihilating most of the raiding parties. But the presence of Space Marines on Vraks had not gone totally unnoticed by the Imperium. An Astartes battle barge and 3 strike cruisers, all of which being accompanied by a small contingent of escort ships, entered the Karak subsector and headed straight for Vraks itself. This fleet was led by none other than the Supreme Grand Master Azrael of the Dark Angels. He had not announced their arrival, nor even informed High Command of the 88th Siege Army of his intent. He had simply demanded access through the blockade to make planetfall right away. With him, he was bringing an incredible commitment of force, no less than 500 Space Marines. Literally half of the entire Dark Angels chapter was on their way to reinforce the Imperial troops on Vraks. But Grand Master Azrael had little intent of committing his troops to the slow, entrenched fighting in the already well-established front lines. Instead, he planned to assemble a strike force to assault and ultimately destroy the starport. After approaching the fleet as close to the Citadel as they could, they would then continue their trip with Thunderhawks towards the Cerner Flats located south of the starport. After arriving there, the main force would disembark and continue their advance with a column of fast armored vehicles over the plane's northern area. Meanwhile, the Thunderhawks would fly low and, with several squadrons of assault marines, would attack the large bridges over the ravines. After the 3 bridges had been destroyed, they would then join up with the main force. In stark contrast with the notoriously slow deployment of the 88th Siege Army, it would take the Dark Angels only a few hours to unload their forces from orbit and start the offensive, giving the defenders very little time to respond. Before an effective response could be organized, the Thunderhawks would have already delivered the Astartes on their chosen deployment zones. Azrael had carefully chosen the starport for his first target. Because it had not been under direct threat from the Death Corps forces, not many Vraxian troops had been garrisoned there. The long distance between the Citadel and the starport would make it difficult to send any further reinforcements as well. All in all, the Dark Angels expected very little resistance to their attack. But more importantly to the Dark Angels themselves, destroying the starport would block the main way off this planet, and potentially trap the traitorous Astartes on the ground of Vraks. Although the oblivious Lord Commander Julka and High Command themselves had little clue about the identity of these traitor Astartes on Vraks, Grand Master Azrael certainly had suspicions of the Alpha Legion's involvement. If the Dark Angels could somehow manage to capture some of their warriors and interrogate them, they could potentially learn valuable information about the notorious fallen angels. Interrogator Chaplain Belphegor would well make sure of that. During the Horus Heresy, treacherous elements within the Dark Angels' ranks had rebelled and split off from the chapter, and Ezreal would not rest before these traitors were hunted down and brought to justice. The Vraxians, although aware of the Dark Angels' arrival and general whereabouts, did not know where and how they would strike. They sent out a scatter of mechanized scouting elements over the Cerna Flats to figure out what the Dark Angels were planning, and they would soon find out. The reconnaissance troops were swept out of the way by the ruthless armored spearhead of the Astartes as they headed straight for the starport. Ezreal himself now reached the southern part of the starport, and his troops clashed violently with the Vraxian defenders. It took the massive force of Astartes little effort to push the enemy back, and before long the intense urban combat would turn the outskirts of the starport into smoking ruins. Meanwhile, the Thunderhawks led by Captain Orias had made their way to the first causeway at a large ravine called Balin's Trench. The gunships flew over the bridge, guns blazing, while the assault marines dropped from the skies and with a ferocious airborne assault, utterly wiped out the defenders on the eastern bridge. They immediately started to prepare their demolition charges in order to blow up the bridge. Some of the Vraxian defenders on the western side were ordered to rush over the causeway in order to stop the demolition attempts, but the Thunderhawks had turned about and dropped another squad of assault marines behind them. The pincer movement closed in on the defenders. Surrounded on the middle of the bridge, the Vraxians were quickly destroyed. Large columns of Vraxian tanks on their way to reinforce the starport started appearing on the horizon. But whatever the Vraxians were planning, it was already too late. The assault marines had completed their demolition setup and boarded their Thunderhawks. As they flew off, Captain Orias ordered the ignition, and a large part of the bridge collapsed into the ravine. The Astartes were now on their way towards the next bridge to repeat the exact same course of action. The main Dark Angels' forces had pushed far into the starport and were gradually encircling the Vraxian defenders. The starport's limited garrison had been no match for the overwhelming Astartes' forces. While time and again the Vraxians suffered terrible losses, Ezreal's forces had only taken very limited casualties themselves. Captain Arias' mission to blow up the 3 bridges had been completed. The Thunderhawks appeared on the northern side of the starport and disembarked their troops, completely surrounding their enemies. Victory was in sight, and confident of their success, Ezreal gave orders for the final assault to move in from all sides and to wipe out the Vraxian garrison completely, and then to level the starport to the ground. He would lead the troops from the front himself and joined where the fighting was the thickest. Unbeknownst to the Dark Angels, however, the Alpha Legion had prepared an ambush for them. During the battle for the starport, Arcos and his troops had to patiently wait for the right moment to catch them off guard. Using the Vraxian garrison as their bait to draw them in, when the overconfident Dark Angels' leader had entered the battle, the traitor Astartes moved out from their concealed positions and overwhelmed Ezreal's command squad. In a mere instant, many of the surprised Dark Angels were cut down in the sudden overwhelming attack. The banner bearer was shot down, and the sacred banner of the Dark Angels fell down into the dust. Ezreal could not allow this to happen, and he rushed to pick it up. This was the chance that Lord Arcos of the Alpha Legion had been waiting for. He charged into Ezreal, and a fierce duel broke out. The Dark Angel's commander was encumbered by the banner, but his honor did not permit him to let it fall to the ground a second time. Lord Arcos was gaining the upper hand, and several heavy blows of his sword had brought his foe to his knees. He was about ready to make his final strike to murder Ezreal, when Interrogator Chaplain Belphegor and his Deathwing Terminators arrived and charged into the Alpha Legionnaires. Lord Arcos was struck to the ground by Belphegor's Crozius with a blow so hard that it cracked open his power armor. The chaplain helped the wounded Ezreal to his feet, but when they prepared to continue the fight, the traitors had already withdrawn. Just as quickly and unexpectedly as the ambush had begun, so swiftly had the Alpha Legion disappeared into thin air. Ezreal ordered a complete search of the starport to hunt the traitors down. They couldn't possibly have simply disappeared, could they? And indeed, not a single traitor marine could be found and captured alive. While the Dark Angels had initially not suffered many losses during the earlier parts of their offensive, the ferocious ambush had taken a heavy toll. Many battle brothers had lost their lives, and almost 200 Dark Angels now lay dead in the ruins of the starport. While they had successfully destroyed the starport, their most important objective of capturing traitor Astartes had failed miserably. Instead, the deceitful Alpha Legion had effortlessly escaped, and the Dark Angels had suffered great embarrassment at their enemies' hands. Grand Master Azrael had almost lost his life in the process. He had only been saved by the timely arrival of the Deathwing Terminators. With the starport completely destroyed, the Dark Angels gathered their troops into their transports and moved to the Thunderhawk gunships, and simply made their way back towards their fleet in orbit. Without any further contact with command of the 88th Siege Army, Azrael and his battered forces left Vraks, and simply departed the Karak subsector altogether. The Emperor's angels had visited Vraks unannounced, and just as they arrived, they left without so much as a word. The swift arrival and departure of the Dark Angels had almost gone unnoticed by the 88th Siege Army's leadership. But when they realized what happened, they weren't exactly pleased to hear that the Astartes lightning attack had completely destroyed the bridges and the starport without consulting High Command first. In fact, as far as they were concerned, within the larger campaign plan, the destruction of these important locations could actually be considered a setback. With the planet completely blockaded from space, the starport had been of little use to the Vraxian defenders to begin with. So far, there had been no strategic benefit to attacking either the starport or the bridges. If only the Dark Angels had sought communication with the 88th Siege Army before their attack, then they could have surely assigned them a more useful objective at this time. It wouldn't be hard to imagine what kind of impact half a chapter of Space Marines could have had on the front lines. But more so than simply a wasted opportunity, for a while now High Command had actually been entertaining the idea to eventually capture the starport and use it for themselves. Had the starport been able to fall into Imperial hands, this would potentially improve their own logistical situation significantly. However, the reason they had not yet attempted to carry out this plan was simply because they still needed to work out a good way to successfully cross the bridges first. These obvious choke points would be easily defended by the Vraxians, and even for the Death Corps it might prove too costly to overcome their defenses. But while the starport's facilities could certainly make a useful addition to the 88th's campaign plans, it had so far not been vital to their operations, and thus for the Death Corps it had remained a low-priority target. High Command would certainly have been impressed by the Astartes' lightning assaults on these bridges, but now they were blown up and the starport laid in complete ruin. Any plans High Command may have had for these locations was now as good as useless. By now, the Dark Angels had already departed from Vraks and left the 88th Siege Army to pick up the pieces. Thus far, the campaign plans for Vraks had not gone particularly swimmingly, to say the least. But these recent events had just been the cherry on top. Lord Commander Julka was running out of time to finish the siege within the planned 12-year time frame, and he was starting to feel the increasing pressure to deliver results. If he could help it, he would not allow Supreme Command to have the impression that things were getting out of hand. But fortunately, there was good news as well. The new line corps with 3 regiments had arrived in full strength from Krieg, and they were ready to join the front lines. With more troops at his disposal than ever before, it would be now or never. As far as the Lord Commander was concerned, the limited and timid offenses of the last several years had clearly been no good. If anything, the stalemate had only gotten worse. It was clear that only an overwhelming tidal wave of attacks would be guaranteed to break the enemy's lines. What would be required was a truly large offensive, something Julka started to refer to as the Big Push. In order to achieve victory, Julka argued that the 88th Siege Army would need to unleash all of its military might at once. And so, with the military ingenuity that only a visionary commander like Julka could muster, he would simply order the greatest offensive that the Skara sector had ever witnessed. But such a large-scale offensive would require a large amount of planning and preparations first. Julka's many influential relations had already granted him a whole new line corps, but he was well aware that any further requests for more regiments from Krieg would not be granted. But munitions, that was another matter entirely. Perhaps he could exercise his prestigious role as Lord Commander some more, and convince a few manufactorums and forge worlds to ship some extra supplies to Vraks. After all, his career and reputation was on the line, and he would not rest before he got the supplies he required to carry out his grandiose plans. The necessary war material required for the siege so far had already been extremely demanding on the supply lines, but the preparations for this big push would soon take it to its absolute limits. Every day more and more transport ships arrived, and the logistics were pushed to their breaking point. On the surface of Vraks, munitions depots were being filled to their maximum capacity, and after the depots were too full, even bunkers and dugouts would be requisitioned for munitions storage purposes. And so, for a while, the fighting on the front lines had been suspiciously quiet as the Death Corps was busy stockpiling the required munitions, troops, and vehicles near the front lines. Day and night, endless transport columns moved over the Van Meersland wastes. This would not go unnoticed by the Vraxian defenders, however. The frantic activity of logistic transports to and from the Imperial lines had warned them of what was to come, and so the Vraxians prepared themselves for the coming storm as best they could. Within several weeks, on both sides the trenches were filled to the absolute brim with equipment and troops. Every dugout and bunker was completely packed with absolutely no room to spare. Large amounts of heavy artillery had been brought up from the rear and had already pre-sighted their targets. The artillery gunners were anxiously waiting for their firing orders. With the innumerable stockpiles of shells that had been assigned to them, it wasn't difficult to imagine the kind of hellfire that was soon about to break loose. Until finally, at 0 hour, orders were given for Lord Commander Julka's big push to officially begin. All across the line, the Death Corps artillery opened up their bombardment. An absolutely monumental amount of shells flew over no man's land and started raining down on the enemy's front lines. In turn, the Vraxian gunners unleashed their barrage. All over the front, the ground was shaking from the enormous amount of shells exploding everywhere. Then, the whistles blew, and all along the Death Corps trenches, troops started making their way up the ladders. With fierce determination in their hearts, they clung to their las guns and rushed out of their trenches as they made their way over no man's land. The defenders would not hesitate for a second. Their pre-sighted artillery opened up in response and covered the advancing infantry in a rain of shrapnel. But the brave soldiers of the Death Corps marched on through the fire towards their deaths. If anything, this momentous attack would be their chance for redemption. This assault would go on for several days. At some places, small gains were achieved, while in many others, entire squads were wiped out before they even got out of the trenches. All the while, the deafening crescendo of artillery fire from both sides never stopped. By now, thick smoke covered almost the entire battlefield. Disfigured corpses littered the ground everywhere. Trenches and bunkers were blown into ruins, burying both the Death Corps and the Vraxians with them. This battle was of an intensity not witnessed on Vraks before, and eventually this insane maelstrom of battle would prove too much for even the usually undaunting soldiers of Krieg. In several places the carnage had been so intense that some squads had begun to disobey High Command's orders, and they abandoned their assaults. For the first time in the entire 9-year-long siege, the Death Corps of Krieg wavered. Commissars tried exercising their authority to keep the troops in line, but it wasn't enough. In some places, the retreating troops even killed the commissar standing in their way to reach safety. The 158th Regiment had even retreated all the way back to their own lines completely, Such cowardly insubordination could not be tolerated, and local regimental command staff were arrested and executed for their abject failures, and the regiment disbanded. Wherever the Death Corps achieved their objectives, Vraksian counterattacks were at the ready to make sure their enemies' gains were short-lived. For days, attacks going back and forth would continue, and although the Vraksians paid almost as heavy a price as the Death Corps did, they managed to hold the line. So after 7 days of fighting, still no breakthrough had come. The initial rush of battle was slowly petering out as weapon and munition stockpiles were starting to run dry. The artillery had continued firing day and night, and finally the shells were about to be depleted. But Colonel Atas, an experienced veteran in command of the 468th Regiment, would give it one last try. He knew the 88th Siege Army was reaching the point of exhaustion, but so was his enemy. He thought he knew a place of weakness in the Vraksian lines that could be exploited, if only he had the right composition of troops available to him. But if he had asked permission beforehand, High Command would never have allowed his complex and risky plans of attack. So in violation of standard siege doctrine, and without strict permission, Colonel Atas had already started gathering up a rather specialized strike force. He used his reputation and relations within the ranks to requisition an extra artillery piece or tank here and there. With stockpiles running low, munitions were especially hard to come by. But relying on several favors from his direct colleagues, he actually managed to scrape together the troops and equipment needed to carry out his plans. He picked his best men and equipped them with the best gear and weapons he had at his disposal. Then under the cover of night, he led them forward, crawling through the mud and underneath the barbed wire as close to the enemy lines as possible. The bolstered artillery under his command opened up a bombardment and concentrated their fire on a very localized piece of the front lines, where Colonel Atas had estimated the potential weakness. When the bombardment stopped, he ordered his troops to rush forward and assault the enemy defenses. Colonel Atas had been right. This was indeed a weak spot. The prolonged fighting had shook and worn out the defenders, but more importantly, almost all of their heavy weapons had already been destroyed. The final heavily concentrated bombardment, orchestrated by Colonel Atas, was the thing that finally broke their will to fight. When the well-equipped troops of the 468th Regiment jumped into the trenches of the Vraksians, rather than putting up a fight, most of them fled before them. And so, the position could be captured with limited casualties. Colonel Atas signaled his waiting mechanized troops to come forward as well, to establish the breakthrough for good. He would have enough troops left to hold against any counterattack. He contacted High Command that a breakthrough had been established at Sector 57-50. While they were surprised to hear of this unexpected success, they nevertheless quickly prepared to send in the assault corps and Death Riders to exploit the gap in the enemy's lines. Despite the success, Atas knew that when all of this was over, he would be called in for interrogation and would have to explain why he had acted on his own without orders. He would be lucky if he only received a demotion. But he wouldn't have much time to ponder over his further career. Amongst the last remnants of defenders, a huge and bewildered Vraksian Ogrin rampaged through the trench lines. The enraged abhuman monster was being shot by lasguns from all sides, but would not be stopped. Colonel Atas, unfortunately, found himself in its way, and was forcefully smacked aside by the Ogrin's sledgehammer, shattering his ribcage into splinters. His broken body flew 6 meters through the air before landing on the ground. Eventually the Ogrin was taken out by several crack grenades that blew it apart. But the colonel was already dead. He had been instantly killed by the powerful blow. Just as with the first breakthrough of Fort A453, almost 8 years ago, the mechanized forces of the Death Corps started rolling up the rear of the Vraksian lines, forcing them to retreat back to their final defensive line. This time, the withdrawal would not be as organized as before, But then again, there wasn't much to be taken back to the inner defensive lines either. The intense fighting had severely drained the Vraxian fighting force, and not much equipment could be salvaged to begin with. Scattered remains of survivors, artillery, and mechanized troops made their way over the Van Meersland wastes. And only in the areas surrounding Heb Zones 2 and 3 did they put up any kind of rearguard resistance at all. But the big push had taken an even heavier toll on the 88th Siege Army. More than 1 million infantry soldiers had lost their lives assaulting the Vraxian defenses, and the barrels of the artillery were all but worn out. Right now, the siege regiments were in no state to pursue and keep pressure on their retreating foes. They were simply too damaged to engage in another offensive against strong defensive lines. It would take time to build the army back up to its original fighting strength. But overall, it seemed that the end of the siege was in sight. The 88th Siege Army would perform its encirclement of the inner defensive lines, and the citadel would finally come in range of their heavy artillery. Now it was only a matter of time before the Vraxians would surrender. Julka could rest easy again. With a successful assault, surely he had proven himself worthy of his title as Lord Commander. But Vraxian leadership was not nearly as desperate as the Death Corps anticipated. Lord Arkos had by now assumed his role as trusted advisor to the Cardinal. The false Emperor's armies might be tightening their noose around Vraks, but Arkos's assurances of an eventual victory had easily manipulated Zafan's mind. Many allies would be ready and willing to assist the Cardinal if he stayed resolute and fought on, and most of all, listened to Arkos's advice. This faint glimmer of hope was all Zafan needed to accept whatever the Alpha Legion commander proposed. But Arkos's promises had not just been empty lies. In fact, he would set his sorcerers to work and begin the ceremony that would call for reinforcements to come to Vraks. Unbeknownst to either the Cardinal or Lord Commander Julka, the immense bloodshed and carnage of the Big Push had provided the required human sacrifice that now fueled the dark rituals Arkos had ordered to be performed. Before all of this, Vraks had merely been a large battleground of little importance, but with so many humans slaughtered and their souls sent to the warp, now it was starting to draw the attention of the Chaos Gods. Before long, the Death Corps troops in the front lines started reporting strangely colored storm clouds hanging in the sky above the citadel. Some of the more superstitious guardsmen would even say it took the shape of a demonic head at times. Julka's Big Push had already produced destruction on a scale not witnessed before, but things were certainly about to get a lot worse. But only the Alpha Legion had a true understanding of what was about to unfold. For the strange cloud formation was not simply the result of some curious weather on Vraks. It was in fact a beacon, and soon it would draw many followers of chaos towards Vraks, like moths to a flame. For 10 years, the Siege of Vraks had relentlessly raged on. Whenever the Death Corps attacked, the Vraxians counterattacked. There had been victories and defeats for both sides. But through sheer determination and unmatched sacrifice, the Death Corps of Krieg had managed to overwhelm the Vraxian outer and second defensive lines. The unexpected intervention by Grand Master Azrael and his brother Astartes of the Dark Angels had even seen the Vraxian starport and bridges to the east completely destroyed. Although the defenders had given the Imperial troops a fight at every turn, the Vraxian forces had now been forced to retreat back to their inner defensive line. Should this last line of defense be lost, the citadel itself would come under direct attack, and then finally the heretical Cardinal Zafan could be brought to justice. In fact, the citadel had already come under threat from Krieg's long-range artillery cannons, but the gruesome attrition suffered during Lord Julka's Big Push had almost completely depleted the Death Corps munition stockpiles. These would take considerable time to restock, but High Command ordered that whatever shells could be spared should be fired directly at the citadel itself. Every so often, several long-range artillery shells flew over no man's land. These wouldn't land on enemy trenches, but rather batter down on the void shields that covered the citadel. The material effect of this bombardment was ultimately negligible, as it caused next to no damage. It would take more than an occasional barrage to bring down the Vraksian void shield defenses. But High Command argued that seeing the heart of the Vraksian stronghold come under artillery fire before their very eyes would be good for the Death Corps morale. They had fought hard, and it was well beyond time to see the fruits of their labor. While at the same time it would dishearten the Vraksians and convince the defenders that the Imperium's final victory was already as good as guaranteed. Command of the 88th Siege Army hoped that this show of force would convince some of the Vraksian frontline troops that further resistance was futile. There would be no point in prolonging the conflict, and perhaps the frontline troops could be persuaded to save their own skins and surrender rather than fight. Not that anyone expected the Imperium to spare the lives of these heretics should they surrender, but that was a different matter altogether. And besides, for the Death Corps forces on the ground right now, there was not much else to do but to dig in and prepare for the next big assault. Due to the never-ending frontal wave attacks ordered by Lord Commander Zhulka, many of the 88th Siege Army's veteran troops had lost their lives in the fighting. Almost 1 million Death Corps soldiers lay freshly dead on the Van Miersland wastes. Their corpses intermingled between countless fallen defenders, husks of destroyed tanks, as well as pulverized bunkers. After sustaining these crippling amounts of casualties, almost all of the siege regiments had been allowed some period of time to rest, to build defenses, as well as retrain and rearm themselves. Fresh recruits from Krieg were continually streaming in, but for now there wouldn't be much combat, as both sides desperately needed to rebuild their strength before being able to operate effectively once more. At the very least, the Earthshaker shells harmlessly clashing against the Vraksian void shield would give some indication to the protective barrier's effectiveness. Perhaps one of the void layers could be made to shudder, or even better, collapse for a period of time. This would indicate some of its potential weaknesses and provide High Command with valuable information to exploit when the real bombardment would finally take place. And so the artillery shells continued to clash against the void shield. But although Cardinal Zaphon could for the first time personally witness himself on the receiving end of the Death Corps' long-range artillery, he wasn't nearly as desperate as the 88th Siege Army's command had hoped. He had been assured by Lord Arcos that sufficient reinforcements would soon depart for Vraks to relieve the siege and repel the invaders. They would only have to hold out until they arrived. But although the arrival of reinforcements had been promised, the time of their arrival remained unclear. But the Cardinal's confidence wasn't merely based on blind trust in the Alpha Legionnaires' promises. Once Zaphon had overcome his initial panic at the breakthrough of the second defensive line, he recollected himself and assessed the situation with his commanders. Although 2 defensive lines had already been broken, the Death Corps had paid an extremely heavy price in blood and material to do so. The retreat to the inner defensive line had also significantly reduced the length of the front lines. Zaphon's army had also taken a lot of casualties during the big push. But now, with far less ground to cover, his remaining troops would be able to hold the much shorter front line more effectively. Material and men could swiftly be sent across the front lines wherever and whenever they were required, and this would significantly improve the potential speed and effectiveness of Vraksian counterattacks. The inner defensive line, being some of the oldest defenses on Vraks, also boasted notably stronger defenses than the other 2, and seemingly did not have any weak points. It was a heavily defended zone of up to 8 kilometers deep, filled to the brim with concrete bunkers and reinforced trench lines. And unlike the other lines, it could also count upon the support of the Citadel's laser defense silos. Although these lasers' primary purpose was to target ships in lower orbit, these particular stations could be turned to face horizontally and serve as long-range artillery against ground targets. Their devastating firepower was not something to be ignored, and so it was likely the Death Corps would focus fire on them first. But these guns had been designed to withstand bombardment from orbit, so it was unlikely that any ground-based artillery would easily be able to take them out. Not only that, but his once relatively inexperienced Vraksian militia were now all veterans of a 10-year-long war. Many had been on the receiving end of countless Death Corps artillery bombardments, bayonet charges, and armored assaults, and yet they had survived. The relentless pounding they had suffered at the hands of the Death Corps had hardened them into grizzled and ruthless veterans. It had been inevitable that they learned, and even adopted, some of their enemy's tactics, and these were being used to good effect in the endless counterattacks they had been ordered to perform. They would never truly match the Death Corps' battle doctrine and siege experience, but the Vraksian forces had become a fighting force capable of performing complicated combined arms tactics that rivaled the skills of many of the Imperium's Imperial Guard regiments. And above all, Vraks' munitions and weapons stockpiles were still plentiful enough to supply these troops for many years to come. Their morale remained high because in their eyes, they fought for a just cause to defend their planet against an invader. Zafin estimated that with these odds, the inner defensive line could hold out at least several more years, perhaps even decades. Who knew what would happen in such a time frame? If the 88th Siege Army expected that this pathetic excuse of a bombardment against the Citadel would make the Vraksians consider surrender, they were severely mistaken. Meanwhile, the psychic beacon conjured up by Lord Arkos and his Alpha Legion sorcerers radiated strongly from Vraks into the warp. And fortunately for the defenders, it had been received loud and clear by the entities within the Eye of Terror. For the followers of the ruinous powers, it was understood that such a powerful beacon could only have been sustained with the direct endorsement and blessing of their dark gods. This was clearly a promise of slaughter and plunder as had not been witnessed in the Skara sector for a long time. The followers of Chaos would not willingly let such an opportunity pass by, especially a frontier so close to their base of operations. And so a numerous and eager collection of traitors, renegades, pirates, mutants, and other warp monstrosities assembled within the Eye of Terror. Although Chaos followers aren't known for either their cooperation or caution, if they wished to reach Vraks in safety, they would have to work together. All known straits around the Eye of Terror are guarded by formidable Imperial Navy patrols to keep the forces of Chaos from venturing out. A single Chaos ship going out alone was frankly a suicide mission, and thus they combined their forces to form a single large armada to begin their perilous voyage towards Vraks. If they made haste, perhaps they would be able to reach the planet before the Imperial Navy could respond with force. And so unbeknownst to the Imperium, more than 20 heavily armed ancient battleships encrusted in unholy runes, some of them from an age even before the Horus Heresy and preserved by dark magic, streamed out of the Eye of Terror with great speed. It wasn't long before one of the Imperium's secret observation posts, Station DM498066, had spotted the unusual activity. The mysterious vessels remained unidentified for now, but according to protocol, the station sent out a warning signal to the High Command of Battlefleet Scaris of a potential Chaos raiding fleet leaving the Eye of Terror. The Imperial Navy sent out several patrol ships to gather further detailed information about this raid, and most importantly, to figure out their destination. But so far the information did not suggest anything out of the ordinary. Chaos raiders frequently tried their luck, venturing outside of the Eye in hopes of catching Imperial transport ships off guard for easy plunder. Usually dispatching a small navy force was enough to intercept and stop these raids. But the Ordo Malleus of the Inquisition was always suspicious of anything that moves near the vicinity of the Eye of Terror, sent out a null ship to investigate. Such a ship was essentially a one-way probe. Crewed by automated servitors and a single blank, it was invisible in the warp, and thus untraceable for the Chaos forces. It would be able to come much closer than any other patrol ship without being detected, and with its powerful augers, it could scan the Armada in great detail. Once it had approached close enough, the scanners were activated and identified the enemy's forces. The Inquisition's worries had been confirmed. It was indeed a large Chaos fleet. Many of the Chaos vessels were at least cruiser size or larger. Since its initial discovery by the observation post, it had managed to rendezvous with even more raiding ships. So far, up to 30 individual vessels had been identified. Such a large enemy presence had not been witnessed for some time in this region of space, and thus it seemed that the sector would have a big problem on their hands. Several Imperial Navy cruiser groups were put on high alert and made ready in anticipation to intercept this worrisome Chaos Armada. In order to bring enough firepower to challenge and ultimately destroy the vast amount of Chaos ships, even the mighty Emperor-class battleship Constantine Valdor was ordered to mobilize and prepare itself for major action. But now, the multiple data points about the Chaos fleet had been collected and analyzed. Its heading was calculated, and the estimations seemed to confirm that the enemy was heading straight for Vraks with great speed. To prepare a navy force formidable enough to challenge such a large raid would take a lot of time. This was time that did not have, since Vraks was one of the planets on the outskirts of the Scarus sector. As it were, Battlefleet Scarus was frankly caught with its pants down. Despite their best efforts, it would remain to be seen if they could intercept the enemy forces before they reached their destination. Back on Vraks, the remaining ships holding the blockade around the planet were informed of the frenetic activity of Battlefleet Scarus. Admiral Raziak had received orders to stand ready against the threat of Chaos Raiders in the sector. Unfortunately, over the 10-year-long siege, Raziak's forces had been deemed superfluous in the otherwise quiet sector. His fleet and crew had been reduced to the absolute minimum in order to supply material and men to more demanding sectors. All the vessels available to him now was a single escort squadron of 3 sword-class frigates, 3 defense monitor stations, and of course his own flagship, a Luna-class cruiser named the Lord Bellerophon. All of these ships would be able to stand their ground in terms of firepower, but they had been stripped of men and operated on skeleton crews. Their constant escort duties had also worn the ships down, and they were in need of maintenance. Of course, in hindsight, reducing Raziak's available forces had been a grave mistake, but this would not help him now that the enemy was well on their way. Although Battlefleet Scarus High Command was well aware that Raziak's force was not at all prepared for this in the slightest, he was ordered to mount a defense of Vraks nonetheless. In order not to panic the Admiral and his crew, Scarus High Command had not informed him that the Chaos Raid might potentially consist of more than 30 ships. But Admiral Raziak wasn't born yesterday. He had spent his entire career in the Navy, and he knew that if the entirety of Battlefleet Scarus was put on high alert, something serious must be going on. He immediately sent out his 3 sword-class frigates to scout the outskirts of the Vraksian system, with strict orders to avoid engaging the enemy and to return upon contact with the main enemy force. The lack of crew was a large problem, as it would mean not all cannons would be operational during combat, and he would need all the firepower he could get. To solve this problem, he sent transport ships to the surface of Vraks to recruit manpower from the Manufactorum's labor corps. This would obviously hinder the 88th Siege Army logistics, but that would be a small price to pay if Raziak could keep the forces of Chaos from landing on Vraks. Right now, the Imperial Navy's need took precedence over the Departamento Munitorum's. And so these laborers were enrolled as low-skilled personnel on the ship, helping to alleviate the worst of the manpower shortages on board. Alongside the search for extra personnel, Raziak checked all the available freighters in orbit around Vraks and inspected their combat capabilities. Although these ships were not designed for battle, it was not unlikely for a freighter to have at least some weapons on board for its own protection. Admiral Raziak was in luck. A massive bulk freighter called Isra Mors had finished unloading its cargo and could be requisitioned into service immediately. It carried enough guns to fend off pirates and potentially even raiders. 2 other freighters, although smaller in size, were considered sufficiently armed enough as well. He sent over some of his experienced command personnel to get these ships battle-ready to serve in his defense fleet, should their assistance be required. He also ordered 3 other freighters to be stripped of weapons and personnel to supplement the other ships. He would have other plans for these now mostly empty vessels. He loaded them with anything explosive or flammable, turning each of them into huge bombs. Their cargo holds were packed, ready to explode, and their plasma reactor cores prepared to overdrive. These last 3 ships combined would serve as a squadron of fire ships that could ram the enemy and take them down in a huge explosion. Such a risky maneuver was not likely to succeed, but should it prove successful, a single fire ship could take down a vessel many times larger and more powerful than itself. The few remaining crew members required to steer the ship into the enemy were ordered to evacuate at the last moment, but everyone understood their chances of survival would be extremely slim. Finally, he ordered the 3 remaining defense monitors in the system to join the battle line. These battle stations had quite formidable firepower, but were extremely slow-moving. They would slow the Admiral's fleet down to a crawl, but their guns and strong defenses were desperately required. All in all, he had assembled a ragtag group of 13 ships under his command. His preparations had barely finished before he received a signal from one of the scouting sword-class frigates. 3 Chaos ships had entered the Vraksian system, and their energy signals had confirmed them to be Infidel-class battleships. Raziak knew that this was just a probe for the larger enemy fleet, just some Chaos scouts testing his defenses and gathering information. The Infidels did little more than skirt the battle line and did not risk coming into the range of the Lord Bellerophon's guns. But now they had observed Admiral Raziak's strength, or rather the lack of it, and finally left the system without firing a single shot. Before long, 14 Chaos ships bypassed the outer asteroid field and entered the Vraks system with full speed. As ordered, the sword-class frigates returned to the battle line, barely managing to outpace the incoming attackers. These fast, traitorous vessels had split off from the main Chaos Armada in order to arrive at Vraks sooner. Whether the rest would follow later, remain outside the system, or hide in the asteroid belt, the Imperial Navy simply did not know. But although this wasn't the entire Chaos fleet, it would still outnumber and outgun Raziak's fleet considerably. Raziak broadcasted a final message of encouragement to the ships under his command. You are expected at all times to conduct yourself in a manner appropriate to the great duties and traditions of the Emperor's most glorious and honorable navy. Our orders demand nothing else. Look only to your duties, gentlemen. And with those words, their engines fired up all thrusters and his battle line came into motion. They would approach their enemy in a single line in an attempt to split up the enemy's formation. This would allow Raziak and his fleet to use all their available guns and inflict as much damage as possible on the approaching enemy. It would also spare his freighters and fire ships in the rear the brunt of the attack, and keep them operational for as long as possible. However, this formation would expose his ships to a lot of enemy guns from both sides. The Lord Bellerophon had the best void shields, and going up front he could hopefully soak up most of the punishment. The Lord Bellerophon sent out a flurry of 6 torpedoes in front of his fleet to force open the enemy formation. The Chaos fleet did in fact start evasive maneuvers and split up into 2 groups, trying to surround the Loyalist fleet from both sides. 3 torpedoes were shot down, 2 of them missed their targets, but 1 had a successful lock onto an enemy destroyer and detonated against its hull in a devastating explosion. The ship was fatally wounded and dropped out of the battle line. First blood went to the Imperium. Although the Admiral was well aware of the pounding he was soon about to receive in return, at least his strategy did seem to go to plan. But then a report came in that the leading heretic flagship was in fact the Anarchy's Heart, a despoiler-class battleship. The very same one that had brought Lord Arcos and his warband to Vraks several years ago. Up until this point, Admiral Raziak had considered his chances of survival slim, but with this new information, he might as well consider himself a dead man walking. The ancient despoiler-class battleship outgunned the Lord Bellerophon considerably. It had enough firepower to challenge the entirety of Raziak's ragtag fleet by itself. They were going to be torn apart. But nonetheless, the Admiral would pursue his strategy and continued its course straight through the middle of the traitors' formation. The two fleets slid past each other in a murderous gun battle. It was a vicious duel and both sides were taking heavy damage. The Anarchy's Heart and its fleet had raked the entirety of Raziek's battle line with broad volleys and lance salvos. The Lord Bellerophon's void shields had protected it against the first blows, but before long it gave out and several of its decks were destroyed. Its communication tower had been blown right off, leaving the Admiral unable to communicate with the rest of his fleet. But their orders had been clear. Follow the Lord Bellerophon through the enemy's gauntlet and inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible. Soon, one of the sword-class frigates was crippled and floated helplessly adrift. Two of the defense monitors, having soaked up a lot of the punishment, were completely destroyed and dead in the void. The two smaller freighters had miraculously remained relatively unscathed, but the Aizramore's plasma reactors had been hit, disabling the large freighter's thrusters and leaving her unable to move forward. But despite the damage, the captain of the Aizramores ordered all remaining power to the gun batteries and continued firing on the enemy. But to Raziek's surprise, two of the enemy's ships at the rear guard had staved off engagement and turned about. With his communications destroyed, the Admiral had no idea that reinforcements had arrived. Battlefleet Scarus had directed the small cruiser group of 5 ships under command of Admiral Mazur and his flagship, the Consul of Thraciae. Unbeknownst to either side, it had arrived shortly after the traitors' fleet crossed the asteroid field. Together they could swing the battle in the Imperium's favor. The first to detect them had been the rearmost Chaos cruisers, and they had taken immediate action to intercept. Mazur's task was to cut off the enemy's approach and prevent a planetary landing. Mazur and Raziek had been long-standing rivals within the Imperial Navy, and Mazur didn't feel much for coming to the other Admiral's rescue. Instead, he steered his flagship straight for the Anarchy's Heart while his escorts took care of the incoming Chaos ships. But if he planned to stop the enemy from disembarking, he unfortunately arrived too late. The Anarchy's Heart and several other traitor ships were already preparing themselves to enter Vraks' lower orbit to deliver their reinforcements onto the planet. The 3 fire ships saw their opportunity to strike. They moved full speed into the Chaos vessels entering Vraks' orbit. It was a brave gamble, but coming under heavy fire, 2 of them never made it to their targets and exploded harmlessly into space. The third, however, rammed a large Chaos transport called the Acheron's Bane and dealt a crippling blow. Already caught in Vraks' gravity, the ship had no possibility of escape and was being pulled further into orbit. It burned through the atmosphere, about to crash land onto the planet. But by some miracle during its descent, it managed to steer itself somewhat upright, and although it impacted with the planet's surface, some of its heretical crew and cargo would survive the crash. Meanwhile, the Anarchy's Heart already sent hundreds of Dreadclaw drop pods and landing craft down to Vraks, carrying many warbands of Chaos Space Marines to the war below. Mazur realized he was too late. But he still raced onwards in the hope of destroying the mighty Chaos battleship. Behind him, his battle group traded blows with the Chaos fleet, taking heavy damage in the process. 2 of his escorts had already been destroyed. Receiving no response from his requests to Admiral Raziek, but instead seeing the remaining ships of his ally leave the system, Mazur ordered his own battle group to disengage and retreat. It appeared to him that Raziek had abandoned him, so he made sure his own retreating battle group would bring a report to the Navy's Council on Cypramundi about his allies' betrayal. In reality, however, Admiral Raziek had little choice. His own ships had taken crippling damage, and the Lord Bellerophon completely lost its ability to communicate. Even if he wanted to, he could not have ordered a rendezvous to re-engage the Chaos fleet. Now Admiral Mazur single-handedly attempted to assault and ram the enemy battleship, but he wouldn't come far. Being about the only Imperial vessel still in the fight, the Chaos vessels focused their fire on it and tore it asunder. The battle had turned the immediate space around Vraks into a graveyard of burnt-out hulks. All Imperial ships had been either damaged or destroyed outright, and the abandoned Aizramores was in the process of being captured and added to the Chaos fleet. The Chaos forces had lost the crash-landed transport Acheron's Bane and 4 raiding ships, but had seized complete control of the Vraxian system, and were now free to unload their unholy troops and cargo onto the planet. The formidable Chaos Armada had been drawn to Lord Arcos' psychic beacon on Vraks, and with great haste they had successfully evaded an Imperial Navy interception. Now warbands of Cornate Berserkers, the Alpha Legion, and Iron Warriors were amongst the first to make planetfall and assault the Death Corps forces, and many more drop pods and transports would soon follow, continuing to rain down onto the surface below. The 88th Siege Army, through no fault of their own, was in grave danger. The hard-earned victories that had brought them so close to the Vraxian citadel were about to be overturned. Upon the ravaged surface of Vraks, the 88th Imperial Siege Army finally found themselves replenished enough to continue their assault against the inner Vraxian defensive line. Their artillery had already begun the task of softening up the enemy defenses with their bombardments. During Lord Commander Julka's big push against the second defensive line, they had endured crippling losses and exhausted the majority of their equipment. Although they had eventually managed to achieve a successful breakthrough, the astronomical cost of the offensive left many wondering if it had been worthwhile. Over time, they had managed to regain much of their original forces, but the new influx of troops were predominantly fresh recruits. The millions of veteran Death Corps soldiers, whose corpses were now strewn across the Van Meersland wastes, would be difficult to replace. At the start of the siege more than 10 years ago, they had predicted it to be bloody, but at least expected it to be a manageable affair. The nature of the siege seemed perfectly suited for a traditional commander like Julka. The steadfast Death Corps of Krieg had been selected as the ideal military force to methodically crush the enemy's vast amount of static defenses into dust. But over the last couple of years, this illusion had been completely shattered. So far, the battle for Vraks had been far from predictable. Defying all expectations, the ragtag army of defenders had valiantly faced the Imperial onslaught on every front, and even managed several large-scale counterattacks. And even by the Death Corps standards, they had caused the 88th Siege Army to suffer a horrifically high death toll. Several Space Marines chapters had made an appearance on Vraks as well, causing nothing but trouble and further complications. And due to the immense drain of manpower, the Departamento Munitorum was considering sending less and less reinforcements into the meat grinder that Vraks had turned into. Lord Commander Julka had tried everything he could to continue the siege and save his career. He had exercised all of the standard siege doctrines he had studied during his time in the military academy. He had even leveraged his influential relationships to receive more reinforcements and weapons. Although this had helped him to eventually achieve a breakthrough of the second defensive line, ultimately it had not been enough to completely crush the Vraxian resistance. And so, despite their best efforts, they were several years behind their original schedule. While the reinforcements were slowly trickling in, the 88th Siege Army did not sit idly by. They had spent the time digging deep trench networks and constructing bunker complexes in front of the Vraxian lines in order to prepare for the next phase of the siege. As comfortable as these new trenches were, sooner or later the troops would have to climb their ladders and move out into no man's land again. Seeing as High Command could no longer afford their usual tactic of frontal human wave attacks, they had spent a significant amount of effort on mapping the enemy fortifications, hoping to gain a tactical advantage. But whenever new reconnaissance reports of the terrain came in, the situation looked even worse than before. On paper, the inner defensive line had appeared similar to the other two, but in reality, over the duration of the siege, the defenders had turned the area into a thick defensive kill zone of up to 20 kilometers deep. In some places, it even covered the entire distance all the way up to the citadel itself. This much stronger and better equipped final defensive zone would prove vastly more difficult to break than anything they had faced before. Even by a conservative estimation, it would take at least another decade and the lives of several million more guardsmen to achieve a real breakthrough. Even Lord Commander Julka, who had his headquarters comfortably stationed far away on Thracian Primaris, had to admit that the situation on Vraks, as well as the future of his military career, looked very grim indeed. Little did he nor the troops in the trenches realize that all of it was about to go from bad to worse. The high sulfuric density in Vraks' atmosphere regularly resulted in heavy thunderstorms. The weather forecasts for the planned assault on Sector 55-47 against a bunker complex on Mortuary Ridge did not look promising. But despite the predictions for heavy rain, Captain Fyodor and his men of the 468th Regiment were ordered to start their offensive regardless. Due to the unfortunate terrain, their current front line was quite vulnerable. But if they attacked now with the help of the artillery, they might just be able to move the front lines forward and improve their position before the cloud break happened. And if they could manage to at least capture Fort C585, they would have a well-defensible stronghold to stand their ground against the inevitable counterattacks. The sticky mud that would result from the rainstorm would hopefully make it difficult for the Vraksians to organize an effective assault to recapture the fort. The relatively newly arrived 46th Line Corps had of course also been part of Julka's monumental big push, but their fresh regiments still had something to prove. As modest as the anticipated gains for the assault against Mortuary Ridge would be, it would at least be something. They were eager to prove their combat prowess. Rain or no rain, they would push on. And so as the artillery opened up their barrage, 5 companies under Captain Fyodor's leadership, accompanied by several Macarius heavy tanks and Lehman Russes, moved out of their trenches. Over a 4-kilometer wide front, they made their way up the steep slopes of the ridge. Although the troops managed to get quite close to the enemy bunkers all along the line, the attacks started to bog down under heavy fire. Many of their tanks had in fact already been immobilized by anti-tank mines. Unable to move forward, they simply continued to fire their turrets into the bunkers, until well-aimed Vraksian artillery strikes would bring an end to them. But one of the Macarius heavy tanks managed to get through unscathed and now spearheaded the attack on Fort C585. Supported by infantry, it finally got to the top of the ridge, where its heavy weapons caused havoc amongst the defenders. With well-aimed grenades and lasgun fire, the troops started to methodically clear out the defenders. The Vraksians realized their position was about to be overrun, so they called up their reserve infantry from the rear of their line. A large wave of Vraksian militia infantry rushed over the terrain up to the front line. As the counterattack charged into the battle, it turned into a bloody melee. Shovels, axes, sabers, and bayonets hacked and sliced at each other in a brutal hand-to-hand combat. But through their discipline and unwavering resolve, the Death Corps weathered the frenzied mob of militia forces, and even managed to regain the upper hand in the fighting. They had come close to their objective of capturing Fort C585. Now was the time for Captain Fyodor to call in his own reserve companies and decisively win the battle. Back from their own lines, 2 companies fixed bayonets and got out of their trenches. A grey mass of greatcoats and sharp steel stormed their way up the ridge. This tidal wave of fresh Death Corps soldiers relentlessly bore down upon the Vraksians' counterattack. The onslaught of their advance was overwhelming and swiftly broke the enemy's morale. Regarding the Vraksians, whoever managed to survive the bayonet charge fled back in panic towards their own rear lines. The captain and his men quickly cleared out the few remaining defenders in the bunkers with grenades and flamethrowers. During the last moments of the battle, Fyodor was wounded as a bullet struck his lower arm, but that was but a small price to pay for the glory that was now his. The 468th Regiment had managed their objective. The capture of Fort C585 had not come a moment too soon. The darkened clouds broke and a heavy rainstorm poured down on the troops. The slopes of Mortuary Ridge turned into slippery, muddy torrents, with next to no grip. In their hasty retreat, many Vraksians were swept off their feet or even got stuck in the sludge. As the extreme weather prevented the Death Corps from pursuing their foes, they simply raised their lasguns and picked off the stragglers who had not managed to escape through the mud in time. The weather had made any attacks on the steep slopes practically impossible. Unsuccessful assaults further along the line were ordered to halt their advance and make their way to Fort C585 instead. Here, they would regroup and hunker down in order to prepare themselves for the Vraksian counterattack that would certainly come once the weather had calmed down. But before they had time to recover from the battle, to their surprise, a devastating orbital bombardment began. They had not been informed that while the attack on Mortuary Ridge was taking place, the Chaos Armada had successfully defeated the Imperial Navy above Vraks. The 88th Siege Army had no weapons to fend off the enemy ships in lower orbit, and so the traitorous fleet had free rein to turn their weapons towards the surface to deliver their payloads. From a distance, Captain Fodor and his men witnessed the orbital bombardment target the trench lines where their own assault had begun earlier that day. The Chaos battleships' lance battery salvos plowed the surface and blasted scorched craters where the rock turned to blackened glass from the extreme heat. Their macro cannons pulverized entire dugouts and bunkers with a single hit. Even on the Mortuary Ridge, they could feel the blast waves of the distant bombardment. But that was not all, because when the bombardment lifted, hundreds of Dreadclaw drop pods made their way down towards the surface. With little in the way of anti-air defenses, there was nothing that could be done to stop them. Filled to the brim with bloodthirsty Astartes, they landed with great impact amongst the Death Corps trenches. Among them were warbands of Skull-Takers, World-Eaters, and Berserkers of Scalathrax. Once deployed, the Chaos Space Marines rampaged through the lines, slaughtering any unfortunate guardsmen they could get their hands on. It wasn't long before the traitors realized most of the Death Corps soldiers were in fact not in their trenches, but stationed on the ridgeline, and so a second wave of Dreadclaw drop pods were launched and rained down directly on Fort C585. With great impacts, the drop pods crashed into the soil, disembarking their cargo of frenzied traitor legionaries. The hatches of the few remaining tanks were ripped open by powered armored hands, pulling out the screaming crew and slaughtering them one by one. Fodor's troops hunkered down inside the captured bunkers and aimed their Maltha weapons at the reinforced doors. The first enemies who barged inside were greeted by a vaporizing blast wave to the face that instantly stopped the heretical superhuman in their tracks. But despite killing several of them, the Death Corps didn't stand a chance against the traitorous onslaught. The enraged Astartes continued to rush inside from all directions, barely inconvenienced by the shots of lasgun fire aimed at them. In the narrow confines of the bunkers, there was nowhere to run or hide from the roaring chain axes of the berserkers, and soon the floors of the bunkers were soaked with Imperial blood. Captain Fodor met his end when he was decapitated. His severed head was added to the pile of corpses as the Chaos Marines went looking for more victims of their carnage. With rampaging Chaos Marines behind and within their lines, the forces of the 88th Siege Army were in total disorder. There was no way to keep track of the fast-moving elite enemy forces. It seemed as if they had simply appeared wherever and whenever they pleased. They would strike at the front lines, then target an ammunition depot or an artillery position in the rear. Next, a bunker in the communication trenches would get wiped out, cutting their communications. Most of their weapons were unable to penetrate the power armor. Only the scarce heavy weapon teams had any chance of taking them down, but these proved difficult to deploy in the utter turmoil. The only respite that the 88th Siege Army could enjoy was that the traitor Astartes had little intention of capturing and holding any ground. The individual warbands seemed more interested in outcompeting each other in terms of havoc and slaughter, in order to gain the favor of their dark gods. And so when a frenzied warband had rampaged through an area, what was left of the Imperial troops could once again regroup and attempt to secure the area. Encouraged by these unholy reinforcements, the Vraksians tried their luck against the Death Corps trenches as well. In a lot of places the extensive digging would now pay off, and the 88th Siege Army was able to fend off the attacks. While in others, especially areas where the traitor Marines had struck the hardest, they were simply too undermanned to stop the advancing enemy. What had once been a continuous surrounding trench network around the inner defensive line had now been turned into large pockets of resistance. But that was not all. With the Imperial Navy routed from the system by the Chaos Armada, their supply lines from space were cut off. For now, the initial landing zones on the Saratama Plains were still plenty stockpiled, but if nothing was done to re-establish naval control over the system, they would eventually run out of supplies. The Death Corps are unwavering combatants willing to fight to the last man, but even they require weapons and ammunition. High Command would have to work overtime if they were to have any hope of salvaging the extremely dire situation. But it was clear that Julka was not the man for this job. News of the impending failure reached Lord Commander Militant of Segmentum Obscurus, who started an investigation to figure out how it was possible that despite the vast amount of Imperial troops sent to Vraks, the siege had still gone so horribly wrong. If Julka were to be found lacking in his duties as commander, he would be punished for these failures. But mere disciplinary action against High Command would do little for the Death Corps soldiers facing annihilation on the battlefield right now. Although a new commander for the 88th Siege Army would have to be found in due time, something more would have to be done right now in order to avert a complete disaster. As much as had already been invested into the siege, and as completely hopeless as the endless meat grinder appeared, they couldn't abandon an entire army to a fate of guaranteed defeat. But before help would be able to arrive, the Death Corps would be on their own to face an even bigger threat. Reports came in that Aaron's Bane had survived its crash landing on the planet and was disembarking its troops onto the Chalea Plateau. The vast majority of its cargo had been damaged or killed in the impact, but what had remained was still a considerable force to be reckoned with. Not least because several titans of Legio Vulcanum had successfully managed to disembark the wreckage and now prepared to walk onto the front lines. The traitor legions and a huge ragtag band of renegades composed of both vehicles and a large mob of infantry on foot had 160 kilometers of terrain to cover before they would be able to join the battle. But their lust for battle after their long voyage from the Eye of Terror towards Vraks drove them forward with great haste. Meanwhile, the 88th Siege Army was scrambling to properly organize defensive maneuvers. Through their magnoculars, local command units could already observe the faint glimmer of enemy titans visible on the horizon. The Horde had already bypassed the Mora Gorge and advanced straight towards the rear of the Death Corps lines. It would be up to the 101st Siege Regiment and the tanks of the 11th Assault Corps to deal with the Chaos Horde. If they could delay the onslaught, the rest of the 1st Line Corps would have a chance to rendezvous with the 30th Line Corps to their west and escape the potential encirclement. If they failed to stop the approach, a large part of the 88th Siege Army would be trapped, with their backs towards a deep ravine called the Denrus Trench. With everything that had already gone wrong thus far, such a catastrophic loss could not be allowed to happen. A large part of the Chaos Infantry halted near the abandoned 2nd defensive line to rest after their long march, but the God Machines and mechanized troops continued their tireless advance across the wasteland, eager to deliver battle. Determined to intercept their enemy and buy time for the rest of the army to get out, their Macarius and Lehman Russ tanks rolled forward. The brave crews of the 11th Assault Corps prepared for a suicidal engagement against the Titans of Legio Vulcanum. In a fierce void battle, the Chaos Fleet had all but broken the Imperial blockade and routed the remaining Loyalist navy above Vraks. During the battle, however, a large Chaos transport called the Acheron's Bane had been fatally struck by one of Admiral Raziak's fire ships and crash-landed onto the planet. Aboard, it had carried the titans of the traitorous Legio Vulcanum. Unfortunately for the 88th Siege Army, a large number of these god machines had managed to survive the crash, and their remnants had soon disembarked and assembled onto the Chalea Plateau, ready to march onto the Death Corps rear lines. After a long march accompanied by a mob of vehicles and infantry, they had finally arrived at the front lines, and their corrupted machine spirits were eager to deliver battle. If nothing was done to halt this enemy advance, the 30th and 1st Line Corps would be outflanked and destroyed. The task of delaying the traitors and giving the rest of the Imperial army the time to reposition themselves and prepare defenses had been assigned to the tanks of the 11th Assault Corps. They knew their mission was suicidal. Few, if any, tank crews had faced Titans and lived to tell the tale, but the brave soldiers of the Death Corps prepared themselves to face the onslaught nonetheless. Outnumbered and outgunned, they drove forward, determined to bring righteous fury to the foes of the almighty God Emperor. The tracks of the many tanks and artillery created large clouds of dust as both the traitors and the loyalists' tank columns drove over the desolate wastelands towards one another. In the distance, the massive lumbering silhouettes of the Chaos monstrosities were already visible. Commanders looking through their magnoculars recognized the shapes of Warhound and Reaver-class Titans steadily marching their way. Despite the Warhound being considered a Scout-class Titan, it is still an immensely powerful war machine, standing over 17 meters tall, and its formidable weapons are more than capable of destroying heavily armored vehicles with frightening ease. On one arm, the standard armament would either be multiple lasers or a mega bolter, and on the other, usually some type of heavier anti-Titan or anti-armor weapon, like the plasma blast gun. But considering the forces of Chaos and their lack of uniformity, nobody could truly predict what armaments it would wield. Its relative high speed makes it a fearsome foe that will move in packs to mercilessly hunt down its prey. The presence of even this smallest type of Titan was more than enough to completely overthrow the balance of power on Vraks into the traitor's favor. But that was not all that had arrived from the crash. The Reaver-class Titan is an ancient battle machine. Classified as a medium-sized Titan, it wields even more devastating weaponry than the Warhound, and is far more difficult to destroy due to it having more void shield generators. It usually carries at least one long-ranged weapon that allows it to fire at an extreme range to destroy enemy armor, but up close, it carries an even more devastating amount of firepower. Although Reavers are not nearly as big as some of the larger Titans, these relics from a bygone technical age are able to destroy almost anything standing in their paths. Although their relatively exposed generators on the back make them vulnerable to outflanking, their strong frontal armor plates and mid to long-range weapons make them incredibly suited for the large, open battlefields on Vraks. By now, the Death Corps troops were fully aware of the near-impossible odds they were matched up against. Leman Russes and Baneblades wield capable weapons in their own right. These tanks had already brought them many victories on Vraks. But against these massive god machines, they would definitely struggle to hold their own, if not outright lose immediately. But the Death Corps' relentless orchestration of warfare is not known for doing anything with half measures. The 88th Siege Army had brought an overcompensating amount of different weapon types to the siege. Despite the initial displeasure of the Manufactorum at what had initially appeared to be such an indifferent misassignment of specialized material, now they were more than happy to know that amongst the mechanized ranks moving forward to battle the Titans rode several Shadow Swords. The Shadow Sword battle tank, armed with its forward-facing volcano cannon, is a notorious Titan killer. It is nearly identical to the super heavy Baneblade, but its armament is specialized to disable Titans in a single blow. The volcano cannon is amongst the Imperium's most powerful laser weapons, able to overpower void shields and turn even the thickest armor into molten slag. Granted, the tank is fairly slow, difficult to aim, and has a very low rate of fire. On top of that, not every shot is guaranteed to penetrate a Titan's void shield. But when it does manage to penetrate, the damage is devastating. For as mighty as Titans are, most of their protection comes from their ability to generate void shields. Under normal conditions, a Titan will engage in battle for as long as its void shields are operational. When they start failing under heavy sustained fire, it will then retreat, and if the situation allows it to take on a more supporting role within its battle group, at least until the void shields have recovered. But the mere existence of a tank on the battlefield capable of penetrating all of its defenses with a single shot is a severe risk that should not be overlooked. The thought of losing one of their invaluable god machines to something as low-brow as a tank instills a deep fear within the proud Titan crews, and so merely the threat of a few Shadow Swords on the battlefield is sometimes enough to dissuade Titans from engaging at all. But the Titans of Legio Volcanum had not traveled all the way from the Eye of Terror to back down now. Their unholy corruption fueled their lust for battle, as they marched straight towards their enemy without hesitation. And there was something the Imperial forces did not yet realize. The traitor forces had another trick hidden up their sleeves. Out of nowhere, the Imperial troops were suddenly attacked from the air as fighter aircraft strafed their formations. Throughout the war, the Vraxian defenders had not had any aircraft, and with everybody focusing their attention on the oncoming Titans, the attack from above had come as a complete surprise. Even the usually well-prepared Death Corps did not see this one coming. The 11th Assault Corps had not considered bringing any dedicated anti-air weapons to this battle, and so there was little they could do to protect themselves from the sudden aerial attack. Tank turret gunners tried their best to fire their heavy weapons at the enemy flyers, but this did little to stop the fast-moving airplanes from dropping their bombs on the advancing vehicles. Having totally free rein in the skies, the enemy pilots could freely choose their targets, and the disrupting effects on the tank formation was formidable. Fortunately for the Imperial troops, after a while the enemy ran out of ammunition, and the enemy fighters vanished from the battlefield. But the damage was already done. Before the battle had truly begun, several tanks were already destroyed, and the enemy had not lost a single airplane. In the midst of the disorder, it was difficult to tell if any of their desperately required shadow swords had even survived the surprise attack. But if they had not, well, it would simply be too late to turn back now. The Reaver Titans were already in firing range, and started raining down their long-ranged armaments upon the 11th Assault Corps. The Chaos tanks hurried forward past the Titans to get into the battle as well. On both sides, the tank gunners tried to score direct hits against their opponents and disable as many enemy vehicles as they could. The neatly organized tank formations quickly fell apart in the maelstrom of battle. The artillery units halted and made ready to provide supporting fire. The Titans had marched into the range of their heavy cannons, and soon an impressive cannonade rained down on their void shields. The battle-hungry Titans wreaked havoc amongst the tanks, showing little concern for their motorized allies on the ground, and causing damage to both friend and foe. As the mechanized clash commenced, the carnage was tremendous. Soon many black columns of smoke rose from the battlefield as destroyed tanks burnt out. The Shadow Swords had moved into position and opened fire on the Titans. They scored several direct hits against their foes, but the Chaos Titans must have either been protected by dark magic, or the shots simply did not manage to disintegrate the void shields. The Titan Killers had failed to do their job. But their defiant firepower had enraged the Titans. With war horns blaring and daring provocation, the god machines increased the intensity of their carnage. Within moments, the warhounds were already upon the slow-moving Shadow Swords, and they were destroyed before they had been able to take down a single Titan. Meanwhile, to the left and right flanks, more enemy armored vehicles carrying Chaos Space Marines moved in to encircle the Imperial troops. The battle would be over quickly. Without their Shadow Swords and attacks from the flanks, it was only a matter of time before the remaining tanks were also destroyed. By some miracle, a handful of troops managed to escape the massacre and made it back towards their own lines, ready to fight another day. But a large section of the 11th Assault Corps was completely wiped out. Despite their tragic losses, the heroic counterattack had bought enough time for the entirety of the 30th Line Corps to reposition and start digging in their new front line. In their new makeshift trenches, the Death Corps would be able to move their Shadow Swords and artillery pieces in prepared, concealed positions. This strategic advantage would greatly improve their chances of holding their own against the Titans. The 1st Line Corps was a different story, however. With their backs towards the Demi's trench, there had been nowhere to go for them but north to occupy the previously held position of the 30th Line Corps. But the relatively small gap in the terrain had made it difficult to reposition the entire Line Corps swiftly, and so progress of moving the army had been slow. To the horror of the Imperial commanders, the Chaos advance had not been delayed long enough for all regiments to get out of the trap in time. There was a serious risk of the retreating 1st Line Corps being outflanked by the enemy's fast-moving mechanized forces. In order to prevent this disaster from happening, some troops would have to stay behind and hold the rear. The 19th Regiment would be the last one out of the pocket, and thus it was decided that they would instead function as the rear guard. Their orders were to dig themselves in the narrow front and prevent the enemy from capitalizing on the 1st Line Corps' difficult retreat. The 19th Regiment would be cut off from the rest of the army and have nowhere to fall back to. This was, however, still preferable to running the risk of having the flank rolled up by enemy tanks and losing the entire war. With the enemy Titans and war bands of Chaos Space Marines freely roaming the plains, this was of course a suicidal assignment. But if there's one thing we've learned from the Death Corps, it is that no sacrifice is too great. The officers of the 19th Regiment were ready to follow these orders without a second thought, and ordered their troops to hold the line. But it was unlikely that they truly realized what horrors they were about to face. A singled-out regiment was an easy target, and the various Chaos warbands of Nurgle who had arrived on Vraks would not let this opportunity go to waste. The Lords of Decay and the Apostles of Contagion had already gotten their hands on the armory stockpiles on Vraks. Amongst these lay vast amounts of the infamous gas weapon trimethylene thaloxylic tertius, known simply as TP3. TP3 is not just any poison gas. It is a horrible combination of highly acidic and corrosive molecules that create a lethal green cloud. When breathed in, it is fatal, and the horrendous damage to the respiratory system kills its victim within 30 seconds. But wearing a gas mask may not be sufficient because it can melt skin from bone within minutes. In strong enough concentrations, it can even corrode through metal and armor. The reason why it's not commonly used in general warfare and only kept as a weapon of last resort is because it's very difficult to control. Mishandling the substance during deployment can easily cause casualties amongst friendly units. The Chaos Marines did not formally request Cardinal Zaphon for access to this deadly weapon. Instead, they simply plundered the stockpiles and took as much TP3 as they could get their hands on. The other Chaos warbands, like the Cornate Berserkers and Alpha Legionnaires, did not interfere as they were busy with their own agendas. They cared little about the followers of Nurgle were up to, and so they could freely test this deliciously toxic weapon. Although the Nurgle worshippers did not have much experience with this type of gas, they were confident its effects would surely please their unholy master of decay. As the 19th Regiment waited in their trench for the inevitable attack against their lines, the first green clouds rolled towards them. All Krieg guardsmen were trained and equipped to withstand chemical warfare, but it remained to be seen if their gear and training would hold up against the corrosive TP3. As the clouds reached the front lines, it slowly started burning holes into their impregnated trench coats. As it got through the fabric, it started melting their skin, which bubbled up into huge, painful blisters. Despite their suffering, the stoic Death Corps soldiers would hold the line. But where the poisonous clouds were the densest, the TP3 seeped into their respirator boxes and corroded it from the inside out. The filters keeping the deadly fumes out of the gas masks started failing. In many places along the line, guardsmen started choking as their lungs started foaming up blood. The worst afflicted amongst these had their eyes melt right out of their sockets as they turned blind. Soon their skin began to dissolve and putrid flesh dripped away, exposing the white bones underneath. Those who had not died already cried on their knees in agonizing groans of pain, begging for the Emperor's mercy. Before any shots had been fired, several areas in the line had already been completely wiped out. While in some places the Death Corps soldiers had endured, and an organized resistance remained. But even from a distance it was easily observed what carnage this weapon had inflicted amongst the defenders. No other Imperial Guard regiment could withstand the onslaught of such an acidic gas attack so well. The Plague Marines were impressed by the Death Corps' resilience. If only these troops would be willing to accept Grandfather Nurgle's blessings, they would surely make worthy minions. They relished their potent new weapon, but were also eager to witness the beautiful decay from up close. And so, they started the engines of their rusting armored vehicles and slowly drove forward into the green clouds, while methodically firing their heavy bolters at any survivors. Despite the horrid effects the TP3 had inflicted upon their ranks, the remaining resistance put up a valiant fight. But the putrid monstrosities proved difficult to kill, and facing them in close-quarters combat proved too much. Their lasguns barely seemed to hurt these moving corpses. Even an expertly performed bayonet thrust into what would otherwise be considered vital organs did nothing to stop them. Only heavy weapons seemed to have any effect, but after the corroding gas attack, they did not have many of these still operational. They would not be able to hold out for long. As the green clouds started evaporating, a second wave of attackers made up of chaos, cultists, and militia joined the battle as well. The Death Corps soldiers were now getting absolutely slaughtered to the last man. In defiance, several platoon leaders called artillery fire on their own position to take as many enemies with them to their deaths as possible. Earthshaker shells now plowed the ground, destroying anything and anyone caught out in the open. In their final moments, the Death Corps troops knew their incredible suffering and sacrifice had brought them even closer to redemption from the Emperor. With the 19th Regiment completely destroyed, the encirclement of the Vraksian defensive lines was officially broken open, and any final hopes of still finishing the siege within the original time frame was completely smashed. This bad news had already reached Lord Commander Julka, who had seen the writing on the wall. With 2 whole regiments wiped off the map, and the imminent defeat of the entire army, he would of course no longer be allowed to continue commanding the Vraksian campaign. And so he had been busy preparing the safe continuation of his military career elsewhere. Using his political connections, he had already arranged himself a comfy new assignment over the 7,003rd Imperial Guard Army. This army was stationed to fight off the continued Orc attacks led by the great war boss Gazgrim. The Orc leader was known as the Great Despot of Dregruk, and an ally of the infamous Gazgul Mac Uruk Thraka, who had led wars against Armageddon. Fighting the Greenskins was preferable to being sent off to the eastern fringes to combat the ever-increasing Tyranid invasions, as not many troops ever returned from such assignments. And given High Command's failures on Vraks, this would be the fate of many officers. Considering the large number of open fronts against the Orcs, and the bureaucratic nature of such a massive campaign, Julka figured this would allow him time to safely lay low for a while. Once the whole ordeal on Vraks had been forgotten, he would have plenty of opportunity to rise through the ranks once again. But with the Lord Commander gone, a power vacuum formed that needed to be filled. Even though the 88th Siege Army was on the brink of defeat, the battle wasn't over yet, and the army desperately required a new leader. The ecclesiarchy lobbied for a commander from amongst their own ranks. Surely the lack of progress on Vraks had been a result of the lack of religious fervor. They could even provide a certain amount of their own forces in the form of the renowned Sisters of Battle. Not to be overlooked was the fact that their claim was also supported by the Order Hereticus. Their failure to assassinate Cardinal Zaphon had not been forgotten, and so they still had a vested interest in making sure the siege would end with an imperial victory. Their inquisitors would be able to take the role of officers and lead the troops on the ground. But the Departamenta Munitorum wasn't all too fond of their meddling. The 88th Siege Army had been their responsibility for the duration of the entire siege thus far. Handing over command of the entire army to these religious zealots would only cause more problems. Despite the strong ecclesiarchal and inquisitorial lobby, the Munitorum still had a lot of influence. After all, it was their supply lines that kept the war on Vraks going, and if any organization thought they could simply usurp the 88th Siege Army, it would remain to be seen if the allocated supplies and weapons would keep flowing as steadily as before. In the end, the Lord Militant Obscurus assigned the command to Marshal Arnim Kogori. Kogori was known for his devout faith in the Emperor and his long record of victories. It was believed that with his experience and zealous disposition, he would be able to turn around the war on Vraks. His appointment would not be able to satisfy all factions with the Imperium, but then again, when could their conflicting interests ever be pleased? But before the hopeless situation on Vraks could be resolved, the newly assigned Marshal would first have to assemble a relief force capable of stopping the Chaos onslaught. For the first time, the specialized Krieg Engineer regiments would be joining the fighting on Vraks. With them, they would bring even more siege equipment like Hades breaching drills and mole launchers, which the engineers could skillfully deploy to great effect when performing underground warfare. But although more troops from Krieg were always a welcome sight on any battlefield, something more drastic would be required to turn the tide. After all, what could infantry truly hope to do against the overwhelming power of enemy titans? And so, Kogori would also send a request towards Forgeworld Lucius to ask their Titan Legion for assistance. The Titans wreaking havoc on Vraks had been confirmed to be from the notorious Legio Volcanum. These were the very same traitors who during the Horus Heresy had been the first to side with Chaos. These most corrupted of Dark Mechanicum forces could not be permitted to wander around unopposed. And so Legio Estorum answered Grigori's call for reinforcements. Soon, loyalist Titans would be on their way towards Vraks. The siege had reached a critical point, and despite the large amounts of reinforcements Grigori had received, it would take all his skills in planning and strategic brilliance to turn the war around. With this many ships on their way towards Vraks, the 88th Siege Army would at least have a fighting chance. But before the relief force could land on the surface to reinforce the Imperial army on Vraks, another battle would first have to be won. The void around Vraks was still in traitorous hands. Battle Fleet Scarus had not forgotten their disastrous defeat during the first void battle for Vraks. It was unknown what foul chaos trickery would await the fleet's arrival in the system. It has been a full year since the landing of Chaos reinforcements on Vraks. Their arrival had stopped the 88th Siege Army's campaign plans in their tracks and put them on the defensive. The shock of orbital bombardment and drop pod assaults had managed to break communications and split the Imperial Army into large pockets of resistance. The brave soldiers of the Death Corps were fighting tooth and nail to avoid a complete disaster. The 19th Regiment had been wiped out completely during their rearguard action in order to save the rest of the army. But despite their heroic last stand, the front line in the east was on the brink of collapse in the face of enemy titans. By now, a large horde of freshly arrived Chaos Militia infantry had stationed themselves comfortably in the remnants of the abandoned 2nd Defensive Line. The 30th Line Corps had repositioned themselves with newly dug trenches to face them. But the enemy didn't just sit idly by. Whenever their overlords called them into action, a fanatic mob of mutants and renegades stormed over no man's land in suicidal fashion. Although these crude assaults gained little ground, it put extra strain on the already thinly stretched Imperial lines. Traitor Astartes, Titans, and aircraft continuously stalked the wastelands of Vraks at will. They had come to bring slaughter in the name of their dark gods, and slaughter they would deliver. Not a day went by where the soldiers of the 88th Siege Army had any respite. Wherever the 88th Siege Army was caught off guard, the servants of chaos attempted to butcher as many of them as possible, preferably in the most savage ways imaginable. But the portable void shield generators had proven crucial in protecting the 88th Siege Army's most vital infrastructure. Despite the completely one-sided engagements, their logistics were still largely operational. They managed to bring just enough weapons and munitions to the front lines to continue the fight. Of course, their supply lines from space had been cut off by the Chaos Fleet, but their well-stockpiled storage depots, far on the Saratama plains, had proven sufficient for now. Despite the 88th Siege Army's perilous situation, they had not yet broken. After a while, contact between the line corps had been re-established, and they had even managed to plug the front lines with whatever reserves could be spared. Unfortunately, they were still at a risk of being outflanked from the northern side. With the loss of the entire 19th Regiment and the rest of the regiments already spread thin, no infantry could be spared to extend the lines any further. Instead, their tanks and Death Rider forces had been ordered to continuously patrol the northern wastes and prevent the encirclement of the 88th Siege Army. With literally all troops preoccupied with defense, there was simply no way to launch any counteroffensives. Considering the current balance of power on Vraks, the traitors' combined forces could have wiped out the Death Corps within months. But the Chaos reinforcements had come to Vraks with their own agenda. They had proved difficult, if not downright impossible, to cooperate with. Of course, the extra troops had given the initial Vraksian army some long-awaited breathing space, but ironically, the change of events in favor of the defenders had brought division amongst their ranks. The Plague Marines' ruthless plundering of Vraksian stockpiles without permission had been a direct affront against Zaphen's authority. And so far the Titans and large bands of renegade militia had not followed a single order from High Command whatsoever. The blatant insubordination left many formerly unwavering followers of Zaphen disillusioned with their protector Cardinal's authority. It slowly began to dawn on them that these new and strange allies did not have Vraksian victory as their priority after all. Perhaps the Cardinal had made a grave mistake in accepting their aid. Due to the largely non-existent cooperation between the various Chaos forces on Vraks, large-scale assaults against the Death Corps lines had been sporadic at best. Only the truly zealous followers of Zaphon made serious attempts at breaking the Imperial lines. They successfully pushed the 88th Siege Army back here and there, but they could not win this war. But for all his lucky break was worth to them, the soldiers of Krieg were still stuck on Vraks, fighting a hellish war they couldn't possibly hope to win. They had become playthings of marauding Chaos warbands, doomed to be destroyed in an unholy ritual of slaughter. Without reinforcements, sooner or later they would perish. Fortunately for them, such reinforcements were on the way. As far as the Imperium was aware, the void around Vraks was still under traitor control. After the few surviving Imperial ships abandoned the system, they had not been able to gather any new intel on the situation. For all they knew, the entire Chaos Armada could still be stationed around Vraks. Kogori's reinforcement fleet had been making haste. He did not have to rely on his extensive experience as a commander to imagine what the perilous situation on Vraks must be like by now. The new Marshal was determined to save the 88th Siege Army from certain defeat, but before his troops would be able to safely land on the planet, the anticipated Void battle would have to be won. In the aftermath of the previous battle, Admiral Raziak's small fleet had been routed from the system. By a miracle, several ships had managed to survive the onslaught, and their crews would live to fight another day. But after the immense damage they had suffered at the hands of the Anarchy's Heart's overwhelming firepower, they were in dire need of repair and would not be able to assist in the coming naval engagement. Instead, the twin Luna-class cruisers Duke de Wall and General Dahane were to be the leading ships of the new reinforcement convoy. Along with them came a full-strength escort squadron of 8 Sword-class frigates. This was already more than twice the amount of dedicated Navy ships Admiral Raziak had available during the first Void Battle of Vraks. But if it would be enough to break the Chaos Armada would remain to be seen. Legio Astorum Mechanicus transport ships carried as many as 22 Titans toward Vraks. Considering this invaluable cargo under their protection, the escort fleet had not been assigned nearly as much firepower as the anxious Marshal Kogori had hoped for. Perhaps some high-ranking figure within Immunis Storum had been spiteful about Kogori's assignment as commander by the Lord Commander Militant. After all, the Holy Basilica of St. Leonis the Blind was still in traitorous hands, something the Immunis Storum was all too fond of reminding them of. It wouldn't be the first time the Imperial bureaucracy had been sabotaged from within over some political misgivings. Legio Astorum, also known as the Warp Runners, are an astonishingly brazen Titan Legion, willing to take on large risks, but even they would not appreciate having their transports filled to the brim with irreplaceable god machines simply blown up in the void over some petty bureaucratic squabbling. If they would have any hope of turning the disastrous siege around, and potentially even deliver an Imperial victory in good time, these transports would have to be protected at all costs. Although the Krieg Engineer regiments were naturally of a more replaceable nature than the Titans, the new commander's new campaign plans relied heavily on their specialized equipment. If they were to be lost, it would take at least another year before a similar force could be mustered. Frankly speaking, if any bad luck was to befall any of his transports, there was no doubt that Kogori would have to pay dearly for these failures. In preparation for their arrival, Battlefleet Scarus had sent a scouting force towards Vraks. 3 fast Cobra-class destroyers of Ithaca Squadron sailed ahead of the convoy and entered the system, in order to report on the enemy's naval strength. Once they passed the asteroid belt, they activated their powerful auger arrays and started scanning for activity. To their surprise, it appeared that the entire Chaos Armada had left the system, and the only thing that seemed to remain was the wreckage of the previous battle. A graveyard of empty husks, broken ships, and their corresponding debris drifted around. Of course, enemy ships could be hiding within the asteroid belt, ready to spring a trap, but it was doubtful that a significantly large force could remain undetected in such a manner for long. And even if that was the case, the asteroid belt's distance towards Vraks Prime might give Kogori's fleet enough time to adequately respond to a potential ambush. The escort ships could organize a defensive ring and allow the transport ships to successfully finish disembarking their reinforcements on the surface. Safely delivering the troops and material on Vraks was the only thing that mattered. Whatever would be the fate of the fleet after disembarking was frankly of a secondary concern. So while the Cobra-class destroyers kept their vigilance, they gave the rest of the fleet the go-ahead to start entering the system as well. Flagship Duke de Wall led the way, with her sister vessel the General Daihane holding the rearguard of the convoy. As they left the safety of the asteroid field behind, there was still no sign of enemy contact. When they safely passed Vraks Tertius, they optimistically began hoping that the enemy fleet had indeed departed the system for good. It wouldn't be the first time that a Chaos raiding fleet had dispersed and moved on in search of new targets. Their suspicions were correct. After the first void battle of Vraks, the Chaos fleet had indeed broken up. There were many amongst the traitorous fleet who had simply used the large armada as a relatively safe way to depart the Eye of Terror. With the void battle won and their allies successfully disembarked upon the planet, they saw no reason to stay around Vraks, and so moved on towards their own personal objectives. The ships belonging to the Chaos Space Marines had no haste to depart from Vraks. Their warriors were successfully wreaking havoc on the surface below, reveling in the promised slaughter. But with the initially large fleet steadily fragmenting around them, it would be unwise for their valuable ships to wait around and draw the retribution of Battlefleet Scarus upon themselves. Although Vraks was a secluded sector, eventually the Imperial Navy reinforcements would arrive in force. Perhaps they could have stuck around a bit longer to perform a few extra strategic orbital bombardments here and there, but after all, they had not come to Vraks to bring the cardinal victory. They had merely come to bring slaughter, and as far as they were concerned, this plan was already well underway. If their carnage on Vraks was sufficient enough to please their dark gods, surely they would be granted the opportunity to eventually return and pick up their warbands. But for now, their ships left the Vraks sector behind and hurried back towards the safety of the Eye of Terror. But what the Imperial Navy did not realize was that a single Chaos vessel had remained behind. Hidden amongst the wreckage, the Anarchy's heart was patiently lurking for a chance to strike. All of her systems had been powered down to hide its signal. Even if anyone had paid any specific attention to it, on the auger arrays the ship appeared just like any of the many other unidentifiable dead husks among the wreckage. Of course, the Imperium had little knowledge about what enhancements millennia of warp corruption could have on a ship's engines and cloaking capabilities. Neither did they consider it possible to hide a massive ship like the Anarchy's heart to such a degree. They had diligently scanned the sector for any sign, and found absolutely no threat. But perhaps they should not have made the mistake of forgetting they were dealing with the Alpha Legion. And so, as the convoy approached, they were caught by complete surprise when suddenly the Chaos battleship's great plasma reactors roared into life and began moving. The vessel became immediately clearly visible on all auger arrays, and the escort ship sprang into action to counter the threat, but it was too late. The Anarchy's heart was already within firing range, and its first salvos were inescapable. Direct hits immediately caused two of the Sword-class frigates to blow up and vanish into the void. Duke de Wall's void shields were barely able to hold against the repeated laser impacts. A second volley raked her hull and destroyed all her starboard thrusters, leaving it unable to steer effectively. The first transport, loaded with fuel and ammunition, was hit. It miraculously survived the blow, but was now left drifting helplessly into the void, forcing the rest of the convoy to make evasive maneuvers. The Duke de Wall returned fire from its broadside cannons. The convoy was ordered to make full speed toward Vraks, while the Luna-class destroyers would attempt to keep the enemy busy. But the Anarchy's heart now had its eyes on the prize. The easily identifiable Mechanicus transport was by far the most valuable target. If it was up to the Alpha Legion, these titans would never arrive on the planet, and so the Chaos ship moved in for the kill. But the General Daihane speedily arrived from the rearguard and fired a flurry of torpedoes to block the enemy's approach. The Anarchy's heart was extremely sturdy, but sailing straight through a full salvo of torpedoes would likely prove too much for even the ancient despoiler battleship, forcing it to alter its course. This allowed time for the escort ships to interpose themselves in front of the valuable cargo. The courageous action cost them heavy losses as the Anarchy's heart lashed out with all its weapons at anything within range. Two more Sword-class frigates were disabled, but the convoy was steadily getting out of harm's way. Before the Anarchy's heart could move in pursuit of the transports, it would first have to deal with the two Luna-class destroyers. But having relied so much on the element of surprise and the opening salvos, it turned out that the traitors had bitten off more than they could chew. With the Imperial ships on both sides, the Chaos ship was taking quite a beating. All ships involved in the battle were providing as much firepower as their crews could possibly deliver, and something would have to break. Duke de Wall's void shields were now completely failing, and the damage it was taking could not be sustained much longer. Soon, the ship would risk being lost to the void. But her captain refused to retreat, instead continuing to pour fire into its enemy. In the end, it was the Anarchy's Heart who chose to disengage. It was badly damaged and realized the opportunity to catch her prey was lost. Rather than risk destruction, it chose to flee the system. Her engines roared as it transferred all power to its thrusters in order to escape. General Daihane now had to choose between chasing down the enemy and having a chance to potentially destroy the ancient Chaos ship, or save the remaining crew of the Duke de Wall and the other crippled ships. Hundreds of them already lay dead at their guns, or had been thrown out into the void by explosions. Crippled beyond hope of repair, the ships were falling apart. If no help was offered, all of them would surely perish. Despite the unfathomable price of destroying the notorious Anarchy's Heart, the captain of the General Daihane could not stomach leaving the rest of his fleet to their fate, and so gave the order to stop the chase and start a rescue operation. While the surviving crew of the destroyed Imperial ships were being ferried to safety, the Anarchy's Heart sailed into the asteroid's field and escaped. The ambush had caused a considerable toll on the fleet. But despite this setback, most of the supplies and all of the Titans had safely reached Vraks and could now join the war. Soon, many thousands of men and tanks by the hundreds disembarked on the Saratama plains. Weapons, munitions, vehicles, fuel, rations, and all other manner of equipment was being brought down to the surface and immediately sent to the front lines. The new arrivals wasted no time but marched directly into the relentless meat grinder of Vraks in an attempt to turn the siege around. But most importantly, the huge landers of the Mechanicus had made planetfall. Down their huge ramps marched the Titans of Legio Astorum's battle group. 22 Titans in total. Their High Princeps, Rant Droka, was ready to lead them into war. Warhound and Reaver Titans blared their engines for the upcoming triumph as they began their long march over the Saratama plains towards the front lines. The machine spirits were eager to deliver battle to the outnumbered Titans of Legio Volcanum. Once those foul traitors were dealt with, the God Machine's incredible firepower would inevitably break the Vraxians' will to resist. With the assistance of loyalist Titans on Vraks, the 88th Siege Army would be given another opportunity to achieve victory in the name of the Emperor. With a new influx of men and material, the Death Corps would no longer be on the defensive. With supplies and morale restored, the soldiers of Krieg were once again eager to charge over no man's land and deliver cold steel to their enemies. But despite these hopeful events, Marshal Kogori's new campaign plan would still have to prove itself. With the reinforcements' successful arrival, the 88th Siege Army's imminent defeat was staved off, but they would still be a long way ahead of them before they could capture the citadel and bring the renegade Cardinal Zaphon to justice. The Kogori offensive was about to begin. The Imperial Navy was once again in firm control of the space around Vraks. The Sword-class frigates had searched the system to hunt down the damaged Anarchy's Heart, but there was no trace of the ancient Chaos battleship to be found. Convoys of Imperial cargo ships could now safely traverse the sector and deliver a near-endless stream of supplies to the planet. On the surface below, fresh troops and equipment steadily flowed into the front lines. As the newly arrived manpower took their place in the regiments, the 88th Siege Army regained its former fighting spirit. The veteran guardsmen could finally enjoy some well-earned rest, and the horrors of the last 12 months now seemed like a passing fever dream. There were finally enough replacement parts for the worn-out weapons and vehicles to be properly repaired, With the influx of new uniforms, plenty of food, ammunition, building materials, and fuel, the army was in better shape than ever before. For over a year, the Chaos Forces had enjoyed complete air superiority in the skies above Vraks. Although the portable void shield generators had been hugely important in protecting the 88th Siege Army's logistics against bombing raids, there was not much they could do to challenge the enemy harassment from above. But the arrival of extra anti-air defenses now granted the Imperial troops the opportunity to fight back. No longer would the enemy fighters have the luxury of carelessly flying wherever they pleased. Any Vraksian pilot with the temerity to strafe a trench line would henceforth be met by a hail of flak. And that was not all. The Imperial Navy had brought their own aerial troops. Wherever formations of enemy air squadrons dared to venture too far from the citadel, they would be met by Imperial Navy fighter planes deployed from the ships in orbit. The skies above Vraks were now the site of intense dogfights between the pilots of the 717th Navy Fighter Wing and Chaos Hellblades. These were costly engagements for both sides, but due to the Imperium's unwavering commitment, the heretical aircraft were often forced to retreat back to the safety of their own anti-air defense network. All in all, the supply lines of Vraks were running as smooth and uninterrupted as could realistically be expected. The Munitorum Labor Corps was already working hard to construct aircraft landing strips to further increase the 717th Fighter Wing capacity, and over time, it was expected that the Imperium should be able to gain complete air superiority. As soon as the skies were cleared out, the Marauder bombers would be able to perform their bombing campaigns against key targets in the Vraksian defenses. The Titans of Legio Restorum had finished their long march over the Saratama plains, and now waited patiently behind the front lines for the right moment to strike. The Mechanicus forces would remain a separate force under their own command structure, not beholden to the orders of Amam Kogori. High Princeps Rand Droka had her own priorities. She was solely focused on destroying the traitors of Legio Volcanum, but she was willing to work with the Imperial commander and support his campaign plans. After all, the cooperation was of mutual benefit. Having access to the supportive firepower of the disciplined Death Corps artillery gunners in order to suppress the enemy Titan's void shields was an advantage that she did not overlook. For now, the Death Corps engineers would be distributed and attached to the Line Corps in a supporting role. Although Kogori had requested their assistance on Vraks in an offensive capacity, it would take some preparations before they were ready to be deployed in combat. They had come to Vraks with specialized digging equipment, which would allow them to wage an underground war in order to undermine the enemy's front lines and potentially even break into the vast network of Vraksian storage facilities. The digging of trenches in the loose Vraksian soil had been relatively straightforward, but deep underground excavations would be of a more complex nature. With the vast amount of rainstorms on Vraks, flooding and the consequential collapse of tunnels was a significant risk. In order to reach a substratum sturdy enough, the Death Corps engineers would have to dig deep, which would bring a plethora of different challenges. The infrastructure to bring large amounts of men, equipment, oxygen, electricity, and fuel deep underground would have to be built. And so, before this task could begin, they would first have to research the best locations and methods to perform these operations. In order to avoid detection, the mine entrances would have to be positioned far behind the front line, and so it would take time before the tunnels could reach the enemy lines. And so, the engineers diligently and patiently began digging. In the meantime, Kogori would endeavor to reclaim lost ground. The start of his campaign plan relied upon, once again, completely encircling the Vraksian inner defensive line. In order to achieve this, he took note from the plans of his predecessor, Lord Commander Julka. In traditional fashion, Kogori simply ordered the start of another massive bombardment campaign against the enemy defenses. All along the front, the Imperial cannons opened fire, raining down a storm of shells upon the Vraksian trenches. The bombardment would not nearly reach the same heights as during Julka's big push, but the blunt approach should not be underestimated. The bombardment had plenty of effect in its own right, and the Vraksians were not at all too pleased to be on the receiving end of a massive bombardment once again. And so, in an attempt to hinder their foe, the Vraksian artillery gunners responded in kind. But against the combined guns of the 88th Siege Army, the counter-battery fire would have limited effect. The Vraksian defenders in the front lines would have to endure an endless barrage for several days. Kogori was well aware of the Death Corps' reputation for sacrifice. After a year of passivity, the soldiers would be eager to charge, and would not appreciate being held back. The new commander was determined to make a good first impression on the soldiers from Krieg. Once the artillery had done its job, he would order every single infantry regiment to advance over no man's land. So far, it would not appear as if the Marshal possessed any more military finesse than his predecessor. But we should not forget that Amem Kogori was an experienced commander with many successful campaigns under his belt. His additional orders would prove to make all the difference. He had requested Legio Astorum to support the 12th Line Corps assault in Sector 54-46. This show of force would surely draw in a vast amount of enemy armored support units to halt them. Once the Vraksians had committed their tanks to the battle, Kogori would send in his Imperial Navy fighters to wreak havoc on their formations and hopefully pin them down. Supported by tanks, the Titans would then attempt to advance even further into enemy territory and threaten to breach through the enemy lines. But this was actually not to be Kogori's main objective. He suspected that the forward Titan would draw the attention of Legio Vulcanum. The enemy god machines would inevitably march out to meet Legio Astorum in battle and fight for supremacy over the Van Miersland wastes. As tempting as relying on the potential breakthrough may be, Kogori wasn't foolish enough to commit the bulk of his forces right in the maelstrom of a Titan battleground. Instead, he figured that as long as the enemy Titans were kept busy near Sector 54-46, the 30th and 1st Line Corps would be granted the opportunity to advance in the east. With the support of the Assault Corps, they would be able to push the enemy back towards the inner defensive line and complete the planned encirclement. As always, the battle was expected to take a high price for every mile of ground. But with the supply lines restored, the Death Corps once again held the advantage in a long, drawn-out war of attrition. This would be the first time that complex combined arms offenses were about to be performed on Vraks. Infantry, tanks, artillery, aircraft, and Titans would have to work closely together to see this plan succeed. In Sector 54-46, Captain Trian of the 143rd Regiment was ready to charge out of the trenches. He had noticed the mighty god machines of Legio Astorum muster behind his lines, and so he realized this part of the front had been chosen for a special engagement. As the final shells of the bombardment flew overhead and landed in the Vraksian trenches, the order to attack was given. All along the front lines, the Death Corps infantry climbed out of their trenches and marched towards their enemy. The 88th was finally on the offensive again, and the feeling of excitement was in the air. But the glorious moment of the charge wouldn't be enjoyed for long. Soon, the Vraksian guns opened fire into their ranks, and the siege was back to its usual grinding combat. Waves upon waves of infantry were mowed down or got stuck in no man's land. Here and there, groups of soldiers managed to get into the enemy trenches, only to be repelled by counterattacks. For the first few hours, it seemed that the battle was fought in the same old way, with the same old results. But with the assistance of the Titans, on the 12th Line Corps' front, the attack was proceeding well. The god machine's overwhelming firepower crushed bunkers and gun emplacements left and right, smashing a path for Captain Trian and his men to advance. The Vraksians' artillery fire clashed harmlessly into the Titans' void shield generators, and the defenders realized they would need more firepower. As Kogori had expected, the Vraksian heavy tanks were called in for support. From the high ground, the Death Corps commanders observed the terrain through their magnoculars and soon spotted columns of dust on the horizon, thrown up by the tracks of the armored reinforcements. They relayed the coordinates to command of the 717th Navy Fighter Wing, who launched numerous thunderbolts to the skies in order to harass the advancing enemy tanks. As the squadrons moved in for the kill, the anti-air defenses took a heavy toll on them, but the important mission continued regardless. They dropped their bombs strategically, making sure to disable the vehicles in the front and rear of the columns in order to immobilize their formation. Once the formation was brought to a halt, it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Unfortunately, the enemy air force responded quickly, and Hellblades arrived onto the scene much sooner than expected. As the air filled with streams of bullets, many pilots were forced into dogfights in a bid for survival. As the battle continued, the Thunderbolts were taking too many losses and were eventually ordered to turn back. but a lot of the damage had already been done. The enemy armored reinforcement had been stopped dead in their tracks. Before they would be on the move again, roads would have to be cleared. The heretical tank regiments would require time to reorganize, and many vehicles were in need of repairs. The costly mission had been a success. Although many of the reinforcements would eventually continue on their way towards the front, the delays and damage would give the Titans valuable time to continue their advance uncontested. High in the skies, the pilots had been granted a good vision of the Vraksian inner defensive line, and upon returning, they were debriefed for intel. But to the dismay of High Command, the situation was worse than had been anticipated. During the relative inactivity of the previous year, the defenders had found time to continue fortifying the entire area between the inner defensive line and the citadel, and had turned it into a giant kill zone. As if the 7-kilometer deep defensive lines hadn't been enough, now the entire rear area had been integrated into the defenses. The terrain was now completely scattered with trenches, bunkers, and minefields. Even if a breakthrough of the inner defensive line occurred, the Vraksians could continue their resistance as effectively as before. On a strategic level, the distinction between the defensive line and the rear areas had become essentially meaningless. Whereas before most of the 88th Siege Army success had relied upon cracking the defensive lines and rolling up the rear, this would no longer work. The infantry would have to fight for every inch of ground. But as formidable as the defenses may be, they were still no match for Titans. In the face of the Imperial God Machines continuing their rampage in the front lines, Vraksian High Command desperately pleaded with the Legio Volcanum to move in to intercept. As always, communication between Chaos forces had been severely lacking, and the request proved to be unnecessary. As soon they had become aware that Legio Astorum had amassed near Sector 54-46, the traitor Titans had already marched against the Loyalists of their own accord. As soon as they arrived, the Titans clashed and the intensity of the fight increased tenfold. Long-distance lasers flashed over the battlefield. Void shields sparked and flared under the high-energy impacts of the massive weapons. Undeterred by their opponent's display of force, both sides continued marching forward. Soon, the legions were fully engaged with neither side holding anything back. Volcano cannons scorched the earth as it passed over the heads of the ground troops. Volleys of rockets were fired and impacted with devastating results. Any infantry and tanks caught in the crossfire were doomed to perish. Legio Volcanum was slightly outnumbered against the 22 Imperial Titans, which put them at a disadvantage, but the devious traitors had fought side by side with War Master Horus during the heresy, and their renowned legion was not to be underestimated. A Reaver Titan by the name of Invigila Alpha moved forward, firing its Gatling guns, its blazingly hot barrels sending hundreds of rounds against the traitors every few seconds. But during its daring advance, it had carelessly moved out of position. Legio Volcanum would not let this opportunity go to waste, and turned their combined firepower upon the Reaver. Soon its void shields were overloaded by concentrated bursts of several Vulcan megabolters. Before the tech priests and servitors could get them back online, a direct hit by a volcano cannon against its command bridge proved fatal. The superheated blast melted straight through its armor and eliminated its crew. The Titan seized, standing motionless and disabled. Here the husk would remain standing for the remainder of the war, slowly rusting away on the Van Meersland wastes, as a testimony that Legio Volcanum had scored first blood. The Titan battle would continue for several days, the apocalyptic intensity of the clash halting the ground troops from achieving further progress on this part of the front. Meanwhile, with the enemy Titans occupied in the west, the 30th and 1st Line Corps wasted no time with their advance in the east. Tanks had gathered en masse and were ready to roll forward in support of the infantry. The fast-moving vehicles would play a crucial role in securing their northern flank and enveloping the enemy forces. Together, the troops of the 30th Line Corps and Assault Corps would swing around the flank of the 1st Line Corps in their attempt to close the gap around the inner defensive line. Their attack first ran into the entrenched Chaos Militia holding up in the remnants of the 2nd defensive line. These ragtag bands of troops had apparently not spent any time repairing or improving the defenses they were occupying. The bunkers and trenches had been designed to face outwards, and it did not take the Death Corps soldiers long to force them to abandon these positions. The first part of the assault proceeded better than expected. Large groups of renegade militia now moved over the plains in order to escape the Death Corps' advance. The Vraksian defenders, still holding the long-neglected eastern defensive line, could see the writing on the wall. If nothing was done, they would soon find themselves isolated from the rest of their army again. They had held their secluded position for the entirety of the war, patiently waiting for either new orders or the 88th Siege Army to attack their lines. But over the many years, neither had come. With the likelihood of being cut off a second time and missing out on the war, they decided to act on their own accord. And so, after more than a decade of inactivity, the Vraksians finally abandoned the eastern defensive and joined the retreating Chaos Militia troops back towards the inner defensive line, where they could continue the fight. Meanwhile, the 1st Line Corps had a more difficult time. Their part of the plan was being held up by organized Chaos Space Marine warbands. These superhuman warriors would not be pushed back so easily. Despite the 1st Line Corps' best efforts, the traitor Astartes would not budge, and their advance was ground to a halt. The slaughter of the 19th Regiment at the hand of the Nurgle worshippers and the notorious TP-3 gas had not been forgotten. The Death Corps' commanders figured that some corrosive toxins of their own would be the perfect retaliation, and the deployment of poison gas may force the Astartes out of their comfortable positions. Seeing his overall campaign plans thwarted by the Chaos Warbands, Marshal Kogori gave permission to perform a large-scale gas attack on the eastern front. Soon, large streams of poison steadily crawled towards the enemy, once again enveloping the eastern front into a thick, green deadly cloud. Although this new gas would not match the corrosive aspects of the TP-3, the Death Corps made sure to overcompensate and completely soak the area. The density of the gas was so thick that indeed many of the Chaos Warbands figured it was to their best interest to abandon the region. But the gas attack had played right into the Nurgle worshippers' hands. Although the other warbands had been forced to retreat, the Lords of Decay saw little reason to leave. In fact, this had been exactly what they had been waiting for. With the blessing of Father Nurgle, their undead, rotting bodies could withstand these conditions just fine. Steadily, the area was turning into a sludgy, toxic swamp, permanently soaked in a green mist. The 88th Siege Army had unwittingly assisted the Lords of Decay in transforming this area into the perfect base of operation for the followers of Nurgle. The retreating Vraksian and Renegade infantry now found themselves in trouble, caught between the advancing Imperial onslaught to the north and the untraversable Demas Trench to their rear. They had nowhere to go but through the uninviting Nurgle swamplands. Those lucky enough to be equipped with respirator devices strapped on their gas masks had continued their retreat into the thick green mists. The unfortunate bastards who did not have these would have to make do with more improvised solutions, like holding chemically soaked cloths in front of their faces. But eventually, they too would take their chances and began marching into the swamps. Despite their flanks being protected by those unbudgeable Lords of Decay, it would remain to be seen how many of the infantry would safely make it back to the inner defensive line. For now, the assault halted, and the troops prepared for the next stage of the assault. Once the worst of the gas had dissipated, the attack would continue. If anyone had managed to withstand the thick green clouds, they would soon face the combined force of the 1st and 30th Line Corps. Until that time, a gap on the eastern front would remain, preventing the inner defensive line from being completely surrounded. Back on the Van Miersland wastes, the Titan battle was finally reaching its end. After 5 days of back and forth, both sides were running out of ammunition. Their crews were exhausted and in dire need of rest. Legia Volcanum was the first to withdraw from battle, leaving the Imperial troops to claim a Pyrrhic victory. The battle had been costly. 7 Warhounds and 4 Reaver Titans had been destroyed by the traitors. These would eventually have to be replaced and sent in from their Forge World Lucius to bring the battle group back to its original strength. Princeps Randadroka's leading Reaver Titan by the name of Praetorian was still standing. A tally of victims had been added to her honor banner. All in all, it was estimated that a dozen or so Chaos Titans had been destroyed in total, but the battle was not over. Yet more Chaos Titans would have to be hunted down and destroyed before Legio Astorum's task on Vraks was complete. Supported by tanks and infantry, the remaining Titans prepared to continue pushing forward towards the Citadel. The Vraksians expected to halt this advance were in a hopeless situation. During the earlier battle, one of the Imperial Warhounds had been brought down by the combined efforts of several artillery batteries, but this was their only success. Overall, there was not much the defenders could do to harm these god machines, especially now that the Chaos Titans had abandoned the field of battle. Legio Astorum once more aimed their weapons directly against the hunkered-down Vraksian defenders. Upon witnessing the incredible damage wrought upon their fortifications, many Vraksians suffered Titan shock and lost their will to fight. Those who found themselves in a Titan's path of destruction were struck with panic and fled their bunkers and trenches. Together with the Titans, the 12th Line Corps managed to push far into the enemy's defenses, all the way towards the Curtain Wall. Although not nearly as large and well fortified as the defensive lines, the Curtain Wall was a formidable structure in its own right that surrounded the citadel on all sides. Its well-protected reinforced gates would prove difficult to breach even for the Titans. This would be a fight for another day. And so, Princeps Randroka ordered the battle group to halt just outside range of the Curtain Wall's main guns. A large stride had been made towards victory, and the Kogori offensive would be considered a success. But the new commander was well aware that the Titans' unwavering commitment and battle prowess had won him this battle, and it would not be wise to push forward without their support. Before the campaign could continue in earnest, they would need to replenish their munitions and rest. Having done more than could be expected of them, Legio Astorum retreated back to the rear of the line where their Titans would be stationed inside large protected silos to undergo repair and maintenance by the Mechanicus ordnancers. While the army was recovering from the Kogori offensive, the engineers continued digging their tunnels towards their front lines. Their activity had still gone unnoticed by the Vraksian defenders, and an underground network had reached all the way under the inner defensive line. With any luck, they would breach the first Vraksian storage depots. Then the underground war could truly begin. Soon, it would be time for the engineers to prove that Marshal Kogori had been right in bringing their expertise to Vraks. Despite some setbacks, the Kogori offensive had progressed very well. On all fronts, the enemy had been pushed back considerably. The inner defensive line had finally been breached. It must be noted that this important breakthrough had been at least 4 years behind schedule, but High Command considered it to be better late than never. The newly arrived Marshal had undoubtedly proved his strategic superiority over the enemy. The Death Corps troops were confident that under his command, the 88th Siege Army was finally in capable hands. But the Vraksians had never been pushovers. As had been the case so many times before, the defenders had exacted a heavy toll on the attackers. Even under Marshal Kogori's leadership, they had suffered a rate of casualties similar to the bloody offensives that had come before. The big difference, of course, had been the impressive military success this not-so-inconsiderable sacrifice had managed to achieve. And as far as the Death Corps were concerned, this was perfectly acceptable. They were born to fight and die for the Emperor. Any one of them would gladly continue giving their lives, and if this sacrifice was likely to contribute to a victory, then this was for the better. But before a further push against the Vraksian front lines could be organized, the siege regiments would have to rest and regain their strength. This relative lull in the fighting allowed Kogori to focus on another frontier. The war underground was about to be unleashed. This new dimension of the war on Vraks was expected to speed up the final victory. While digging their tunnels, the Krieg engineers had thus far not encountered any resistance from the Vraksians, and so it appeared that the enemy was as of yet unaware that their front lines had been completely undermined. If this was indeed the case, they could break into the enemy's bunkers and armories from below and catch the defenders by surprise. This advantage would allow the engineers to deal a devastating first strike. Such an opportunity would not be allowed to go to waste. And so, it was decided that as long as the enemy remained unaware about these plans, a great amount of logistical effort could be expended to prepare for an overwhelming underground surprise attack. This would not be without some difficulty, however. Although the soft pumice rock surface of Vraks was well suited to digging trenches, the underground excavation was of a more complex nature. This deep under the surface, they would have to be cautious not to mine into underground rivers that flowed out into large canyons. Doing so could have dire consequences for the tunnel network and the miners underground. Right now, most tunnels were only wide enough for 2 engineers to work alongside each other. If they planned to move large amounts of troops and equipment, then they would have to enlarge these tunnels, but this would make them unstable. In order to prevent collapse, they would need to put considerable support structures into place. But that's not all. There was the buildup of groundwater that always needed to be pumped out. There was the lack of oxygen, the heat, the cold, and the prevalence of toxic fumes that needed to be dealt with too. Even after going through all the effort, there were also the many inactive and solidified volcanic cores. These ultra-hard large granite slabs would often prove unmanageable for the digging equipment. Sometimes the unfortunate engineers unexpectedly stumbled into such a solid rock wall. If they could not find a way to navigate around these, that inevitably meant the premature and unfortunate end to their now practically useless tunnel. Considering all these challenges, one might ask, who in his right mind had initially chosen Vraks as a suitable planet for a large underground military supply depot? But the answer to this question does in fact make sense. The volcanic activity on Vraks had long died out as its tectonic plates were extremely stable. This meant that once someone had gone through all the effort of digging and securing their tunnel network, it was essentially guaranteed to endure forever. In fact, the entire citadel was built on top of an inactive volcano. Definitely not something one would risk without the absolute assurance that it wouldn't erupt again later. There had not been a single earthquake since the Imperium first settled on Vraks. They had never registered anything on the scale of Richter up until the preliminary artillery bombardment preceding Lord Zhilka's big push. The Imperium's main guns are not called Earth Shakers for no reason after all. The first big objective of the Krieg engineers was to break into the many Vraksian underground armories. Although some of their locations were present on the outdated maps the Imperium possessed, finding them underground was a different matter. Unaware of the locations of hidden entrances to the surface, the army could be right on top of one without even realizing it. This was in fact exactly the case. The first to be located was Armory 55-46, already far behind the Krieg front lines, but until now undiscovered. It would be Lieutenant Zoltz who first encountered it. The engineer officer led a small scouting squad of hand-picked men. Armed with pickaxes and shotguns, they broke into the Vraksian tunnel network. There was a risk of being discovered, but the information from an investigation could prove valuable. Just in case he hid a demolition charge in the tunnel that could be used to trap defenders and also cover their escape. Scouting around, his team was able to indeed confirm that this was the location of a large-scale armory that was still actively being used. The armory itself was a huge ferrocrete construction, a warren of cavernous warehouses and storerooms, along with barrack facilities for its guards. It was filled to the brim with heavy weapons and munitions. Such a significant stockpile would make a considerable bounty if captured. However, before they could return, their party was discovered by underground logistics personnel. When the Vraksians realized the incursion consisted of only a handful of soldiers, they charged in to kill them. But they had not realized that Lieutenant Zoltz had split up his squad, and so he was able to flank them in a fork in the tunnel. These untrained Vraksians had been easily dealt with, but the sound of the firefight had drawn the attention of more defenders. Before long, militia guards rushed into the tunnel to figure out what had happened. Zoltz ordered his squad to a fighting retreat back to where they first made their entrance into the armory. Unaware of the hidden demolition charge, the Vraksians chased after them blindly, firing their weapons. Despite the wild shots, they managed to kill several retreating engineers. They had made it back to their starting point. When the timing was right, Lieutenant Zoltz detonated the charge and the tunnel collapsed, killing the Vraksians, leaving no witnesses or signs as to what exactly had happened there. It had been a narrow escape, and the squad swiftly made it to the surface to inform High Command that Armory 55-46 had been successfully located. Surely the Vraksians would be suspicious at the sudden collapse of one of their tunnels. Perhaps they would think it had been just an unlucky munitions accident. Nonetheless, the element of surprise of the operation hung in the balance. But the armory was already heavily undermined, and the engineers of the 12th and 46th Line Corps were in position to strike. With all haste, they now dug forward in order to break through into the armory from many places at once. 5 full companies would be dedicated to the task of breaking in and securing the breach. A mass of engineers began marching into the tunnel network. Behind them, more companies of heavily armored grenadiers were ready to exploit the foothold and assist the engineers in their mission. All troops going down below brought enough supplies for a long, isolated engagement. But unbeknownst to Marshal Kagori, the defenders had not remained in the dark about these plans after all. Their experienced Vraksian miners had been long aware of the mining activities. In fact, they were surprised it had taken the 88th Siege Army this long to bring the war underground to begin with. They had already secretly countermined the attackers in order to keep a close eye on them. Their gathered intelligence had made it clear that a large assault would come soon. The incursion into Armory 55-46 had confirmed their suspicions. Although they did not know exactly where the Death Corps would strike first, they had made
careful preparations to launch counterattacks. The enemy's most valuable stockpiles had already been evacuated from the armories. The 88th Siege Army was walking straight into a trap. Using explosive charges to blow into the walls, the Death Corps engineers breached the armory, and in large numbers streamed into the underground galleries. They were met with the expected resistance, but easily pushed the militia forces back. It seemed as if the capture of the armory was going just as planned. This was until they were ambushed by a warband of the Berserkers of Scalatrax. Within the narrow confines of the tunnels, the Berserkers clearly had the upper hand, and they slaughtered the initial waves with relative ease. With the tunnels behind them completely packed with troops, the engineers caught in the close-quarters combat had nowhere to go. They were stuck inside of the armory, and a quick retreat was impossible. Roaring chainswords hacked into their ranks, and a river of blood washed over the floors. With the element of surprise completely lost, the stage had been set for a savage battle beneath Vraks. Deep below ground, where no tanks or artillery could aid either side, the Chaos Space Marines had a field day massacring the surprised and outclassed engineers. Quickly informed of the bad news, above ground Kogori ordered the 150th and the 471st Siege Regiments to immediately launch support attacks in neighboring sectors. Although just diversions, this desperate attempt would hopefully force the enemy to draw troops away from the armory. Meanwhile, the troops below did their best to deal with the Berserkers. Once recovered from the initial shock of the ambush, they managed to reorganize their ranks. With overwhelming numbers and heavy weapons, they eventually pushed the traitor Astartes back. Although the engineers had met with a disastrous start of their assault, they would not turn back now. With renewed vigor, they continued their advance deeper into the armory, but the Berserkers had done their job well. Vraxian infantry had plenty of time to take up defensive positions in every possible corridor and tunnel. From behind their barricades, they would meet the Imperial troops with heavy weapons fire at every turn. The battle for Armory 55-46 would now begin in earnest. Every inch of the tunnels was a killing ground. Every corner was contested, and the armory soon filled up with a literal pile of corpses. Wherever the Vraxians set up their machine gun emplacement, the attackers hailed them with grenades in an attempt to dislodge them, but other gunners would be ready to take their fallen comrades' place. Wherever the Death Corps charged into an area, they were met by the defenders' flamers, the burning hot Prometheum making it all but impossible to advance any further. And wherever they were about to break through regardless, Berserkers would countercharge and push the engineers back. Concerned with the lack of progress, the engineers set melter charges to blast holes in the interior walls. If the enemy had every path firmly under control, the Death Corps would simply create their own corridors by blasting into rooms from unexpected directions. By now, the galleries of the armory were little but ruins. In places, lights had gone out, and several parts had completely collapsed from the violence of explosions. 3 days of fighting for every inch of ground. The Grenadier troops had not fared much better, and the Death Corps' advance was grinding to a halt. All the companies had been ground down to half their original strength. Despite their best attempts, the deadlock could not be broken. By now, the Vraxian miners had commenced their own countermining operations and began blowing up and collapsing the approach tunnels to the armory. Waves of Krieg reinforcements sent down below were buried beneath tons of earth as their tunnels caved in. Eventually, the flow of men and supplies to the battle was reduced to just a single entry. The remaining troops found themselves slowly pushed back. If the last tunnel should be destroyed also, all the troops below would be cut off and face certain annihilation. They could not afford to have their last lifeline severed, and so the attack was called off while there was still a way out. In the narrow, dark tunnels, the Vraxians would not be able to effectively pursue, and so the troops were able to retreat in good order. But the engineers would not admit defeat so easily. They had their plan for retaliation ready. While abandoning the armory, they made sure to securely seal every possible entry, exit, and ventilation shaft. With all troops back on the surface, they repurposed oxygen pipes that led into the tunnels down below. Instead of blowing fresh air, now these pipes would be used to pump large amounts of corrosive gases into the armory. This was the very same poison that had been deployed so generously on the Eastern Front before. In large enough concentrations, it had even proven itself potent enough to drive Astartes to abandon their positions. In the narrow confines of the sealed tunnels, the gas could be pumped under pressure, and the effects would be so much more devastating. Soon, the armory was overflowing with a cloud of green toxins. Although no TP3, it was unlikely that any respirator could protect against such a density of corrosive gases. Panicked defenders fell back, but in the crowded narrow tunnels, many found themselves unable to outrun the gas in time. The gas swiftly enveloped deep throughout the tunnel network. Those caught in the thickest of the cloud immediately fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Like rats on a sinking ship, the troops trampled each other on their way towards an exit. In the face of this green tidal wave, it was every man for himself. Fleeing in full panic, Vraksian troops smashed safety doors and hatches shut behind themselves, imprisoning those who had fallen behind. Those now trapped inside the armory were doomed to certain agonizing deaths. In desperation, many troops barricaded themselves inside bunkers and storage rooms, but even thick steel doors offered no safety from the attack. The fumes would simply blow through every crack and slit imaginable. Throughout Armory 55-46, humans and Astartes alike perished in the cloud of death. It is unknown how far and wide the gas attack had managed to spread, but the carnage underground must have caused significant damage to the underground network, even beyond the armory. Those who made it above ground through exits behind the Krieg lines were slaughtered without mercy. The engineers had their revenge. Failure in Sector 55-46 would not stop the progress of the underground war in other sectors. After the horrendous first underground battle had concluded, many more followed. Although both Vraksian and Death Corps engineers had learned from their previous mistakes, the carnage was barely any less than before. Below Vraks, tunnel warfare was now in full swing, with mining and countermining being a daily occurrence. Although with the assistance of the Titans, the troops above ground had made considerable progress, they were now faced with an obstacle: the curtain wall. Unlike the defensive lines that consisted of many individual bunkers, trenches, and fortresses, the curtain wall was a continuous defensive structure. Although the enemy's firepower was something that could be dealt with, the troops, tanks, and Titans could not just fight and march their way through. The wall would have to be destroyed first, and so the engineers still had an important objective cut out for them: the undermining and breaching of the curtain wall. In Sector 5744, the 383rd Engineer Company was the first to report they were in position. They were authorized to ferry a humongous amount of explosives underground in preparation of the mine. It would have to have enough firepower to break through the wall's deep foundations and blow a breach wide enough for an assault force to pass through. They would only have one shot at this, and so almost the entire 34th Line Corps' explosive stockpile were committed to the breach. But if the 88th Siege Army wasn't any luck, the mine's location would remain hidden and the attack could come as a surprise. Across Vraks, other underground operations were stepped up in order to draw enemy attention away whilst the mine was readied. Meanwhile, on the surface, the 308th Siege Regiment prepared for the attack. It would fall to them to lead the way and potentially force a route all the way to the Citadel. 714 and 826 Millennia 41 was set as 0 hour for detonation. The 34th Line Corps' High Command gathered in a distant bunker to observe the mine and subsequent attack from a distance. Everything was set to go.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignite!
For a few seconds, there was silence. Had the mine even ignited successfully? But a deep rumble, growing increasingly louder, laid all doubts to rest. A tornado howled down the underground tunnels, and the ground began to shake. What followed was a huge explosion of dirt and rocks that lifted a huge section of the curtain wall up into the ground and shattered it completely. With a booming crash, a shockwave rolled out across no man's land. A pillar of smoke rose to the skies, and the debris rained down in a wide area. As the smoke cleared, the observers could see that the curtain wall had indeed been breached. A large section of it had been obliterated into shards of masonry. At the site of the explosion, nothing remained except a huge yawning crater. The mine had been a great success. Now it was up to the 308th Regiment to exploit it. Time was of the essence, as soon the Vraksians would recover and launch a counterattack. To speed up the assault, the first waves of infantry had been loaded into Gorgon transports. Their move forward was supported by the tanks of the assault corps. The artillery provided a rolling barrage to cover the troops moving towards the breach, and behind them would follow an endless tidal wave of infantry on foot. Overhead, aircraft squadrons were flying in to intercept any Vraxian reinforcements. The vehicles raced across no man's land as fast as their treks could carry them. Before the dust had fully settled, they had almost already reached the breach. But the shaken defenders were able to recover, and soon their counter-artillery fire landed amongst the approaching wave of vehicles. From atop of the curtained wall, their guns opened fire and began pouring into the thick steel armor of the Gorgons. Inside the transports, the Death Corps soldiers fixed bayonets and prepared to disembark. At the crater's rim, the large chunks of rubble prevented the vehicles from moving any closer. The infantry would have to continue on foot from here. The tanks and Gorgons would provide covering fire, their gunners doing their utmost best to suppress the defenders. As soon as the rams lowered, troops scrambled into the raging storm of steel that was waiting for them. The slopes of the crater were steeper than they had at first imagined, and the infantry had trouble moving swiftly through the rubble. This allowed the defenders to respond to the upcoming bayonet charge. The Vraxians managed to bring up a large squad of Ogren laborers to the lip of the crater. Armed with construction tools, they were hiding amongst the rubble. As soon as the Death Corps had almost climbed their way out of the crater, these brutes were released in close-quarters combat. With the advantage of the surprise attack and their unstoppable bulk rushing down the slope, these Ogrens effortlessly bludgeoned their way through the first wave. The melee was a bloodbath. Each Ogre easily took down 10 or more Kriegsmen before it fell. Amidst the fighting, artillery shells continued to rain down on the attackers and defenders alike. Soon the bottom of the crater was filled with the dead and dying from both sides. The second wave of troops arrived. Heavily armored grenadier units arrived at the crater and began firing their weapons into the defenders. But so did the Vraxians on the other side of the breach. Although hard to navigate, the rubble provided excellent cover and firing positions. With the infantry and tanks unable to move through, both sides hunkered down and the fight turned into a stalemate. The element of surprise had been lost. When it became clear that the breach would not be taken this day, the troops who had thus far survived the massacre were ordered to fall back. They would soon be back with more support, however. A large section of the 308th Artillery Regiments were moved to the south side of the Darrow Rift. From here, their guns would have substantially better firing angles against the curtain wall. For 2 weeks straight, they conducted a bombardment to soften up the defenses, block reinforcements, and destroy important key sections of the wall. Their continuous cannon fire was a heavy drain on their munition supplies, and the shells would eventually run out. And so a new attempt to breach the walls would be made. The main breach would remain the primary objective, but this time the assault was accompanied by 2 support attacks. Thanks to the bombardment, some sections of the wall had significantly weakened. The most optimal locations for attack were identified, and over here the walls were given their final nudge towards caving in by demolition teams. Although of smaller size, to the north and south of the main assault, 2 extra breaches had been created which would put significantly more pressure on the defenders. But the Vraxians had not sat idly by. The potential weak points in their defenses caused by the bombardment had been fairly obvious. Despite the non-stop cannonade, they had managed to bring extra heavy weapons to the critical areas. When the attack came, the defenders were ready. Although the initial attack had been successful, so was their counterattack. The fighting went back and forth, and control of the breach changed hands several times. In the end, however, the tenacious defenders managed to successfully defend their battered curtain wall. Over the course of a year, countless more massive assaults were attempted against this section of the front. After all, it was clearly the most vulnerable part of the Vraxian defenses, but more waves of infantry and tanks failed time and time again to hold the breach. Even the Titans joined the battle, and the god machines of Legio Astorum marched forth against the breach. It was believed that their powerful weapons would certainly force the enemy to retreat, but the defenders would not budge and valiantly resisted. The relatively tight breach proved impossible for them to move through. Over time, Sector 57-44 had become the most blood-soaked ground of the entire siege thus far. The 34th Line Corps was bleeding itself dry quickly, but the 88th Siege Army was not known for backing down in the face of overwhelming casualties, and the assaults continued regardless. They would not back down until the breach was taken. Eventually, the Imperium was finally gaining a foothold. After an absolutely heroic effort, they had successfully pushed in, and it seemed that the enemy was finally retreating. The battle had been an absolute slaughter, but the unrelenting 34th Line Corps came out on top. But they were in for a nasty surprise. Ever since the start of the war, the Vraxians had learned and copied various tactics from the Imperium. This time would be no exception. During the years fighting, they had countermined the main breach with an explosive charge of their own. When they were not able to hold on to the breach any longer, they ordered a retreat for all their forces to a safe distance. This feint drew the Imperial troops in even further. At the opportune moment, the mine was detonated. It blasted an even larger crater than the first one that obliterated all troops in the vicinity. The explosion wiped out any forward Death Corps troops in an instant, and whole companies of tanks and infantry went up in smoke. Before the dust had settled, the Vraxians had already moved back into their old positions, and the stalemate was back to square one. This was a blow that the depleted 34th Line Corps would not recover from on their own. Marshal Kogori was getting worried. Here and there, the 88th Siege Army had managed to win a bit of ground and destroy some small underground armories, but it had been a full year since any really substantial progress had been made. Attrition had brought the combat effectiveness of his 34th Line Corps to an absolute minimum, at least until the reinforcements arrived. To his increased frustrations, Legio Astorum had turned down any further request for assistance against the Curtain Wall. Already down to half their original numbers, Princeps Droka was saving his legion's strength for the ultimate confrontation against the remnants of Legio Volcanum. In order to win the anticipated clash, he simply could not afford losing any more Titans until a breach had been achieved. It seemed that Marshal Kogori had lost his momentum. The Eastern Front had made no progress against the dug-in Plague Marines either. The promising advances gained during the start of his command had now ground to an absolute halt. If he wished to hold his position as commander, the newly established deadlock would have to be broken swiftly. The initial 12-year deadline had already been surpassed by 2 whole years, and since the extension had barely brought any progress at all, it would be time for the Departamento Munitorum to reassess the situation. Even attrition had not appeared to be in their favor. Over 6 million Krieg guardsmen had died since the start of the war. It was estimated that of the initial 8 million Vraxian population, another 5 million remained. That meant that not even half of the heretical cardinal's initial manpower had been depleted. At this rate, the siege would last almost half a century. That is, without taking into account the chaos reinforcements that had arrived. It was unknown how many renegades had managed to arrive during the time when the traitors held orbital control. There was simply no telling how much longer the siege would last. And so, by administratum decree, it was decided that reinforcements sent to Vraks would be reduced. The siege was not to be completely abandoned. The heretical forces must still be fought and defeated. Emperor willing, Vraks would eventually return under imperial rule. It would simply mean that Marshal Kogori would have to make do with less troops to do so. The Marshal obviously protested these decisions, but it fell on deaf ears of the imperial bureaucracy. The Marshal was told that the next review would be in 5 years' time, and if he wished to keep his position, he'd better revise his plans accordingly. But Marshal Kogori had a response to this bitter blow. Unlike the Imperial Guard, Astartes' forces are barely beholden to the Departamento Munitorum's scrutiny. They would still be at liberty to join the fighting on Vraks of their own accord, and so the Marshal sent out a request for reinforcements to chapters in the area. Commander Aina of the Red Scorpions answered the call. They had returned from a patrol sweep through the dangerous Phaedae Nebula and were resupplying at the spaceport on Cantus 9 in the Calixus sector. They had just finished wiping out Orc pirate activity and had time on their hands for another assignment. After consulting with their chapter master, Commander Aina was given permission to reinforce Vraks with his 1st, 3rd, 6th, and 8th company. This was, however, under the condition that the Red Scorpions would remain under their own command and retain sole discretion over their forces throughout the rest of the siege. The Marshal was delighted that an elite Astartes strike force had even bothered to respond in the first place. The request for full autonomy had been expected, but the 88th Siege Army still had mixed feelings about the last time Loyalist Astartes had interfered on Vraks. Some commanders believed the Dark Angel's intervention had caused more trouble than it had solved. 100 Space Marines of the Red Scorpions were now on their way towards Vraks. It would remain to be seen if these reinforcements would prove helpful in turning the tide. The Astartes of the Red Scorpions were on their way to reinforce the Imperial forces on Vraks. They were not the first loyalist Astartes to have set foot on Vraks, however. The 88th Siege Army still remembered the Dark Angel's reinforcements many years prior with mixed feelings. Marshal Kogori had reasons to worry because the Red Scorpions chapter's legacy is likewise shrouded in secrecy. The chapter's founding remains unknown, perhaps deliberately so, but at this point the help of Astartes might very well be his only chance to break the deadlock at the front lines. Without their assistance, who knew when the final victory would eventually come? At the very least, the Red Scorpions have a good track record of successfully fighting alongside other Imperial forces over several campaigns, and so the Marshal was willing to take the risk with them. Upon arrival, the Red Scorpions' force was further briefed about the current situation on Vraks. As previously arranged, they would keep complete autonomy over their own troops and operate fully independent from the rest of the 88th Siege Army. Now that they were up to date with the latest intelligence, it would remain to be seen what their first course of action would be. Of course, Marshal Kogori had subtly noted the breach as a primary potential target. The 30th Line Corps tasked with breaking through the curtain wall there had been bleeding dry and could really use the support. He desperately hoped Commander Ainea could be nudged into attacking the breach. Fortunately for the Marshal, the Red Scorpions weren't nearly as thick-headed as the Dark Angels, and they took the suggestion into fair consideration. But even if they were happy to oblige, even for Space Marines, this would be no easy task. Although Commander Ainea had brought a significant strike force of 100 Astartes to Vraks, simply attacking the breach head-on was a fool's errand that would lead to intolerable losses. Although the Red Scorpions were dedicated to aid the Imperial forces on Vraks best they could, they were not eager to join into a war of attrition. Instead, they opted to go for a precision strike. It would still be risky, but if everything worked out, it would definitely pay off. The plan was to attack in the darkness of night and capture the breach with overwhelming force. The spear tip of the strike would be made up of 1st Company Terminators, led by Commander Ainea himself and accompanied by his trusted librarian Yake. If they could teleport directly into the breach, the Terminators would prove themselves a nigh unstoppable force in the close quarters combat. But teleportation in the 41st millennium is not without risks of its own. The act of rapidly traveling through the insanity of the warp and within a split second emerge in another location is rife with potential for accidents. If the teleportation were to be performed carelessly, the Terminators of the 1st Company might suddenly find themselves arriving back in real space with their guts turned inside out, or their brains scrambled. Perhaps their bodies would be partly merged with the concrete defenses. Whatever undesirable outcome may occur, it would likely prove fatal. Losing an entire company of Terminators in such a manner would be unacceptable. For the operation to succeed, then, it would be of paramount importance that the teleportation performs successfully. To improve their chances, they would be forced to take risks of a different nature, however. By bringing their strike cruiser, Arc Fidelix, into lower orbit, they could significantly reduce the distance towards their target and greatly improve the potential for a successful teleportation. This would bring the vessel dangerously within range of the Vraxian laser defense network. Many of these stations had already been captured or destroyed by the 88th Siege Army, but the handful of guns still under control would be able to throw a tremendous amount of firepower at the ship. With full power deployed to the Void shields, the Arc Fidelix would likely be able to hold its own for a short while. If not, the consequences would be disastrous. In any case, the deployment would have to be extremely swift. In order to further assist with the teleportation, a beacon would have to be placed at the site of the breach. This would allow for a swift and solid lock onto the target location. 5 Astartes of the 8th Company's assault squad, led by Sergeant Cullen, volunteered for the near-suicidal job to get the device in place. Once the Terminators had successfully been beamed down to the surface, the Arc Fidelix would immediately disengage and get out of harm's way. The overwhelming power of the Terminators would easily secure the breach. They would be able to hold it until further troops arrive. It was a risky plan, but its potential effectiveness could not be denied. So the plan was given the go-ahead. As the captain steering the Arx Fidelix began bringing the ship into lower orbit, a large portion of the Red Scorpion forces boarded their Thunderhawks and traveled to the surface to join up with the 11th Assault Corps on Vraks. The gunship with Sergeant Cullen's assault squad on board made for a different direction. They approached the breach from the south at high speed, racing low over the dark surface of Vraks to avoid detection. To further distract the defenders, the strike cruiser began its bombardment of the citadel. The remaining guns of the defense network opened fire upon the ship, and the night sky was lit by laser fire. The Arc Fidelix fired every payload at its disposal. The void shield of the citadel flickered under the impacts, but would easily hold regardless. The ship would not fare so well in this duel, however. Some of the defense laser shots had managed to penetrate its already failing shields. The Vraxian guns proved even more powerful than anticipated. Time was of the essence. They sent an urgent message to Cullen to place that damned beacon with all haste. Acknowledging the request, his Thunderhawk accelerated even further. The loud sound of roaring engines alerted the Vraxian defenders stationed on the curtain wall. Once they passed right above the crater, his squad disembarked, and the Thunderhawk continued making its way towards safety under the cover of night. The incredible speed of their transport had made it difficult for Cullen and his men to control their descent. The jump packs narrowly managed to slow them down enough to endure the impact of the jump unharmed, but the Space Marines successfully managed to land in the crater. They immediately got back to their feet and readied their weapons. Searchlights were scurrying to find the invaders. Soon, heavy weapons opened fire on the Astartes. The Vraxians were caught off guard by the unexpected arrival of Loyalist Space Marines. But just like the battles that had come before, they counterattacked with great zeal and spared no efforts in their attempt to repel the invaders. Within moments, they had organized hundreds of defenders that charged into the breach en masse. But it would be too late. Sergeant Cullen had already successfully placed the beacon in the center of the breach and activated it. The signal was sent back to the Arx Fidelix. Unfazed by the wave of soldiers that were storming their way, Cullen and his men activated their jump packs and charged right back at them. With chainswords ready, they landed right in the middle of the mob, hacking and slashing a bloody swath amongst their foes. At the rim of the crater, 5 Space Marines battled against hundreds. Outnumbered and outgunned, even the Emperor's finest could not hope to stand for long. One of the Astartes had already been taken down by a rocket straight to the chest plate at point-blank range. Their survival would be measured in minutes. But they would not have to hold out alone for that long. Back on the Arx Fidelix, the teleportation device had managed a solid lock onto the beacon. The teleportation commenced immediately. Cast through the warp, and with a sizzling, crackling of power, out of nowhere, Aenea's Terminators appeared right at the center of the crater. If the defenders had been startled by the assault marines before, now they would be in for an utterly devastating surprise. Without pause, the Terminators opened fire. Their storm bolters hammered a deadly stream of high-explosive bolts into the Vraxian ranks. Anything the defenders fired in return harmlessly ricocheted off their thick Terminator armor. They steadily marched up the slopes of the crater and joined in the melee. Lightning claws and thunderhammers mercilessly slaughtered any defender foolish enough to stand in their way. Within moments, the strike force gained a foothold in the breach, but the fighting wasn't over yet. With the teleportation complete, the damaged Arx Fidelix quickly disengaged and retreated back to safety outside the reach of the defense laser network. The ship had taken a heavy beating, but at least it had survived the dangerous mission. Back on the surface, Sergeant Zier's main force was making haste over no man's land towards the breach. Vehicles like the Vindicators raced out in front while the remaining companies, including 3 dreadnoughts, moved up on foot behind them. Even under cover of darkness, the Vraxians' pre-sighted artillery rained down a bombardment on the reinforcements. But with their commander already embroiled in the fighting at the breach, the Red Scorpions would not be slowed down. When the vanguard moved in range, the Vindicators' cannons began their suppressing fire against the wall emplacements, and then disembarked their tactical squads. With dozens of Marines joining the battle, the defenders were truly dropping like flies in the face of the superhuman onslaught. In a last-ditch effort, the Vraxians released a wave of drug-induced Ogren laborers upon the breach. Last time, their beastly strength, further enhanced by a cocktail of combat stims, had effortlessly clubbed the Death Corps attackers aside. But this time, they were matched up against unyielding power armor. Within moments, the Ogren counterattack was cut to pieces by the unremitting savagery of Astartes. Lightning claws and thunderhammers made short work of the poorly armored and unorganized brutes. The Vraxian defenders at the breach had run out of manpower. Their opportunities to turn the tide were growing slim. Meanwhile, the Red Scorpion's forces continued flowing into the battle. They proceeded to systematically clear the area of defenders until all were killed or had retreated. Apart from the enemy artillery shells still raining down on them, the battle was over. The mission complete signal was transmitted back to the Arx Fidelix. The entire 11th Assault Corps was given the go-ahead to roll out. Behind them, the Titans of Legio Astorum would follow along. News of the unexpected lightning strike at the breach had quickly reached the Vraxian High Command. The presence of loyalist Astartes was troublesome news indeed, but their inevitable arrival had only been a matter of time. The Vraxians had been prepared to escalate the violence. The rapid response forces of tanks and Chimera-born infantry was already deployed to meet the threat. They made haste to recapture the breach. Directly behind them followed the Titans of Legio Vulcanum. The two large opposing forces were on a direct collision course at the breach. The Astartes had managed to take it with minimal losses, but it would remain to be seen if the Imperial forces would be able to hold against the inevitable large-scale counter-offensive that was coming their way. The 11th Assault Corps arrival was preceded by the engineers. They moved obstacles out of the way and prepared a route across the crater for the tanks to pass through the breach. An endless stream of vehicles and infantry on foot was moving over no man's land and pouring through the gap in the curtain wall. In addition to the artillery raining down on them, their logistics were soon interrupted by long-range fire of the enemy Titans. The relatively small breach created a choke point and made for a great target. Every shot hit with a devastating power, blowing holes into the moving troops busy setting up their bulwark. The Vraxian tanks encircled the breach and opened fire too. The Imperial forces were sitting ducks. But Legio Astorum arrived just in time. First to cross the breach was Princeps Droka himself, piloting his Reva-class Titan Praetorian, followed by two warhounds. Their void shields overlapped the troops below and protected them from the worst of the bombardment. The Astartes and Death Corps infantry looked up as the towering machine stepped directly over them. The Reaver's turbolaser destructors powered up and returned fire. The shockwaves the weapon produced caused a deafening noise, stunning the troops below as it fired over their heads. In the distance, enemy Titans' void shields flared up under the impacts. As the god machines locked into their own duel, the Vraxians charged the Imperial bulwark. The enemy counterattack pressed hard, but more Krieg reinforcements poured through the breach and out into the wider battlefield beyond. Wherever the Vraxians pushed furthest towards the breach, the Astartes countercharged hard and pushed them back. The fighting was fierce on all sides, and Commander Aenea was wounded in the process. The Terminator armor had saved his life, but he had to be evacuated to safety. The clash of Titans, armored vehicles, Astartes, and countless numbers of infantry was an absolute massacre. The battle for control over the breach continued to claim its bloody toll as the dead piled up. It was by far the most blood-soiled piece of ground on all of Vraks. As soon as the Imperial Guard forces had arrived in such numbers that their foothold was all but secured, the remaining Red Scorpions followed their commander and fell back. There had been 96 Battle Brothers at the start of the operation. Only 34 remained. Apothecaries scoured the battlefield to reclaim the progenoid glands from the fallen, containing the all-important gene seed required to rebuild their decimated companies. The wreckage of one of their dreadnoughts was towed away, to be restored so that it could fight for the Emperor once more. No one could deny the grave sacrifice the Red Scorpions had made, and what had been achieved because of it. Their mission was complete, thanks to the Emperor's finest. In Sector 57-44, the Krieg Guardsmen were finally through the curtain wall. Numerous Shadow Swords arrived at the battle in support of Legio Astorum. With the help of their Titan killer weapons, they managed to force the outgunned Legio Vulcanum into a retreat. Despite the Vraxians' best attempts to push the attackers back, the brave Death Corps soldiers had been able to fight the battle to a favorable stalemate. Without the assistance of their Titans, the defenders had no hope of dislodging the Imperial forces from their newly gained positions. The curtain wall had been successfully taken, opening a way to directly besiege the citadel itself. Back at his headquarters, Marshal Kagori was informed of the good news. But before he had time to celebrate the promising breakthrough, he was given notice that an important figure had requested his presence for a meeting. The unexpected visitor claimed to be a representative of the Emperor's Inquisition, and not even a high-ranking Imperial commander like Kagori could keep such an agent of ultimate authority waiting. The figure introduced himself as Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex, Proctor General of the Scarus Conclave. According to Hector Rex, the war on Vraks was in great danger. The Inquisition had taken many readings from the Emperor's tarot. His seers had been meditating on the subject and used their clairvoyance to search for the probable future. Vraks was a world ready to explode. This was no mere metaphorical warning. It was the truth of what was about to unfold. The future of Vraks was grim, far bloodier than anything the war had been so far. The rebels might have been pushed back, but in the wider scheme of things, the power of chaos was growing significantly. Whatever Cardinal Zaphon, with the assistance of Lord Arcos, had set in motion many years ago, was now reaching its conclusion. The population of Vraks were not just heretics, they were openly worshipping the Dark God. Unbeknownst to the troops on the ground, the 88th Siege Army was merely providing the blood sacrifice required for the next stage of the war to unleash. Without intervention, Vraks would soon become the summoning grounds for hordes of demons. That's why Lord Hector Rex was here, to make sure that would never happen. With the heroic assistance of Space Marines from the Red Scorpions chapter, Marshal Kagori had achieved a successful breakthrough of the curtain wall. During the assault on the breach, the Red Scorpions had suffered more casualties than they had bargained for, and so they had departed Vraks in order to restore their chapter to its full strength. But despite their recent victory, the 88th Imperial Siege Army was unwittingly on the cusp of horrific annihilation. The prolonged conflict on Vraks had now truly caught the attention and interests of the Dark Gods, particularly that of Nurgle and Khorne. The never-ending slaughter and misery on both sides was well to debased gods' appetites. With their cursed patronage, the war was ready to devolve to the next stage of debauchery, and so their minions continued nudging the war ever towards the edge of total apocalypse. The daily death toll of both Krieg guardsmen and Vraxian militia forces was providing a more than adequate blood sacrifice required to open a warp portal. Once the dark rituals to create an entrance from the Immaterium had been completed, it wouldn't be long before the world would be overrun by hordes of demons. The 88th Imperial Siege Army would stand no chance against such demonic incursion. But little did Marshal Kagori nor his command staff suspect that Vraks had become an altar of slaughter. They couldn't have known, for any knowledge of Chaos's true nature was strictly classified information that was heavily suppressed in the wider Imperium. The fact that the world was now on the brink of a large-scale demonic incursion remained unknown to anyone but the most highly ranked Inquisitors. The supposed inquisitorial authority over Vraks was in the hands of Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex. As a highly ranked member of the Ordo Malleus and Proctor General of the Scarus Enclave, it was ultimately his responsibility to monitor and lay waste to all traces of demonic taint in the sector. As a powerful and properly trained psyker privy to the true nature of demons, he was well equipped for the task at hand. Ever since the arrival of Chaos Space Marines on Vraks, he had kept an eye on the situation, judging the right moment to intervene should things get out of hand. Scarus's close proximity to the Eye of Terror and the persisting chaos threat emanating from it meant he was a busy man. At all times he had his work cut out for him. Frankly, the war on Vraks had already spun out of control. Now he would have to work overtime to salvage the situation before it was too late. It was well due for the inquisitorial troops to reinforce Vraks. But even an inquisitor as mighty as Hector Rex himself is not beyond the jurisdiction of his own organization. As usual in the Imperium, troops are always spread too thin for commanders to simply act on their own accord. Before sending inquisitorial reinforcements to Vraks, he would have to make an appeal before the Conclave of Scarus. The great and powerful inquisitors of the Scarus sector would come together in council for a session with many different items on the agenda. ranging from the usual accusations of blasphemy to full-blown heresy. After all, deciding on the consequential targets for assassination by the Officio Assassinorum is a delicate matter. It had once been the assassination of the renegade Cardinal Zephyr himself that had been discussed during just such a session. And as the present inquisitors were all painfully aware of, the outcome of that particular decision was one of the main causes for the pressing matter that they would now have to deal with. During the meeting, Lord Hector was seeking the Conclave's approval of his plans with Vraks. He had plenty of convincing evidence for the impending demon incursion. Of course, a prolonged siege with a frighteningly high death toll wasn't something out of the ordinary for the Imperium, but by this point Alpha Legionnaires had spent almost a decade on the planet whispering in the ear of the Cardinal as advisors. A demonic beacon had lured further traitorous reinforcements to the planet, including even more traitorous Astartes. By now, Vraks' population of several million souls had all been converted into deeply committed Chaos worshippers. The Eastern Front had turned into Nurgle-infested swamplands, where worrying reports of supernatural creatures lurking within the green fog spooked the Krieg guardsmen. Clearly, it wouldn't be long until real demons of the warp found their way into the material universe en masse. Such malevolent spirits could not be defeated by conventional means of warfare. There were only a few forces in the Imperium able to repel such a foe. In his eternal wisdom, the Emperor of Mankind had endowed the Ordo Malleus with just the right troops to deal with such a threat: the Grey Knights, also known as Demon Hunters. Lord Hector Rex wished to deploy this mighty force on Vraks. Furthermore, he planned to incorporate the entirety of the 88th Siege Army under his own command structure. Lesser Inquisitors in his entourage would take over the role of officers, accompanied by their own companies of Tempestus Scions. This would make sure any demonic threats could be swiftly dealt with. This was a risky proposal. Any agent of the Imperium seeking too much power for themselves falls under tight scrutiny. Anything less than the Council's unequivocal backing could hurt his standing within the Inquisition. Should Hector Rex fail in his mission to save Vraks, he would most certainly invite accusations of incompetence. His failures would be read as blasphemous signs, and direct rivals envious of his position as Proctor General may even accuse him of more heinous intentions. Especially the Order Hereticus was always on the lookout to indict anyone failing in their service to the Emperor. After their own failure in assassinating the Cardinal, they had looked for ways to shift the blame. If Hector Rex presented himself as a scapegoat, they would certainly take it. Their organization lobbied for the Ecclesiarchy to take control of the Militarum forces on Vraks instead. Surely the battle on the Shrine World was a holy war. After all, it was home to the Basilica of St. Leonis the Blind, and an important place of pilgrimage. Not only was the Cardinal's heresy an inherently religious matter, their very own sacred order's militant, the Sisters of Battle, had been killed and imprisoned on Vraks. Through the burning light of the Emperor's most devoted followers, Vraks would be cleansed of heretics and mutants. Clearly, this affair should be dealt with by only the most zealous of the Emperor's servants, implying they deemed Hector Rex to fall short of such standard. But he would not back down from such indictments. He was a dutiful inquisitor that had always performed his role as Proctor General with a stoic perseverance. Over his life he had grown into a man of fortitude, confident in his psychic talents and gene-enhanced physical prowess. Fortunately for Rex, many other inquisitors agreed that he was the man for the job, and he could count on their support. Once all arguments for and against had been heard, the onerous meeting reached its conclusion. It all came down to a vote amongst all members, which turned in the Lord Inquisitor's favor by only a handful of votes. The margin had been small, but Hector Rex had acquired just enough approval for his plans to proceed. He would take the inquisitorial forces to Vraks. Lord Hector Rex met with Marshal Kogori on Thracian Primaris to inform the commander that he was relieved of his duties. The 88th Imperial Siege Army would be fully transferred over to the 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army. He assured Kogori that the transfer of command was not due to any accusation of misconduct or incompetence on his part, and all his martial honors would remain intact. As far as the Inquisitor was concerned, the Marshal had prosecuted the war on Vraks with general success, and he could not be blamed for the demonic threat that lingered over the planet. Now Marshal Kogori was given a choice. Either he could subordinate himself to the Inquisitor and accept a new role, or he could resign and seek a new appointment on another frontier. Kogori had come to reinforce Vraks, dedicated to bring an imperial victory. He would not abandon it now. Even if he could no longer do so as overall commander, he was dedicated to see it through to the very end. To his immense credit, he immediately requested transfer to the surface of Vraks itself, where he could content himself with the command of a single regiment. Should that not be possible, he would even settle for command of a company. This noble request was of course immediately granted, and together with his personal command staff, he deployed as a frontline commander. Despite the drastic transfer of power for the troops in the trenches, not all that much would change. The siege performed like a machine fueled by robust logistics. The artillery continued to rumble overhead as before. Attacks were met by counterattacks. Everyday troops fought and died for every inch of ground, just like before. New reinforcements and weapons trickled in as usual. The difference was that more and more orders were delivered with the red wax seals of the Inquisition on them. The agents of the Ordo Malleus began to take their place in the ranks as officers. The first major tactical problem for the Lord Inquisitor and his newly emplaced command staff was obvious. One look at the strategic hollow map showed the crucial shortcomings of the Imperial lines. The eastern section of the front remained wide open. Because of this, the encirclement of the citadel was incomplete. By this point in the siege, the Imperium would no longer satisfy itself with the Cardinal's surrender. The aim of the war was to completely eradicate the traitors. But attacking the citadel now would be pointless if the heretical forces could simply withdraw and escape into the Vraxian hinterlands. Such a thing could not be allowed to happen. And so closing the ring was the primary objective. Lord Hector Rex would continue the campaign where Marshal Gregori's plans had stalled against the Plague Marines. It was time for the 30th Line Corps to move forward and complete their objective of meeting up with the southmost elements of the 34th Line Corps to complete the encirclement. Meanwhile, on their flank, the 1st Line Corps would push towards the curtain wall. The entire area had been turned into a toxic quagmire. The cloud of gas hanging over the swamps had not fully subsided yet. Fortunately for the Death Corps, the corrosive TP3 had mostly seeped into the soil, but the unnatural green fog that hung over the battlefield remained. Visibility was drastically hindered. There was no doubt that the terrain would be pockmarked by shell craters and littered with the wreckage of destroyed vehicles and rotting corpses. The brave troops of the 19th Regiment had fought and perished here during their rearguard action, when the Chaos reinforcements threatened to outflank the 88th Siege Army. The Plague Marines had settled in the area, but it was unlikely that they had constructed any serious defenses. In fact, it was uncertain if they were even still around, or had fallen back towards the citadel. For good measure, the assault was kicked off by a preliminary bombardment nonetheless. Thousands of shells disappeared into the fog and exploded out of sight. When the bombardment ended, the Death Corps troops climbed up on the ladders and out of their trenches into the green hellscape. Considering the inhospitable terrain, the initial progress was as good as could be hoped for. Soon, enemy artillery began to rain down upon the advancing troops. Under normal conditions, getting caught out in the open by an artillery barrage was a death sentence. But due to the poor visibility, enemy accuracy was very poor. The 30th Line Corps marched on. But the enemy had not completely run out of their TP3 stockpiles just yet. Amongst the bombardment, several shells released the deadly gas. The acidic gas clouds were soon billowing across the 263rd Regiment's front. Squads that stumbled into thick concentrations of TP3 were quickly wiped out. Progress was slowing down because by now the infantry found themselves getting sucked knee-deep into the mud. Many troops began reporting painful sensations on their feet. The toxic sludge had perforated their boots and started melting the flesh from their bones. In some of the worst areas, soldiers had both their legs practically completely dissolved. Only a handful of these horribly maimed troops managed to crawl their way back towards their own lines. Many poor souls perished to a horrible fate as their bodies sank helplessly into the deadly mud. Clearly, marching the entire Line Corps through the swamp on foot would prove too costly. But with any luck, the vehicles of the 8th Assault Corps would be able to make it through. Their thick steel armor would be able to stand up to the corrosion, keeping the crew inside safe from harm. Equipped with robust powered air filtration units, the tanks and armored personnel carriers continued on their way. Visibility was reduced to just a few meters. Tanks were becoming bogged down as they blundered into large shell craters or tank traps. Nonetheless, large groups of vehicles were making it through. Surely guided by the Emperor's divine protection, they steadily rumbled on. Then, through the green haze, the first enemy activity was spotted. Plague Marines had rallied the Vraxian defenders, and their armored vehicles had driven into the swamps towards the Imperial forces. Upon contact, both sides fired blindly into one another. Only at point-blank range were the gunners able to see what they were even shooting at. Their aim was mostly guided by the glow of tracer munitions bouncing off armor and indicating the location of any enemy vehicle hidden. in the fog. In the midst of the quagmire, the assault was halted. Reports came in of hordes of enemy infantry advancing upon the tanks, but how was this possible? Even the hardy Death Corps infantry themselves hadn't been able to march this far into the swamps without crippling casualties. To their surprise, the Vraksian militia forces on foot seemed to suffer no such attrition. Upon hearing these reports, the newly appointed inquisitorial officers sanctioned the use of their own chemical weapons against them. Surely the poorly equipped Vraksian troops wouldn't be able to stand up to an overwhelming amount of corrosive gas dumped on their heads. It would only be suitable to give them a taste of their own medicine. But the Death Corps troops had already learned their lesson in the year prior and absolutely refused to deploy any more poison gas of their own. Certainly not on the Eastern Front, where the landscape had already been turned into a toxic soup, completely uninhabitable for at least several centuries to come. This proved to be a wise decision, for they would soon find out the approaching enemy forces were no ordinary militia forces, they were plague zombies. Due to some arcane means, their bodies had risen from the dead. Under the patronage of the dark god Nurgle, any troops that had been swallowed up by the swamp now emerged. The rotten corpses of Vraksian and Death Corps troops alike formed a horde of the undead. When the eastern defense line had been abandoned, many thousands of Vraksian defenders had taken their chances and marched through the swamps in an attempt to escape the encirclement. None had made it back to the citadel. Instead, every single one had succumbed to the gas or gotten sucked into the mud. Now, this bulk of troops made a valuable asset to the Nurgle Marines. The Kree gunners fired into the horde, but many who were cut down by a hail of bullets simply wouldn't stay dead. Mindless and unarmed, they kept coming and swarmed the tanks. The assault would not be able to continue until this mob was dealt with. Only absolute obliteration of these foul creatures would assure their bodies wouldn't rise again. But the tanks had not been properly equipped to deal with such a threat, and would eventually run out of munitions. Alas, then the regiments were now forced to march up on foot to support them regardless. Fortunately this time, the tank's advance had already scouted out the safest ways through the swamps, and so the infantry of the 30th Line Corps re-attempted their perilous journey with varying success. Casualties were unsurprisingly high as the inhospitable swamp took its toll on the men, but within time enough, troops managed to reinforce the forward elements. Their flamers and grenades proved suitable weapons to deal with the plague zombies. Methodically, they began whittling down the undead horde to manageable numbers. Released of their burden, the tank operators could once again focus on dealing with the enemy vehicles. Slowly but surely, the assault regained its momentum. As they advanced further, the thick green fog hanging over the landscape began to clear up, and the troops knew they had almost pushed through. It had been a hellish battle, not necessarily because of the enemy resistance, but because the Eastern Front had become by far the most hazardous landscape on the entire planet. Now they had successfully traversed it and come to the other side of the swamp. The irony of being ordered to march through this hell of their own making had not escaped them. During the final stages of the 30th Line Corps' advance, the enemy was pushed back beyond the curtain wall. The 263rd Regiment met up with the most southern elements of the 34th Line Corps, and the encirclement was finally complete. The 1st and 46th Line Corps had continued their own push towards the curtain wall, and captured an important strategic location called Hill 202. This high ground provided a commanding overview of the entire citadel, and would prove priceless for the artillery spotters in assisting their gunners. Now the countless Earthshakers were able to pound the Vraksian lines with great precision from all sides. Several defense laser stations were captured in the process, further reducing the Vraksians' ability to resist the Imperial's growing air superiority. Day and night Marauder bombers of the Imperial Navy conducted bombing raids over the remaining enemy territories. The Citadel's strong void shield soaked up the worst of the punishment, but any areas with lesser shield coverage were forced to be abandoned or face obliteration. Under the overwhelming firepower, the Vraksian resolve was wavering. Cardinal Zaphon had settled in despair and essentially given up all hope at this point. He had once been a man of power and charisma, able to whip a crowd into a zealous frenzy with nothing but his words. But years of horrific war had turned him into a disillusioned, broken man, with a shadow of looming defeat hanging over his psyche. He had foolishly put his trust in the hands of Lord Arcos, whose chaos reinforcements had not been able to turn the tide. The various warbands did no longer recognize his authority and simply did as they pleased. Griefed with self-pity, he retreated into his personal chambers and left the defense of Vraks to his commanders. But there were some amongst the defenders who would gladly rise to take his place. Second in command, Deacon Mamom, was of a stronger will than the Cardinal, and not yet ready to resign himself to defeat. The Chaos Marines had not come to Vraks to see the war end without squeezing out every last bit of slaughter they could. In the absence of the Cardinal, various warband leaders hatched their schemes to take over command of all Vraxian forces. But no matter what trouble brewed within the Citadel walls, as commander of the 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army, Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex could be content with his progress. His first goals on Vraks had been completed. The curtain wall was now completely surrounded, and the engineers were already busy preparing several underground mines to blow more breaches through it. His inquisitorial reinforcements had not even been needed to achieve it. His Tempestus Scions were held in reserve, and the Grey Knights were still patiently stationed within their ship in lower orbit. With all line corps in place soon, the assault upon the Citadel itself could begin in earnest. Hector Rex allowed himself to be optimistic. Surely the war would be over quickly. The 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army had reasons to rejoice. Lord Hector Rex's forces had the entire curtain wall surrounded. Daily artillery barrages and aircraft bombing raids relentlessly rained down their ordnance upon the Citadel's void shields. After 17 years of fighting, the Imperium had truly gained the upper hand. Militarily, the Vraxian forces had been decimated, and their morale suffered accordingly. The once unshakable Vraxian resolve had been fractured. There were still those who would loyally hold their defensive positions to the bitter end, but in various sectors the Cardinal's spell of a heroic resistance had worn off. Like rats on a sinking ship, they started looking after their own interests. The army's cohesion was falling apart rapidly as many troops disobeyed their direct orders. Many prioritized self-preservation. The 88th Siege Army encountered large amounts of abandoned enemy vehicles and equipment where the Vraxians disorderly withdrew from their positions. Many threw down their arms to surrender, hoping against all odds that the Imperium would spare their lives in captivity. For the first time in the war, the 88th Siege Army was faced with the prospect of taking massive amounts of prisoners as swaths of Vraxian militia surrendered. Their survival was a fool's hope, of course, as countless Imperial citizens had been killed for lesser crimes. These traitors who had spent more than a decade under the influence of chaos would be shown no mercy. Those who had been converted into the most hardcore of chaos worship prayed for Nurgle's blessing, expecting that the pestilent god would prolong their wretched lives in whatever way possible. Then there were those who preferred to go out in a blaze of glory, recklessly throwing themselves at the Imperial lines in the attempt to gain the blood god's favor. There was little the Vraxian High Command could do at this point. Endless reports of routs and defeats came back from the front. Orders for counterattacks were thrown in the wind. The war was lost. Driven to despair, the mentally frail Cardinal Zaphon had lost all hope and retreated himself to his personal chambers, depressedly awaiting whatever end was to be his fate. But the traitor Space Marines would never break like these weak-willed mortals. Zhufor, leader of the Skulltakers warband, would not allow the war to end. This was not a time for weakness, but for strength. Driven by his ambitions for slaughter, he aimed to usurp overall command. His rise to power began when he challenged the leader of the Berserkers of Scalathrak's warband. Only the strongest could be the leader. The survivor of their combat would prove himself favored by Khorne. Armed with chain axes, the two Chaos Lords fought to the death, with Zhufor coming out as the victor. By right of conquest, he had now gathered all Khornate Berserkers under his command. He then made an offer to the Wordbearer's sanctified warband. If they swore fealty to him for the remainder of the war, he would grant them help in opening a warp portal on Vraks. Since their arrival on the planet, these most zealous of Chaos worshippers had been working hard to break the barriers between real space and the warp in order to bring demons to the world. The Sanctified had their arcane warp knowledge, and the bloodlusting Berserkers would guarantee the required blood sacrifice. They accepted the offer. With this alliance secured, Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex's prediction was bound to come true. A demonic incursion had become inevitable. Zhufor now commanded the largest chaos faction on the planet, and would use it to subjugate the remaining warbands to his will. To prove his authority, he attacked the Black Brethren of Ares and killed their leader. By now, the other Chaos Space Marines understood perfectly what would happen if they were to defy Zhufor. Either they joined him, or they would face destruction at his hands. Unsurprisingly, the remaining warbands swore fealty to Zhufor. There were a few exceptions, however. The remnants of plague marines stationed in the swamps on the eastern front had not been caught in the encirclement. They had been isolated from the citadel, and so no contact with them had been established. Lord Arkos had also chosen to remain independent, but the outnumbered Alpha Legion knew better than to outright defy the might of Jufor. Instead, they had bargained for their independence, and as much as Jufor's hands were itching at the opportunity to rip out Arkos' throat, the Khornate leader was not stupid enough to underestimate his rival and accepted the proposal. After all, it was Arkos who had first arrived on Vraks many years before any of the other warbands. By becoming an advisor to the Cardinal, he had firmly cemented himself as a figure of authority within Vraxian High Command. Zaphon was no military man, and it had mostly been Arkos who had led the Vraxian army through the toughest ordeals. Surely the cunning Alpha Legion had some backup plan just in case Jufor would force their hand. Of all warband leaders, Arkos alone had gained the Cardinal's trust. Now he would agree to betray him and allow Jufor to capture the Cardinal in order to complete his coup. True to his word, Lord Arkos led the berserkers into the palace where they slaughtered the guards and dragged the self-pitying Zaphon out of his bedchambers. They couldn't kill him yet. He would be dressed up and forced to make a final public announcement. After all, the Cardinal remained the symbolic leader of Vraks, and every single defender had sworn loyalty to him. The easiest way for Jufor to gain further power was by forcing Zaphon to publicly promote him to official military commander in his stead. With the ceremonial transfer of power out of the way, Zaphon was of course secretly thrown into Vraks' deepest dungeons, where he would await his death. The only use they had left for this pathetic, sniveling cardinal was as a human sacrifice. Surely the Sanctified could put such a high-ranking victim to good use for their unholy rituals. Before long, Zaphon's skull would be offered before the Blood God's throne. Jufor's coup was now complete. By blood and treachery, he had made himself master of Vraks. The millions of remaining defenders were now sworn to him. With an iron fist, he restored order amongst their ranks. They would march to his every command, or face the consequence. Over on the Imperium side, Lord Inquisitor Hector X was not at all pleased when he received Directive Order 4007-72-09 from the Departmentum Unitorum. It was devastating news. The Departmentum Unitorum had reviewed troop allocations across the Scaras sector and found that the current troop number on Vraks was no longer sustainable nor required. The command stated that the 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army must retreat several Krieg regiments from the front line and prepare them for transportation off the planet. Resources sent to the planet would likewise be reduced as the Siege of Vraks was being downgraded in priority. Lord Hector X, of course, immediately recognized the order for what it truly was. The Order Hereticus and Ecclesiarchy Alliance had meddled with the imperial bureaucracy. Resentful that they hadn't been able to seize command of the war themselves, they had endeavored to thwart Lord Hector Rex's efforts on Vraks. It was a bitter pill to swallow that now the siege was going so well, they were sabotaged. The loyal and honorable Death Corps troops being requisitioned to fight on another frontier had been reduced to pawns for perverted political interests. But the experienced Lord Inquisitor was not new to such underhanded tactics, and both sides could play these games. In response, he sent a formal request to the Council of Terror to cast their supreme judgment over this unjust order. By objecting these orders and pushing the decision up the chain of command, none less than the High Lords of Terror themselves would have the final say over the matter. Perhaps they could be persuaded to overturn the Munitorum's demands. He sent envoys to represent his position. They would explain in no uncertain terms that all Death Corps regiments had been officially integrated into the Order Malleus, and so by right, these were beyond the Munitorum's jurisdiction. This pencil pushing would also buy him precious time. The heart of the Imperium's bureaucracy is known to operate slowly. Until the final verdict returned, the Inquisitor could deal with the Death Corps troops as he pleased, allowing him in the meantime to reallocate resources across his army and prepare for the worst. Unfortunately, the news that eventually returned to him was not good at all. The High Lords of Terror expressed their sympathy towards his plight as commander and reassured him of the imperative of the siege, but Directive 4007-72-09 would not be overturned. The 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army must shrink as required, although the overall troop reduction had been slightly altered in Hector Rex's favor. The Inquisitor was now pushed into a corner. Should he choose to contest these orders again, now that they had come directly from the Council of Terror themselves, his career would not survive. His political opponents would eagerly emphasize the ironic similarity between Hector-Rex and the apostate Cardinal Zaphon in their attempts to keep more troops under their personal command than their authority allowed for. Many had allowed their pride to tempt them down the path before, including the War Master Horus himself. What made Hector-Rex think he could get away with it? Even someone as powerful as a Lord Inquisitor would have to watch his steps, or excommunication would inevitably follow. Lord Hector-Rex was no traitor, and never would be. He was fully aware that in the never-ending war with Chaos, the future of humanity was at stake. He would not let his pride stand in the way of his duty, and so he submitted himself to the order and prepared parts of the 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army to withdraw from the front lines. The 3 remaining regiments of the 1st Line Corps would all be departing Vraks, along with the 19th Bombardment Corps. This was a severe blow to the available firepower, for the 19th contained a significant portion of the army's heaviest guns. To make matters worse, half the independent artillery companies would also go. The 8th Assault Corps was to be fully withdrawn, although the Inquisitor's objections had at least managed to save a single tank regiment, which would now be assimilated into the 11th Assault Corps. Lord Hector-Rex did not know where these troops would be sent to. He suspected that they would be deployed against the ever-encroaching Tyranid threat in the galactic east, but these were mere guesses. Nor would he be informed later, for the emissaries that he had sent to Terra for an audience with the High Lords never returned alive. They had been killed on their way back towards Vraks. Standard procedures warranted an investigation, but the outcome was fruitless. The poor souls had presumably been murdered by the signature phase weapon of a Calidus assassin, which of course meant a perpetrator would never be officially identified. The Lord Inquisitor had been deemed loyal, but some organization within the Imperium felt it necessary to send a thinly veiled warning regardless. Hector-Rex was unfazed. Power plays like these were commonplace for a man of his rank, and so he simply occupied himself with the continuation of the siege. He would have to make do with fewer Krieg guardsmen, tanks, and artillery. But the setback wasn't the end of the world. He still had 4 line corps, 1 assault corps, and a load of artillery at his disposal. The loyalist titans of Legio Astorum were still on Vraks, and Krieg engineers were diligently busy digging their tunnels beneath the curtain wall. He ordered the remaining troops to reposition along the front lines and maintain the encirclement. As far as Hector-Rex was concerned, the war would be finished swiftly. The bureaucratic setback that had befallen the 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army had somewhat leveled the playing ground on Vraks. Hector-Rex would have to make do with less troops, vehicles, heavy guns, and a reduced amount of reinforcements arriving on planet. Fortunately, his army still outnumbered and outclassed the traitors in almost every regard. The severely shortened front lines meant the troop density had increased significantly, and so he still had more than enough troops at his disposal to keep the curtain wall completely surrounded. A robust network of Imperial trenches had been dug as far forward as was possible. No enemy counterattack sallying forth from the gates of the curtain wall would be able to dislodge the besieging forces now. Lord Hector-Rex held his specialist inquisitorial troops in reserve to counter any potential threat the Death Corps couldn't handle. In order to win the war, however, it was of utmost imperative that this upper hand wasn't mindlessly squandered. The constant bombardments had been reliably chipping away at the fortifications, but despite the attrition, the remaining defenses of Vraks proved as formidable as ever. No amount of heavy ordnance would be able to wipe the countless bunkers, dugouts, and concealed gun positions from the map. For every direct hit, destroying an established Vraksian position, they would construct 2 newly improvised ones from the rubble. The only way to win was to send infantry and tanks forward and capture the enemy territory. But every inch of ground from the Death Corps lines towards the citadel was covered by overlapping fields of fire and pre-sighted artillery. Machine gun nests had every possible angle covered as the vigilant eyes of the veteran Vraksian gunners were holding constant watch over no man's land. During the first several years of the war, the front line had stretched several hundreds of kilometers. Commander Julka had the luxury of sending millions of men to their deaths in order to scout yet unexplored weaknesses in the enemy lines. Forcing a breakthrough somewhere had been a mere matter of logistics and numbers. Gone now were the days where the 88th Siege Army had been granted essentially unlimited reinforcements. The length of the front lines had been drastically reduced. This stage of the war would require more finesse. The Lord Inquisitor would think twice before sending his remaining forces haphazardly into the meat grinder. But even a military genius would not be able to prevent horrendous losses in attempts to capture these heavily defended positions. Despite Hector Rex's many undeniable talents, organizing large-scale military operations was not amongst his greatest abilities. Despite his lack of strategic prowess, he was wise enough to surround himself with plenty of advisors, not least of which several brother captains of the Grey Knights, whose unmatched proficiency in warfare proved valuable counsel. He would also be able to rely on the veteran experience of his field commanders. Marshal Kogori could have taken a background role in the siege by now, but the seasoned and beloved commander was out there on the front lines, orchestrating assaults at the regimental level. The 88th had not forgotten the lessons learned during the many costly assaults against the first curtain wall breach. The gaping crater surrounded by fields of rubble had proven difficult for the infantry and vehicles to traverse. Repeated attempts to capture the choke point had almost broken the 34th Line Corps. It had swiftly become the most blood-soaked ground on all of Vraks. They had eventually managed to capture and secure the breach, but only with the invaluable assistance of Space Marines from the Red Scorpions. The bloody affair had left the Astartes chapter bruised and in need of recovery. Without Astartes' assistance, any new attempt at a breakthrough was doomed to result in costly and unfruitful stalemates. Although Rex had the might of the Grey Knight strike force at his fingertips to reinforce wherever he ordered, he preferred to keep them in reserve. The slugging match for control of a breach was better suited to the more standard rank-and-file Astartes. Instead, he sent a request for aid to the Red Hunters. Their chapter has a long history of putting themselves at the service of the Inquisition, and on occasion have served under command of other Lord Inquisitors before. There was little doubt that he could rely on their help. He also sent envoys to other chapters. The Dark Angels had already seen active combat on Vraks, and so they would be asked to return and finish what they had started. Their chapter surrounds themselves in secrecy and mystery. In the past, many Inquisitors had attempted to investigate the dark secrets that seemed to be at the heart of the chapter, but none had ever succeeded. Several had even suspiciously disappeared. Grand Master Azrael would have little trust or loyalty towards an agent of the Ordo Malleus, and so Hector Rex did not expect this request to meet with any success. Although the Red Scorpions had already done proud service on Vraks before, he politely informed them that their assistance would be welcome once more. Should their chapter have regained enough strength to be able to do so, the Lord Inquisitor would be honored by their return. The Red Hunters did not keep Hector Rex waiting for long. Their swift response confirmed their imminent arrival on Vraks. With Astartes' reinforcements on the way, new plans to assault the curtain wall would include several more breaches. The engineers had prepared many underground mines that would blow similar holes into the curtain wall. Despite the Vraxians' best attempts at countermining these operations, they were ultimately outclassed by the professional Krieg engineers. After having placed underground what must have seemed like enough explosives to blow up the entire planet, the orders to detonate the mines were given. At 0 hour, huge explosions could be witnessed across the northern front, blasting enormous slabs of concrete high in the air and leaving huge smoking craters in their wake. The regiments of the 46th Line Corps responsible for taking these newly formed breaches began their offensive to push through. As expected, the Vraxian defenders scrambled to plug the gaps, and a heroic battle for control of the curtain wall commenced. The Red Hunters would reinforce where required. Meanwhile, the 34th Line Corps would attempt to dislodge the defenders still opposing them around their breakthrough at the original breach. These assaults served as diversions for the 88th's true main objective. Lord Hector Rex sent forth additional attacks against the curtain wall gates. Control over these would be of great benefit to the army's logistics. Once breached, it would allow them to transport tanks and supply vehicles over the 3 main roads leading towards the Citadel. And, if left intact, the gatehouses could be integrated into the 88th's defenses and turned into valuable fortifications. Of course, the conditions of these roads could hardly be considered serviceable in their current state. Over the years, tens of thousands of tank treads moving back and forth from the front lines had worn the concrete down significantly. And like all other defenses, the roads had been on the receiving end of endless artillery fire. Unsurprisingly, countless shell holes were blown along the way. The planet's heavy rainfall had washed entire sections out as well. Maintenance had largely proven futile under these conditions, and so the roads were left in a state of disrepair. But a broken road was still better than none at all. The Krieg engineers would be able to bring the roads into somewhat functional use once more. It was much preferable compared to sending vehicles over the nearly untraversable wastelands of cratered fields, trenches, seas of barbed wire, shattered bunkers, and rubble that strewn the battlefield. While the defenders were baited into defending the many breaches, attacks against the 3 gates were prepared. The infantry readied themselves to climb out of their trenches and march into no man's land, followed by the tanks of the 11th Assault Corps. In anticipation of the battle, every gate and its surrounding area was bombarded by suppressing artillery fire. However, it had been observed that void shields covering the gateway towers would save the fortifications from most of the punishment. The enemy guns would likely still be operational when the attack commenced. Considering the expected heavy firepower they would be facing, Hector X pleaded with Legio Astorum for support. Their mighty god machines would be crucial in breaking through the gates. High Princeps Droka had previously established an amicable working relation with the respectable Marshal Amam Kugori, but ever since the sudden inquisitorial takeover of the 88th Siege Army, he had chosen to keep his Titans in reserve. So far, he had not found any reason to have much confidence in Lord Hector Rex's military leadership. Astorum's main goal in coming to Vraks had been the extermination of Legio Volcanum. This aim had already almost reached completion. Only a few of the enemy walkers still remained at large. Princeps Droka felt little for risking his army on lesser objectives, and preferred saving his strength for a final confrontation. And so, for the past year, under the cover of mechanical inconveniences and procedures, Legio Astorum had refrained from committing their forces to the Inquisitor's aid. The Inquisitor would not allow any more excuses. He requested a direct audience. In person, he expressed, in no uncertain terms, the desperate need for their support. Even someone like Droka, a high princeps with a full Titan Legio under his personal command, did not possess the authority to decline such a formal request from the likes of a Lord Inquisitor. The god machines would walk into battle. One of these was the battle for Gate 579-459. Where the 143rd Regiment was led by Commissar General Morg. 2 Reaver Titans by the name of Astor Tyrannus and Acis Ultra would support the regiment's assault. For this battle, they were specifically equipped with Apocalypse missile launchers. The abundance of guided rockets would be able to do what the artillery could not: take out the gate tower's heavy guns. They would prove of great value in suppressing the defenders. As they advanced towards the gateway, the Vraxians opened fire. The Death Corps troops had received orders to march under the protection of the Titans' void shields, and uncharacteristically moved forward with relatively few casualties. The tanks moved up closely behind them. Commissar Morg was stationed inside a Lehman Russ to lead his mission from the front. As the 143rd's advance closed in on their objective, the Titans' missile pods launched salvos against the enemy's gun positions. The tanks also opened fire and shelled the wall's parapets. With the enemy guns mostly suppressed, the infantry received orders to rush forward towards the gate. Engineer units carrying explosive melter charges were ordered to punch holes into the large armored doors. If that failed to work, the supporting Titans would use their heavy weapons against the gate or walls and produce breaches for the infantry to pass through. But they wouldn't be given the opportunity to complete their breaching mission. Before the infantry had managed to even reach the walls, the doors had already begun opening, and a ragged horde of Chaos Militia came streaming out of the gate. Behind them followed a column of tanks. The defenders sallied forth and launched themselves directly into close-quarters combat with the advancing Death Corps forces. The counterattack crashed into the 143rd with the force of thunder. The momentum of their charge carved straight into the heart of the Death Corps formation. The surprise was total, and the battle turned into a chaotic maelstrom. But Commissar Morg kept his cool. With the gates wide open, he saw an opportunity to rally his tanks forward and capture the gatehouse. His Lehman Russ and any tank able to follow him rolled onwards with great haste. He ordered his tanks and Titans to redouble their efforts in suppressing the wall's guns to cover his advance. But the enemy responded aptly to his maneuver. As Commander Morg moved forward, he could hear the clatter of shrapnel ricocheting off the hull of his vehicle. The enemy had deactivated their gate void shields, and Vraxian long-range artillery was now falling down upon their position. The infantry on both sides suffered heavy casualties in the storm of steel raining down indiscriminately upon their heads. The Commissar's own tank was hit by heavy ordnance as a shell pierced through the front armor of the tank. The stricken tank rolled over from the blast. The gunner and driver were both killed instantly by the impact. The dazed Commissar General clambered out of the wreck. The turret erupted behind him, and the shockwave threw him away from the destroyed tank. A piece of shrapnel pierced his left shoulder blade. After blacking out for a moment, he once again rose to his feet. The battle was still raging around him. His hopes of seizing the moment to quickly capture the gates had been short-lived. Behind the mob, a squad of Khornate berserkers led by Jufor himself moved through the gate and joined the battle. Straight towards him strode a red-armored Khornate champion, with a blood-soaked chain axe roaring in hand. Morg fumbled to grab his power sword, drew it from its scabbard and activated the blade to face the menacing opponent coming his way. He would set an example for his men. A single sweep of the champion's axe smashed the sword aside and sent the wounded Commissar sprawling back towards the ground. Within a moment, the Commissar's body was caught in the tight grip of the traitor's power fist, and the last bit of life was mercilessly squeezed out of him. The death of the commander did not end the battle. Soldiers from Krieg had rarely required the presence of a Commissar to remain steadfast in the face of overwhelming odds, but his exemplary sacrifice had been noted. The Astartes fell upon them with a savage charge, slaughtering infantry with ease and seemingly effortlessly destroying the tanks in their way. The Imperial forces were pushed back by their counterattack, but the troops rallied round the Titan's legs. The guardsmen would stand their ground against the raging berserkers. As reserve troops trickled in, their numbers soon began to count as they fired disciplined volley after volley into the traitors, halting the enemy's advance. Repeated shots from the Titan Aegis Ultra's melter cannon turned the mechanism required to operate the gate into molten slag, forcing the doors to remain open. No longer protected by their void shields, the gate towers were also steadily being smashed into rubble by Imperial artillery, knocking the shield generators out of action for good. As long as the Imperial troops kept up their advance, the Vraxians would have nowhere to hide. The stakes were high for both sides. Amidst the smoke of battle, the brave Krieg infantry eventually managed to properly reorganize their ranks around their banner, and were given orders to fix bayonets. Their formation once more began marching forward, with sharp steel at the ready, the banner proudly waving above their ranks. The explosions around them tore holes into their formation, but it did not stop their advance. Any and all traitor militia brave enough to stand in their way were mercilessly cut down. Most of these cowards fled before them. But the warriors of Khorne, worshippers of the blood god, were unfazed by the Death Guard's newly found resolve. Chain axes in hand, they plunged straight into the fray, leaving a tide of destruction where the two sides met. Lord Jufor was leading them personally, a towering powerhouse of slaughter in their midst. He rallied his berserkers into a killing frenzy. But as more and more Krieg infantry streamed into the battle, the tides would turn against his warband. With complete disregard for their own lives, the Death Corps kept marching forward. Every berserker killed guardsmen by the dozens, if not hundreds. As the slaughter raged on, the engines of their chain axes became stuffed with gore. After hacking through an insane amount of Krieg bones and armor, their weapons grinded to a staggering halt and refused service. Still, the Death Corps kept coming. This ruthless melee against a much stronger foe was the Death Corps' sacrificial ethos made manifest. Volleys of supercharged lasgun shots punched holes in the berserkers' ceramite plating. From all sides, hardened steel bayonets pried their way through slits and cracks in the Astartes' armor. Handfuls of crack grenades exploded at point-blank range, staggering the superhuman warriors. Chaos Marines had their eye lenses shattered by the butts of rifles, boots, and shovels furiously bashing down upon their helmets. The infantry held nothing back in this fight, their bloodlust almost matching that of the worshippers of Khorne themselves. The Space Marines had finally met their match and had to yield the field of battle. Immortal warriors, veterans of the Long War, some almost 10,000 years old, humbled by the soldiers of Krieg. The battered defenders regrouped behind the gate. A Vraxian tank hunter managed to inflict crippling damage upon one of the Imperial Titans when it landed a direct hit of its neutron laser on the cockpit. Both Moderati were grievously wounded, but the Titan miraculously managed to limp out of the battle to safety. The fighting continued for 6 more days, with the Imperial troops slowly but surely gaining more and more ground. Unable to hold their position any longer, the remaining Vraksian survivors finally withdrew from battle. Bloodied but victorious, the 143rd Regiment captured the gate. The second breach through the curtain wall had now been taken. Shortly afterwards, the 30th Line Corps had also managed to secure their objective at the northeastern gate. All Vraksians south of the citadel were now at risk of being cut off from the rest of the army. Those who saw the writing on the wall abandoned their positions prematurely in an effort to reach the citadel before being completely encircled. Provided with some easy gains in the face of the disorganized foe, the 34th Line Corps also managed to push through and pursued the enemy best they could. Together with the 30th Line Corps, they sent reinforcements to outflank the defenders still holding out at the last Vraksian-held gate. The curtain wall was no longer a viable defensive position for the renegades. Any who held the wall now risked being surrounded from the north and the south and ultimately being annihilated. But Zhufor did not order their general withdraw back to the citadel. He was barely concerned with preserving the manpower of his army. His priority had always been slaughter, and their futile deaths would serve him and his gods well enough. The outflanked Vraksians would have to fight to the death. The troops of the 88th Siege Army moved into their new positions and surrounded these lost pockets of resistance, ready to destroy them. But despite these Imperial victories, there would be truly dark days ahead. The Sanctified had their first initial successes with their newly created warp portal. When they had come to Vraks, they had brought large shipments of demon engine chassis to the citadel. Using these as blueprints, many more had been manufactured from the endless heaps of scrap scavenged from all over the battlefield. They employed their arcane sorcery to bring these monstrous vehicles to life. By forcefully binding malevolent spirits from the warp to the machines, these monsters made of steel would march forward on their master's command. Fueled directly by ethereal entities from the warp itself, standard weapons would not be able to hurt them. While the 88th was busy strangling the lost pockets of resistance, the Chaos Marines led by Zhufor sallied forth from the citadel in an opportunistic strike. In their wake, they unleashed the demon engines against the Death Corps lines. Animated by enraged warp entities, these seemingly rickety vehicles moved with unnatural speed and struck the 88th's lines before they had time to prepare. All variants of Defilers, Brass Scorpions, and Blood Slaughterers devastated the newly established trench lines and slaughtered everyone in their path. Overhead swarms of blight drones of Nurgle buzzed like giant malevolent flies, spitting foulness onto the land below and spreading their decay. In previous battles, the Death Corps had at least been able to hurt their enemies. Through their tenacity, they had proven that even Chaos Space Marines could be brought to heel. But these nigh unstoppable demon engines were something entirely different. How could you disable a machine that did not operate by real-world mechanical principles? How could you kill a being that did not come from this reality? Did it even make sense to try? The Death Corps soldiers didn't know the answers, but would stand their ground regardless, because they had been ordered to do so. Underground, the mining operations were reaching close to breaking into the Citadel's undercrafts. But these were practically brought to a halt as the engineers faced similarly vile enemies. The Vraksians had lost most, if not all, of their personnel with tunneling expertise during the years of costly underground warfare, and so had given up all hopes of successfully countermining. Instead, they now flooded the subterranean networks with all kinds of monstrosities. In the darkness below Vraks, hordes of nightmarish creatures stalked their prey without remorse. Even the hardy engineers were not equipped to deal with such foes. Now was the hour for Hectorex to act decisively. These were the types of enemies he had kept his Grey Knights in reserve for. The Ordo Malleus finally released the demon hunters upon Vraks to do the Emperor's work. They were highly effective wherever they struck, using their psychic might and Nemesis Force weapons to banish demons back to the warp by the dozens. But the unholy creatures kept spewing forth from the Citadel in too great numbers. The initial strike force led by Captain Stern proved insufficient against the overwhelming amount of monstrosities spewing from the warp onto Vraks. The Grey Knights were simply too few in numbers to stop the enemy from ravaging the Imperial lines. The demon onslaught was total, and they could not be everywhere at once to counter the many threats. An urgent astropathic request was forwarded to the planet Titan for an additional strike force to lend their aid in containing the warp incursion. They were implored to make haste. for Vraks was swiftly turning into a full-blown demonic hellscape. Lord Inquisitor Hector X refused to retreat his army. Doing so would allow the enemy the opportunity to recapture lost ground and redeploy along the curtain wall. Such a setback could not be allowed to happen. It was in this great moment of need that he personally joined the fighting on the front lines, clad in his custom Artificer power armor, carrying a large storm shield and his master-crafted force sword, said to be blessed by the Emperor himself. He strode forward into battle, with his personal retinue to save his army. His inspiring presence rallied the ravaged Death Corps troops, raising their morale and imploring them to hold out until more reinforcements arrived. He even pressed his commanders, Krieg and Inquisitors alike, onwards towards the citadel to establish a complete encirclement. Never before had one of the army's commanders risked his own life and limbs by personally joining in the thick of battle. Hector X's heroic performance gained his utmost respect with the 88th Siege Army. They willingly paid the high cost in lives these stubborn orders would inflict upon their ranks. It was during these darkest of days on Vraks that many heroes of the Imperium gave their lives in order to hold the line until further Grey Knights reinforcements could arrive. Densely stuck together on the killing grounds around the citadel, many were slain by the demon engines. Inquisitor officers and their Tempesta Scion bodyguards were killed by the dozens. Captain Danzo of the Red Hunters was killed in action. Many veteran commanders, including several Krieg colonels themselves, perished in the fighting. The Reaver Titan Honorum and all its crew were destroyed. And, to the sorrow of many, Lord Marshal Amam Kogori, once Supreme Commander of the 88th Siege Army, met his unfortunate end on the front lines. But now was not the time for grief. They would have to mourn the heroic dead later.
The war on Vraks had raged on for 18 years by now. Under Lord Hector X's leadership, the 88th Siege Army had withstood demonic onslaught. His heroic leadership in the heat of battle had inspired the troops to endure. The Death Corps were proud, for they had persevered through the worst the enemy could possibly throw at them. Or so they thought. The war was far from over, and the citadel itself was still standing. The stronghold was the most fortified position on the entire planet. The end was in sight, but everyone realized the final hurdle was not to be taken lightly. The Vraxian defenders would never surrender, and would be encouraged, or enforced, by Lord Zeufor to fight until the last drop of their blood spills. On Hector's request, another company of Grey Knights and several companies of Red Hunters Space Marines had mustered on Vraks. The Demon Hunters immediately set to work in eliminating the demon engine threat. Soon the defenders were running low on chassis to bind the demons to. They also purged the underground tunnels of foul mutants. With those out of the way, the Death Corps engineers could begin to make progress on their tunnels once more. The Red Hunters contingent split up into large squads so they could reinforce them wherever required. Unsurprisingly, the Dark Angels had not answered the call. Their shameful absence was only further amplified when even the Red Scorpions, who had barely managed to recover from their assault against the curtain wall breach years prior, returned in respectable numbers nonetheless. Frankly, the war would go on with or without the Angels of Caliban. With such a great host of Astartes warriors at his beck and call, Hector X was confident he would be able to bring the last defenders of the Citadel, human and traitor Space Marines alike, to their knees. By now, the 88th had pushed all the way towards the precipice of the Citadel itself. They had captured all the roads, gates, and fortifications leading up to it. According to Imperial intelligence, Legio Astorum had finally managed to defeat the last Titans of Legio Vulcanum on the field of battle. Their burned-out, rusting hulks now stood as a reminder of the Imperium's relentless persecution of the heretic and the traitor. Not even something as mighty as a god machine would escape the God Emperor's justice. Although Legio Astorum's task was now technically completed,
Hector X implored Princeps Randroka to stay until the end of the war. Not wishing to tarnish the honor of his battle group by prematurely abandoning the field of battle, the Princeps obliged the request. Their Titan assistance greatly simplified the task of hunting down and crushing any remaining pockets of resistance. By now, all enemies were either pushed back beyond the Citadel's gates or destroyed. One minor exception to this were the Plague Marines still holding out in the eastern swamps, which now lay almost 40 kilometers behind the front lines. It had been expected that the Nurgle warbands would make an attempt to break through the lines in order to rendezvous with their traitor allies inside the Citadel, but the reconnaissance stationed around the swamps reported very little activity. All in all, it appeared the Plague Marines made little efforts to join the fighting. As it turned out, the Plague Marines had indeed no intent of meeting up with the other warbands. Deacon Mammon had escaped the encirclement and informed them of Xufor's coup, explaining to them how the Khornate leader had managed to subjugate all other Chaos warbands to his personal command by force. Although Nurgle worshippers are not disgusted by pretty much anything, the idea of serving under a crazed follower of the Blood God seemed rather unappetizing to even them, and so they were more than happy to fortify their comfy green hellscape and sit this one out. For many, it would remain unknown how Mammon had managed to escape the Khornate slaughter of Zaphan's inner circle. An even bigger mystery was how he had made his way through the Imperial encirclement undetected. But given the Alpha Legion's reputation for subterfuge, it is certain that they had a hand in this. After all, they had a vested interest in thwarting Xufor's rise to power. And so, before the Khornate coup, Lord Arcos warned Deacon Mammon of what was about to unfold. With help of the Alpha Legion agents, he managed to escape the Citadel through the underground tunnel network to seek refuge with the Plague Marines. An ever-growing network of criss-crossing trenches completely encircled the Citadel now. The 88th was in position to launch assaults directly against the imposing stronghold itself. But before committing themselves to this Herculean task, the Death Corps forces would dig their trenches ever deeper. They knew full well they would be here for a while, and the enemy might counterattack their lines at any moment. Even with the Grey Knights to back them up, it was better to be safe than sorry. There were still many enemy bunkers and other minor fortified positions between them and their objective, but the biggest threat were undoubtedly the countless Citadel wall guns and the handful of remaining laser defense towers. These anti-orbit lasers were designed to fight off void ships, but their barrels could be leveled to shoot at ground targets. Over the many years, the defenders had occasionally utilized these destructive weapons in exactly such a manner, wiping entire Imperial positions from the map at an incredible range. The firepower of these large weapons were able to blow any bunker to smithereens with a single direct hit. Fortunately for the Death Corps, having advanced so close to the Citadel had a few advantages. Many of the laser defense networks had already been captured or destroyed by now, and so the Vraksians had only a few of these lasers left at their disposal. Before being able to fire, the extensive defensive plating that protects these guns would retract to make way for the barrel, exposing the relatively vulnerable inner mechanisms to enemy artillery fire. The Citadel's void shields would protect them from most of the damage, but it was a risk nonetheless. Then there was the fact that the defenders had no way of knowing if or when the Imperium would decide to deploy their navy to bomb the Citadel from orbit. In such a scenario, they would need their laser network to be ready to respond immediately. Aiming the slow, bulky weapons all the way back skywards to fire at any incoming ships would waste precious time. With the Death Corps this close to the Citadel's walls, these long-range weapons had little to no hope of accurately firing at ground targets, let alone anything that moved. And so the Vraksian High Command figured the benefits barely outweighed the risks. At this point in the war, they were only deployed in such a manner on very rare occasion. Another advantage was that in many places the Imperial lines were beginning to move beyond the minimum range of the Vraksians' heavy artillery cannons. Despite their great vantage point from atop their fortress walls, the gunners had a difficult time finding the right angle to hit the Death Corps troops below. No longer would they be able to amass all their firepower onto a single location. By analyzing their casualty figures, after a few assaults the attackers would likely figure out where these relatively poorly covered weak spots were. Hector X studied the assault plans for the citadel. Many of them dated back to the initial days of the siege, where they had been leisurely designed by Lord Commander Julka. These very same plans had been taken up by Marshal Kagori, who had made changes and additional plans. They finally passed on to the Lord Inquisitor when he took over command of the 88th Siege Army. From a strategic perspective, the plans were rather simple. Not due to a lack of military ingenuity, but the simplicity was simply enforced by the hostile terrain. The angle of the mountain on which the citadel was founded was too steep for vehicles to traverse. The only hope any motorized vehicles would have of reaching the enemy walls was by following one of the roads leading to the 4 gates. These stringent limitations create choke points that the defenders could easily block with artillery to pin the slow-moving vehicles down. All other operations would have to be on foot, but without armored hulls to protect them, the infantry would be easy prey for the citadel's defenders. For the heavy bolters and las cannons stationed on the walls, it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. The most obvious places to attack would be the gates. Up north of the citadel is the Cardinal Gate, the same entry Zaphon had moved through when he had come to Vraks almost 2 decades before. But the bridge on the way towards it had either been blown up by the Vraxians themselves, or destroyed in a bombardment. That would make it difficult if not impossible for tanks to move up to it. One of the gates that could be assaulted with vehicular support was the main gate, which was the largest and most fortified of all. It can, however, only be reached by traversing up a cumbersome, steep, winding road, forcing the troops to a long journey up the mountain, exposed to enemy fire from all sides. Leading up into the citadel's undercrofts is the Armory Gate, whose entrance is covered by steep cliffs on either side, blocking the field of fire from the main walls. But it is reinforced with extra defensive towers inside the ravine. Finally, on the western side, there is the Lower Gate. This relatively minor gate is the least protected, as the minor wall really only serves as a causeway towards one of the outer laser defense silos. If it is to be broken through, the attackers would still be facing the St. Leonis Gate on the southern side before gaining access to the main citadel. Although this is the oldest gate, it is protected by a huge bastion towering over the narrow Pilgrim's Road. No matter which way the commander looked at it, the battle for the citadel was bound to become a bloodbath. For millions of Kriegsmen, this would inevitably be their last fight. The 88th Siege Army's guns would have to soften up these defenses as best they could before any attack, but the citadel's void shields were formidable, and would soak up most of the incoming shells. Fortunately, the 88th's High Command had the foresight to study and observe the void shield system long before they had reached the citadel. They had requested any and all documents that had anything to do with Vraks' defenses, which included many old blueprints of the citadel's construction. Every single gate and wall tower has its own void shield generators, allowing many of the shields to overlap and keep every part of the citadel completely covered. The geothermic power supplies that keep them running are buried deep beneath the volcano, unable to be hit by artillery directly. But these power supplies would have their limits. If enough ordnance is thrown at the shields, it could overload the system. A huge bombardment could disable the void shield system temporarily. This would allow the Death Corps artillery to finally deal some real damage to the citadel's defenses, at least until the void shields would become operational again. For many years, whenever the 88 had shells to spare, they fired them directly at the citadel. To any bystander, it may have seemed petty and wasteful to spend so much munitions only to see them harmlessly clash upon the protective barrier. But High Command had been observing how different parts of the shield system responded to various quantities of explosives. Whenever the void shield had flickered, they knew that it had come close to collapsing. By now, they had a pretty good estimation of how many rounds would be required, and of which caliber, to disable the void shield. Now it was just a matter of whether the required bombardments could be sustained. The Ecclesiarchy strongly objected to this method. Disabling the void shields by peppering the citadel with overwhelming quantities of explosives would put the Basilica of St. Leonis the Blind at risk of being damaged, or worse, even outright destroyed. Perhaps once Inquisitor Hector X would have taken their concerns into account, but ever since he had taken command of the 88th Siege Army, they had opposed these plans at every turn. The ecclesiarchy had essentially proven themselves to be his political enemies, so as far as he was concerned, he saw no more reason to try and be subtle about it. He would personally raze the basilica to the ground, if that meant the war would be over sooner. It was time for the Battle of the Citadel to begin in earnest. None other than veteran Commander Tyborg of the 261st Regiment. By now, he had been promoted to the coveted rank of Colonel and was honored with leading the first charge. Since his capture of Fort A453 already 14 years ago, he had been wounded another 4 times. During the Kogori offensive, he had lost his arm, which had now been replaced by a bionic counterpart, a rare privilege for the usually expendable Death Corps troops. He knew the attack would likely lead to the complete destruction of the 261st Regiment, but he would carry out the mission regardless. Due to his experience, he was given the agency to come up with his own plans for the assault. Rather than concentrating his troops onto a single target, he figured it would be preferable to attack from different directions. 1st Company would attack the Cardinal Gate from the north. 7th Company would move up the Pilgrim's Road from the west, and 15th Company would attack the Great Gate from the southeast. Tyborg used his influence to secure a great many Gorgon heavy transports, enough to carry all infantry of the first wave. They would be escorted by Lehman Russes. With some luck, at least one of the companies would make it to their target. The bulk of artillery fire was provided by the 21st Bombardment Corps stationed across the Darrow Rift. For the first time of the war, their complete combined firepower was aimed directly at the citadel itself. A rumble could be felt throughout the front lines when the first volley opened up. Thousands of shells of various heavy calibers simultaneously soared towards the enemy stronghold. When they hit, the entire citadel was covered in a cloud of flame, shaking the mountain at its core. Troops observed the spectacle from a distance, wondering if anything could sustain such a storm, and yet more shells were added to the bombardment. The Death Corps soldiers had boarded their transport, and the mechanical column of Gorgons and tanks came into motion. Behind them, infantry of the 2nd and 3rd waves waited to follow up and climb the slopes on foot. Although the entire citadel was covered in fire and smoke from the bombardment, the Vraksian gunners managed to return fire at the incoming attackers regardless. The lead vehicle of the 7th Company was destroyed by an unlucky direct hit, slowing their advance as they moved around the wreck. 1st Company was caught in a minefield, although the thick steel ramps equipped on the front of the Gorgons withstood most of the blast. Some were disabled. More and more troops became bogged down. The 15th Company, making their way up the winding slopes, came under concentrated artillery fire, leaving several of the Gorgons stranded and blocking the road. The only option was forward, and the oncoming vehicles pushed the wrecks aside, sometimes straight off the cliffside. Wherever the transports of the assault could no longer move any further forward, the infantry disembarked, only to be met almost immediately by the defenders' machine gun fire. As the assault commenced, more and more Death Corps soldiers' corpses lay strewn across the mountainside. Those of the 1st Company who made it past were met by Vraksian counterattacks sallying forth from the Cardinal Gate, undoubtedly ordered to do so by Lord Zhufor, in the name of the Blood God. This prompted the 2nd wave of infantry to advance, causing a huge brawling melee combat right in front of the gate. Only the 15th Company seemed to be making any real progress at all. By now, several parts of the Void Shield here were failing under the prolonged bombardment. The Lehman Russes were using their cannons, firing volley after volley straight into the gate's defenses. Shells were falling onto the walls, scattering the defenders manning them and allowing the infantry to move up. The 15th Company's 2nd wave marched up the slopes, but these walls and gates were much more formidable than those of the Curtain Wall. No breaches had yet been established. Until then, the best they could manage was to maintain a forward position here and keep pressure on the Vraksians. Despite lack of results in the west, 7th Company was ordered to keep up their attack as a diversion. Meanwhile, elements from the 1st Company were tasked to redeploy with the 15th and join the attack against the Great Gate, while Atlas excavators would deal with the minefields. All reserves were sent forth into battle, Colonel Tyborg amongst them. Grenadier units were making their way up towards the citadel. But Zhufor was not content to let the invaders establish a forward base right on his very doorstep, and so he organized a counterattack out of the Great Gate. First, the entire eastern mountainside was blasted by phosphor-gelled incendiary shells, causing a huge firestorm that burned the Death Corps' unlucky to be caught in its blazing heat. Then, he rallied his traitor Space Marines and stormed out of the gate. Protected by their power armor, they would not be hurt by the fire. A wave of blood-red berserkers spilled forth upon the slopes. The Death Corps had faced the berserkers in melee before, and so they steeled their resolve with the belief that through sheer tenacity and sacrifice, they could stand their ground against the onslaught, and perhaps even come out on top. This time would be different, however. As the bloodshed commenced, the skies darkened and cracked with lightning. The first true demons began to appear in their midst. Bloodletters, the warmongers of Khorne, materialized into real space and joined the battle with an insatiable bloodlust. Although their bayonets and lasguns had been able to hurt Astartes, the Death Corps possessed no weapons to fight these unnatural beasts with. Hell was now truly upon them. The bloodletters hacked into them, their serpentine tongues rapidly flickering to taste the blood of those they slay. They were helplessly slaughtered where they stood. The sight was the scene from nightmares, and the troops wavered. The massacre was total. Unwilling to see his regiment pointlessly annihilated by an enemy they could not even fight, Colonel Tyborg ordered full retreat. He told his men to run for their lives as fast as they could, so that they may live to fight for the Emperor another day. Upon receiving this message, their crumbling resolve broke completely. Not even the commissars, who clearly would not stand for such cowardly orders, were unable to stop the rout. The infantry scattered and fled in a panic down the mountainside, with the demons hot on their heels in pursuit. The few remaining vehicles were too slow to escape and were destroyed by the Space Marines at their own leisure. Spurred on by their victims fleeing before them, the demons chased them all the way down the mountain into the trench lines where the massacre continued. But before the Grey Knight's strike force had a chance to respond, the demonic incursion lifted. As suddenly as the demons had arrived, so had they also disappeared, dematerializing back into the warp. With the rest of the regiment having been annihilated and the attack called off, 7th Company withdrew in good order, but the damage had been done. The berserkers had decapitated the fallen, and their looted skulls now decorated the citadel's ramparts. Few of the 1st and 15th Companies had escaped alive. If not for Tyborg's hurried retreat order, none would have survived at all. Despite the clearly overwhelming odds pitted against them, the colonel and his troops would be reprimanded for this dishonorable conduct. Of course, nobody really believed that they had ever had any chance to stand their ground against the demons, nor would they have had the opportunity for an organized retreat, but that wasn't the point. Fleeing head over heels was not the Krieg way, no matter the foe that was faced. Tyborg had dishonored his regiment by imploring the troops to save their skins at all cost. Standard procedure now demanded that he would be stripped of his command, and the 261st would be disbanded. Due to crippling losses, it could no longer be sustained as a regiment anyway. The few remaining troops and vehicles were distributed among the 30th Line Corps' other regiments. But despite Tyborg's fall from grace, his otherwise outstanding record throughout the rest of the siege and his almost legendary reputation as the hero of Fort A453 would see him redeemed. Lord Hector had been well aware that he had sent the 261st on a suicide mission against impossible odds, and had sympathy with the commander and his troops. Tyborg had proven himself an independent thinker, a rarity amongst the dogmatic Death Corps officer cadre. So instead of demotion, he personally promoted the veteran commander to a position within High Command, where he would serve directly with the army staff of the Ordo Malleus. Now that true demons had arrived on Vraks, the defenders would be able to call upon effectively unlimited reinforcements. It was true that the Grey Knights could banish such monstrosities, but even those with more advanced arcane knowledge of the warp could not predict how effective that would prove in the long term. Regardless, from now on, the demon hunters would remain on extremely high alert. A plight similar to that of the 261st Regiment would not be allowed to happen a second time. The direct approach up the slopes to brute force their way into the citadel had met with disastrous failure, and the 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army had nothing to show for it. To make things worse, the roadways were now partially blocked by burned-out wrecks, making any future assaults all the more difficult. The commanders would have to come up with a better plan, but as always, the backbone of any assault would remain the trusty Krieg infantry.
Next up would be the 269th Regiment's turn to enter the meat grinder. But this time, the Death Corps troops would be part of a more intricate combined arms operation. Recognizing the serious difficulties his troops would face, Lord Hector X would once more join the thick of battle to personally lead them from the front. The battle for the Citadel had met with a bloody start, and things were about to get a whole lot worse. The first attack of the 30th Line Corps against the Citadel had met with a disastrous end. The hero of Fort A453, Colonel Tyborg, and the troops under his command had been pushed back by a summoning of Khorne's bloodletters. Only a handful had managed to make it back to their own trench lines and lived to tell the tale. The broken and disgraced remnants of the 261st were disbanded and merged with the remaining regiments. But the shaken troops of the 30th Line Corps were not out of the action yet. The assault against the Citadel would have to continue. Now, it was the 269th Regiment's turn to impregnate the bitch. Hector X was well aware that it would be foolish to send another regiment straight into the meat grinder and expect different results. While making preparations for the next assault, he spent long hours digging through the extensive strategic archives and finally dusted off one of the many complex attack plans drawn up by the late Marshal Kogori, who was known for his mastery of combined arms warfare. During his time as commander, he had worked on many preliminary battle plans for besieging the Citadel. His strategies had proven their merit before. This priceless reference from a seasoned Imperial commander was just what the Inquisitor could use right now. The plan included a main thrust against the Citadel's armory gate, supported by a Space Marine drop pod assault. Air squadrons would perform bombing raids. The attack would be supported by Titans and various diversion attacks. Hector X modified these plans to better fit the troops at his current disposal. The 269th's 3rd Company would be tasked with achieving the main objective. They would approach the Citadel from the north, along the gully, to besiege the gate inside the ravine. Diversion attacks would approach from the east and pressure the main and cardinal gate. The artillery would use the experience they had gained in the previous battle to better suppress the Citadel's void shields and wall gunners. As the main attack passed the gully, parts of the 3rd Company would split off to assault the laser defense station. Fortunately, the massive weapon had already been knocked out of action during an earlier bombardment. However, the structure remained a forward strongpoint for the defenders that needed to be dealt with. As the infantry cleared the ravine of defenders, combat engineers would move up to place demolition charges and blow breaches into the gate doors. At this moment, their Space Marine allies would perform a drop pod assault into the ravine on the other side. The Astartes would clear the way for the engineers to advance, allowing them to blow another hole into the armory gate to force themselves away into the Citadel's undercroft. This daring attack would surely draw the defenders' attention and would be expected to send troops to reinforce the armory gate. That's when the Navy bombers would come in to rain down a precision airstrike upon the lower gate spur. The remaining companies, supported by Titans, would then perform an all-out attack to capture it and establish a forward base of operation right next to the Citadel itself. If possible, they would then storm all the way up to the St. Leonis Gate. During the battle, the heavy tanks of the 11th Assault Corps would lend their support wherever required. The strategy appeared solid. Now it was up to Hector X to make sure the execution would go as smoothly as could realistically be expected. The preliminary bombardment began to rain down steel upon the Vraksians' defenses and probe for weaknesses in the void shields. On 081-830 Millennia 41, the attack began when the 269th Regiment climbed out of their trenches and began their daunting march towards the Citadel. From the very first moments, things did not go nearly as expediently as had been hoped. Resistance in the gully was much stronger than expected. A large number of defenders had stationed themselves there, conveniently covered by advantageous features of the terrain. Many Vraksian tanks were waiting for the Imperial advance in concealed firing positions. They could pick their approaching targets at leisure and deal significant damage. With little more than the enemy tank barrels exposed, there was little the Death Corps tanks could do in the way of offering effective return fire. Unfazed by the initial heavy losses, the brave soldiers of Krieg continued their advance regardless.
Surely, once they closed the distance, they would eventually be able to get the upper hand. The troops equipped bayonets and were confident that these ragtag defenders would run as soon as the tide of steel arrived. Unfortunately, they were in for a nasty surprise, and their overconfidence would soon be punished. It turned out that the Iron Warriors warband called the Steel Brethren had reinforced this sector. Throughout the ages, these traitor marines had fought countless battles, accumulating millennia of knowledge on how to build the most optimal defenses. Even the most up-to-date maps the 88th possessed had not taken these unfortunate facts into account. These masters of siegecraft had fortified the gully and turned it into an expertly crafted kill zone. Of course, the Death Corps had faced strongly defended positions before, but considering what the Steel Brethren had to work with, these proved far more proficient than any of the other improvised Vraksian positions. Hidden bunkers had been constructed in every key point of the line. Waves of Death Corps troops were mowed down in the overlapping fields of fire. The rough terrain made armored support next to impossible, and progress was painfully slow. To make things worse, the company commander was killed in action. Even by Death Corps standards, every bunker and gun position they captured came at the cost of an eye-watering amount of casualty. The Steel Brethren had made sure of that. In desperation, a significant portion of the 88th's heavy artillery would retarget to prioritize firing upon the gully. Before long, an ungodly amount of explosive munitions were concentrated on this relatively small section of the front. For good measure, the Reaver Titan Astor Tyrannus was sent into action as well. Once in position, it deployed its powerful laser weapons to accurately blast the most strongly defended positions into molten slag. The concentrated fire raining down upon their positions caused cracks in the resolve of the defenders. Unwilling to face heavy losses, the Chaos Warband slowly withdrew from their base and trickled back into the citadel. Without the support of their traitor marine allies, the remaining militia troops proved far less potent defenders. Under cover of the bombardment, the infantry's advance commenced. Due to the heavy losses, the secondary objective of attacking the defense laser station was called off. All troops were told to move directly into the ravine to assault the gate instead. Their concentrated attack was of course obvious for the defenders to observe, and so the Vraksians had no problem coordinating an effective artillery strike that pinned down the attacks that now streamed into the now increasingly crowded ravine. Meanwhile, efforts of the diversion attacks were ramped up. But as reinforcements of the 7th Company marched towards the citadel, they were ambushed by the Alpha Legion. Their warriors sprung up behind the Krieg advance from the ruins of an abandoned manufactorum facility, likely by traveling through secret underground tunnels. The surprise attack targeted the unsuspected columns of tanks and artillery on their way towards the front, and caused havoc amongst their logistics. Without fire support, the infantry further ahead was pretty much operationally ineffective against the citadel's wall. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the remaining troops of the 7th Company were getting wiped out. For the 3rd Company, losses continued to mount. They were finally provided a lucky break when the amount of enemy fire appeared to diminish. It seemed that the defenders were running low on munitions. Not going to let this opportunity go to waste, they once again moved forward, further into the ravine, and the engineers could attempt to begin their demolition operation. The Red Hunters' drop-pod assault had been delayed thus far, but with this good news, their mission could finally commence. Their strike cruiser transferred full power to its void shields and moved above the citadel, exposing itself to the remaining laser defense weapon. Once in position, a first wave of Deathstorm drop pods rained from the sky. Upon contact with the ground, these extremely heavily armed pods automatically fired their servitor-guided weapons into the direct vicinity. The initial strike proved highly effective as the Vraksian troops caught in the blast zone were annihilated. Following up the initial blow, 150 Battle Brothers of the Red Hunters, accompanied by 4 heavily armored Inquisitors of the Order Malleus, now came hurtling from the skies in a second wave to clean up the remaining resistance and secure the gate from the inside. Unfortunately, almost all of the 3rd Company's officers had been killed in action already. They had lost the veteran leadership required to properly coordinate their attacks with the arrival of the Red Hunters.
To make matters worse, due to their concealed position between the walls of the ravine, they had not been able to observe that the drop-pod assault had already taken place. The engineers still had not successfully produced a breach, and the two forces remained separated, each on their own side of the gate. When the complete Red Hunter strike force had successfully made planetfall, they would be met with an unexpected event. The massive armory doors in the cliffside of the Citadel slowly began to open up, to reveal a Chaos Reaver Titan. With its cockpit almost up to the ceiling of the armory gate, it barely managed to march out. To the Red Hunter's horror, they were now locked inside the death pit with a Titan with no way out. As always, a drop-pod assault is a one-way ticket. As the God Machine began to fire into them at point-blank range, the Marines scattered across the death pit, desperately scrambling for any cover they could find. They quickly made contact with the 88th Army High Command, imploring them to immediately breach that damn gate. In turn, High Command sent urgent requests to the 3rd Company to verify what the hell they were up to. Lord Commander Hector Rex, who was stationed with the 13th Company, was swiftly informed of the dire situation. He could not afford to lose the majority of his allied Astartes and immediately began organizing a full-scale rescue operation. There was, however, little that could be done to help them. Artillery against the Chaos Titan would land danger close to the Marines. The Reaver Titan Astor Tyrannus had no line of sight to fire its laser weapons in support. His best hope was for the Death Corps to produce a breach, allowing the Red Hunters to withdraw down the ravine. Once communication with the few surviving lower-ranked Death Corps officers in the ravine had been established, they were ordered to hasten their attack against the gate immediately, no matter the cost. With no time to waste, a Stormblade was brought forth. With complete disregard for the safety of the vehicle or its crew, they repeatedly fired its plasma weapons point-blank into the gate until the tank was completely spent. The engineers followed up by hurriedly preparing their satchel charges. On the other side, the battle was about to turn from bad to worse. Beneath the feet of the Chaos Titan, hordes of Vraxian renegade militia now stormed out of the armory, charging at the Red Hunters. This forced them out of concealment and defended themselves against the charge. Meanwhile, the God Machine continued to pour its weapons indiscriminately into the melee below. The Red Hunters' numbers were dwindling fast. The tank's plasma weapons had vaporized a hole in the thick metal gate wide enough for the Death Corps infantry to move through. Spending no time on hesitation, they charged straight into the carnage. Behind them, the 35th and 36th Company Death Riders Reserves had been ordered to immediately charge full speed up the ravine. Honoring their reputation for unwavering resolve and reckless bravery, the Death Riders mounted up and galloped towards their inevitable doom. The impending mass of horses made an excellent target for the Vraxian gunners upon the walls. With a complete disregard for their own survival, they charged through artillery and gunfire, heavily maimed by the effects of minefields and barbed wire that they galloped over. The legs of the mounts were torn to shreds. Fueled by a potent cocktail of combat stims, the horses continued their stampede through the wreckage and corpses that littered the ravine. The demolition charges were blown, and the gate crashed down just in time for the galloping riders to continue on their way. With a maddening speed, they finally delivered their charge of exploding lances as they charged into their foe. With slashing sabers and kicking horses, they drove the mob of Vraxian militia before them, but by then it was already too late. Despite the unreserved heroism of their charge, the Red Hunters had already been practically wiped out. Their strike force had been pounded into dust by the Chaos Reaver Titan's relentless guns. Zhufor and his Khornate berserkers now entered the fray and cut the Krieg reinforcements down to the last man in a gory massacre. The Death Pit had earned its name. The corpses of men and horses alike strewn the battlefield. At this point, a mere handful of mortally wounded Red Hunters were barely hanging on to life, only sustained by their superhuman implants. These survivors were captured and dragged into the catacombs of the Citadel, where we can only speculate as to what horrible fate befell them. This was a devastating setback for Lord Hector Rex. Apart from being a severe military loss, this would also be a major political blow. Under his leadership, 150 loyal Space Marines of a renowned chapter had been sacrificed with absolutely nothing to show for it. and yet another Krieg regiment had been pulverized in the meat grinder. Even someone as mighty as a Lord Inquisitor would not be able to sweep this under the rug. As word of this crucial failure spread, his allies would certainly lose faith in his military leadership. But before he would have time to overthink the consequences, the roar of the 1099th's airplanes could be heard flying overhead. A massive formation of bombers was approaching the citadel to perform their assigned bombardment campaign. The Vraksian flak guns opened up to fend off the aerial attack. The airships were forced to fly relatively low in order to perform their airstrike with any semblance of accuracy. Several of them were hit and crashed down towards the surface, but the formation was too numerous for the limited number of remaining anti-air guns to effectively counter them. As the bombers flew overhead, they dropped their massive payloads into the lower gate spur's general vicinity. A deafening, continuous roar of explosions ensued, and the western side of the mountain was engulfed in flames and covered in a thick blanket of smoke. As the last plane flew overhead and the dust finally cleared, the damage they had inflicted was apparent. Up to 4 breaches had been blown into the lower gate spur, 2 of its towers had been turned into rubble. Even the massive laser defense battery seemed to be knocked out of action. The Inquisitor desperately required a breakthrough, anything to make up for the terrible losses they had already suffered. Hector Rex ordered the 13th Company to move forward with great haste. With some luck, they would be able to arrive at the wall before the Vraksians had time to prepare their defenses in the bombed-out rubble. If they could not capture it now, then Hector Rex might as well consider his immediate resignation as commander. The Death Corps were marching up the slopes. In the ruins of the lower gate spur, the defenders were scrambling like rats to improvise new defensive positions. High Princeps Drorka, with his Titan Praetorian, and 2 other Reaver Titans, Tritus and Invictorus, followed in their wake, blasting the Vraksians with their long-range weapons. The Death Corps infantry made their way up the Pilgrim Road with cold steel ready and charged into the breaches. Things seemed to be going as well as could be expected. That was, until the armored plates around the laser defense silo started opening up and aiming its weapons. The bastion it was mounted upon might have been heavily scarred by the air raid, but buried within, its weaponry and power supplies had survived. The alarm systems of the Legio Westorum Titans went on full alert as the incredibly potent laser energy source started powering up its generators. Reaver-class Tritus was the most close by and immediately fired a full load of rockets at the station, but it was already too late. And a massive laser penetrated straight through the Reaver's frontal armor and critically damaged the plasma reactor within. The Titans staggered under the impact, came to a halt, and then the reactor exploded in a spectacular fashion. With the force of a small sun, the God Machine exploded. In the blink of an eye, everything within a 100-meter radius of the detonation was evaporated. The heat shockwave of the blast scorched close-by infantry and vehicles alike. Panicked orders rang out over the Voxnet to bring the defense laser down. A devastating amount of artillery and lasers were brought onto the laser silo before it would be able to fire another shot, but the weapon was already dead, destroyed after the initial salvo of rockets hit the exposed gun. Its crew had deliberately sacrificed itself for a kill shot at the Titan. Hector Rex had more than enough of these setbacks. Motivated by the desire for personal vengeance rather than for any strategic reasons, he charged personally into battle with his Inquisition Guard troops in his wake. The Vraksian resistance was wiped out, and the lower gate spur was in Imperial hands. For good measure, they placed a demolition charge into the defense silo and blew it up for good. But the battle wasn't over yet. As the Imperial troops prepared to set up a forward base to consolidate their new position, a ragtag collection of demon engines charged forth from the St. Leonis Gate, supported by the Black Brothers of Arius. By now, the 88th Siege Army had gained a lot of hard-earned experience fighting these monstrosities. Fighting side by side with the Order Malleus elite troops, the soldiers from Krieg were able to hold their own. A savage battle around the lower gate spur continued into the night, but in the darkness, the Death Corps troops were at a significant disadvantage compared to the well-equipped Astartes, and by daybreak, the 13th Company was on the brink of being pushed back. Hector Rex could not allow this to happen, and decided to summon the Grey Knights to his position. This time, the demon hunters wasted no time. Silver Land Raiders raced across the Pilgrim Road to come to their aid. Upon arrival, the assault ramps dropped and the Grey Knights disembarked. The freshly arrived reinforcements, armed with their Nemesis Force weapons, made short work of the foe. After suffering crippling losses, the few remaining traitors fell back towards the citadel. Despite the great many setbacks, at least the 88th Siege Army was now in firm control of the ruins that once made up the lower gate spur. It was by all accounts truly a Pyrrhic victory. The remaining Red Hunters on Vraks had been reduced to a mere token force. Legio Astorum had lost one of their irreplaceable god machines, and once more the spent remnants of an utterly broken regiment would be redistributed amongst the 30th Line Corps. If this was the price they were going to pay every time they attacked the citadel, then things looked grim indeed. Considering the citadel's main gates were still standing, the small gains they made was but a consolation prize. There was, however, a silver lining that would provide Hector Rex with another chance. The Red Scorpions were on their way towards Vraks. Chapter Master Variant Ortus had mustered a considerable force of 400 battle brothers, including many veterans from their first mission. Commander Ainia and Sergeant Cullen, who had led the successful assault against the Curtain Wall breach, were amongst them. In 159-830 Millennia 41, the battle barge Sword of Orden, carrying the Red Scorpion strike force, arrived on Vraks. The Red Scorpions chapter was on their way towards Vraks. Their battle barge, Sword of Ordon, carried 4 full companies. Amongst these were the veterans of their first mission on Vraks. Since then, the war had changed considerably, and not for the better. During their last visit to Vraks, the 88th was still commanded by Marshal Kagori. Now it was in the hands of Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex, who, despite several blunders, had been able to make some progress against the completely surrounded citadel. He still had plenty of Krieg regiments at his disposal to continue the siege, but Hector Rex was extremely grateful that the Astartes had responded to his call for aid with such a large force. Had the Red Scorpions been informed what tragic fate had recently befallen the Red Hunters chapter under Hector Rex's leadership, Chapter Master Ortus may have reconsidered his commitments to the Inquisitor, but time and again the Loyalist chapters had underestimated the situation on Vraks and suffered accordingly. The siege had already claimed the lives of 200 Dark Angels, 65 Red Scorpions, and 150 Red Hunters. For such an isolated conflict, these losses were horrendously out of proportion. But the Red Scorpions' pride would not allow them to abandon the war before their mission was complete, and so their chapter prepared to reinforce the 88th once again. 400 battle brothers was not something to be underestimated. For the first time since the arrival of Chaos reinforcements, the traitorous Astartes were outnumbered by Loyalist Space Marines. Their presence greatly tipped the scales of battle in the Imperium's favor by opening new strategic opportunities. Perhaps now finally, the end of the siege was near. The Red Scorpions informed the Inquisitor that they were ready to be deployed wherever required. If Lord Hector Rex had learned a lesson or two from the catastrophic blunder at the Armory Gate that saw the entire Red Hunter strike force decimated, perhaps he would have been slightly more cautious about the deployment of his new reinforcements this time. But being an Inquisitor of unfathomable rank and authority, this type of humility was not exactly suited to his personality, and so naturally he immediately assigned the Red Scorpions to the most challenging task at hand. The main gates of the citadel had not yet been breached, and so what better opportunity to send his allies on yet another risky and possibly quite costly mission to capture them. This time, the primary target would be the St. Leonis Gate, south of the citadel. Should this assault end in catastrophic losses, reminiscent of the previous assault, then who knows if Hector Rex would ever be able to salvage his reputation. Even if things went according to plan, losses would inevitably be high. But of course, Astartes' honor dictated that they would never back down from any challenge, and so the Red Scorpions obliged. Although the 88th had somewhat secured the broken rubble that had once been the lower gate spur, the pilgrim's road towards the gate itself was still hotly contested. Close to the Imperial's newly gained positions, the Vraxians still held several bunkers. On the citadel's walls,
heavy weapon emplacements covered the approach towards the gate bastion. Despite daily bombardments, the Citadel's void shields remained largely operational and continued to soak up a staggering amount of Imperial munitions. Whenever it was temporarily overloaded, shells were finally able to hit their intended targets. The robust ferrocrete construction of the Citadel's walls was extremely tough. Only the largest caliber shells had any real chance of causing significant damage, and so overall the main defensive structures proved quite resilient to the shelling. But not all buildings would fare so well under the bombardment. Ever since the start of the war, the Adeptus Munitorum had desperately urged the 88th Siege Army, if at all possible, to spare the Basilica of St. Leonis the Blind. But under Lord Hector Rex's command, this impractical request would no longer be obliged. By politically opposing the Inquisitor during the Scaurus Enclave, the Munitorum and Order Hereticus coalition had made themselves his rivals. Now they would be punished for it. He authorized the Krieg Artillery and Imperial Navy Bombardment Corps to indiscriminately turn the entire citadel into rubble, and so the bombardment held nothing back. Buildings like the Basilica, Munitorum facilities, and Estropathic Tower were crumbling under the impact. Lord Commander Hector Rex and Chapter Master Ortus held council and prepared their plans for the attack. This would be the third time that the Imperial forces assaulted the citadel. Once again, it would be stormed from all sides simultaneously, while the Red Scorpions would commit the bulk of their forces towards their primary objective of capturing the St. Leonis Gate. Several diversion attacks would take place. Some of the Astartes would attack the main gate from the east. The Death Corps 158th Regiment would attack from the northwest, and Hector Rex would personally lead an inquisitorial strike force from the northeast towards the Cardinal Gate. Given the unpredictable nature of chaos, there was of course no guarantee the plan would work, but as they say, the third time's the charm. After all, one might be tempted to think that after all the Imperial forces had been through thus far, things couldn't possibly get any worse. What they did not know was that the warp portal within the citadel had now well and truly stabilized. The absolute bloody slaughter in the death pit had all but enabled the portal's full potency. Traitors and demons alike could come and go into the citadel as they pleased. Where once the amount of demonic entities on Vraks had been greatly diminished by the Grey Knights, now they once more bolstered the Vraxians' ranks in great numbers. There was no telling what kind of troops now made up the citadel's garrison. Perhaps, as a high-ranking member of the Order Malleus, Lord Hector Rex should have known better. But then again, what was he to do? The siege could not be abandoned now. No matter how many demons and traitors they would face on Vraks, the battle would be fought to the bitter end regardless. With everything that had been committed to the siege thus far, an Imperial victory was the acceptable outcome. Veteran Sergeant Colm was given the honor of leading the first charge. He prepared his assault troops at the lip of the broken lower gate spur. As the chapter's Thunderhawks flew overhead and suppressed the defenders with plasma bombs, he ordered his squads to activate their jump packs and leap into action to assault the bunkers. The battle for the St. Leonis Gate had begun. From all sides, troops approached the citadel. With the bunkers successfully suppressed by Colm, a column of Red Scorpion vehicles, personally led by Commander Ortus himself, moved up towards the gate. The road was pockmarked with craters. The Astartes inside the troop compartments felt their bones rattle as the grippy tracks of the transports made short work of the uneven terrain. The approaching column was of course spotted, and the defenders aimed their guns to repel the invaders. As the vehicles made their way up the road, the Thunderhawks would come in for another round. This time, they targeted the bastion and walls along their path. Hellstrike missiles struck the wall emplacements, killing defenders wherever the void shields failed to absorb the incoming strikes. These low-trajectory aerial strikes close to the citadel's anti-air defenses were risky. Not willing to suffer any further exposure to their guns, the Thunderhawks were ordered to return to their docks on the battle barge in lower orbit. As soon as the defenders seemed to recover from the airstrikes, land speeders split from the column and fired their whirlwind missiles at them. The approach went smoothly, and the column now reached their forward base. The vehicles spread out and continued to suppress the walls with their hull-mounted weapons. Meanwhile, the diversion attacks were also moving towards the citadel. With all troops in position, now the next stage of the mission could begin. Commander Ortus disembarked his Rhino and mounted one of the 3 land raiders that would lead the charge towards the bastion itself. The other vehicles would follow in their wake. On his orders, the battle tanks lurched forwards up the narrowest part of the Pilgrim's Road. Despite the Red Scorpion's best attempts to suppress the walls, the defenders were not going to let them drive right up the St. Leonis Gate without a fight. From every possible gun emplacement and firing slit, they poured their weapons into the attackers. Hundreds of rounds fired at practically point-blank range clattered against their hulls, ricocheting against the thick armor. Considering the terrain, the armored approach was surprisingly swift. For hundreds of years this path had been used merely by pilgrims. Parts of the road were still the original stone steps laid during its initial construction. If it had been considered a bumpy ride thus far, then by now surely the Astartes must be bouncing around like ragdolls inside the troop compartments. Their teeth clattered in their helmets as the tanks hobbled across the staircase, their tracks struggling to find enough grip to keep moving forward. On their left side was a rock-faced cliff that transitioned into the citadel's walls that was ablaze with gunfire. On the other side of the narrow path, a steep drop into a ravine. One wrong move by the driver, and the vehicle and its crew would risk falling to their doom. A direct explosive hit struck the leading Land Raider and disabled its engine. Lacking enough space to drive around it, and obviously unwilling to simply push the vehicle filled with their comrades straight off the cliff, the column ground to a halt. Commander Ortis ordered his squad to disembark, but the assault ramp of the leading vehicle was damaged and got stuck. Inside the stationary vehicles, his troops were like fish in a barrel, and so the Astartes wasted no time in breaking open the ramp by brute force. As they plunged out, Commander Ortis personally led their charge towards the gate on foot. The driver of the second Land Raider could now attempt to knock the broken vehicle out of the way. As it was pushed aside, it tumbled off the cliffs, and the column continued on their way. But the path forward would not remain unobstructed for long. Almost immediately, the new lead vehicle was hit by a hidden mine that blew its tracks and left it immobilized. The Astartes saw the writing on the wall. This mounted assault would result in never-ending delays. Seeing no other way forward, the other vehicles also started to disembark, and the troops followed their commander into battle on foot. As they had come to expect from the crazed defenders by now, the traitor Astartes sallied forth from the gate. The Black Brethren of Ares led the degenerate hordes of chaos and met the loyalists head-on in battle. The fighting on the roadway and up the steps was savage. In the crowded melee on the pathway, many combatants were simply pushed off the cliffside and disappeared into the depths. One of the Red Scorpion's venerable dreadnoughts, by the name of Chaplain Nair, made its way up the Pilgrim's Road. The Chaos Rabble was no match for its formidable bulk and weapons, and they now drove the enemy back before them. The traitors fell back into the bastion, with the Red Scorpions hot on their heels. Inside the gatehouse, most traitors had gathered. The demonic legions had been summoned. Bloodletters, fleshhounds, and even juggernauts of Khorne stormed forwards. Lesser chaos-spawn heretics and mutants rallied around them. All the filth of the warp now came wailing into battle. The fighting ebbed and flowed up and down the wide steps in the shadow of the bastion, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. But Commander Ortis had another trick up his sleeve. Able to get a solid lock on their location, the Red Scorpion Terminators would be able to teleport from the battle barge directly into the bastion. With a crack of light they appeared, their storm bolters opening a devastating hail of fire the second they arrived. Thunderhammer and lightning claws tore through the chaos ranks. But the fight was not over yet. Despite the stunning amount of firepower at the Red Scorpion's disposal, the defenders would not back down. The Chaos Hordes kept streaming into the fight. Fortunately for the Vraxians, the Astartes' power armor provided relatively little protection against demon weapons. With no end to the carnage in sight, the Space Marines' casualties began to pile up in worrying amounts. Eventually, the venerable dreadnought Chaplain Nair was slain, and its inactive husk now tumbled down the stairs. The steps ran thick with blood from both sides. The chapter's banner had fallen in the midst of battle and now lay trampled beneath the feet of the mutant horde. Even Commander Ortis himself was wounded and had to be dragged out of the melee by the apothecary. The outcome of the battle looked grim indeed. Meanwhile, Sergeant Colne had successfully cleared out the bunkers, and his assault marines now rushed to their aid. They rapidly made their way up to the bastion and prepared to strike from the skies with their jump packs. They were determined to avenge the wounds laid upon their chapter master. Loudly chanting litanies of hate, they crashed down into the chaos mob and struck a blow so ferocious that it stunned the defenders' resolve. Even the demons reeled before their chainswords and plasma weapons. With melter charges and point-blank cannon shots, the Red Scorpions attempted to crack open the bastion. Eventually, the concrete walls began to cave in, and the troops were able to make their way through the rubble. They streamed into the gatehouse from multiple sides. No longer confined to the narrow corridor, but now able to outflank their foe, the tide began to turn in their favor. Soon the enemy would be driven back before them, and the Astartes purged the fortification level by level. Within moments they had gained control of the bastion's defenses. Commander Ortus shrugged off the apothecary's attempts and rose back to his feet. He recovered the chapter's trampled standard and made his way to the highest level of the bastion, where he ceremoniously planted it on its roof. The tattered banner waving up high was an unmistakable signal to the rest of the 88th Army that the St. Leonis Gate was now securely in Red Scorpion's hands. Not only that, it was a symbol of the Imperium's indomitable will. No amount of heretics and demons would be able to stand against them. After 18 years, the Citadel had finally been breached, and soon the Cardinal would be brought to justice. But the battle was not over yet. Now was not the time to rest, but to push their advantage. Of course, the battered Marines at the St. Leonis Gate were in no position to continue their assault, and hunkered down in order to hold the freshly captured bastion against enemy counterattacks. But towards their east, a contingent of Red Scorpions was still assaulting the main gate. The 158th Krieg Regiment was embroiled in their diversion attacks in the north, and the Inquisitorial Strike Force, personally led by Lord Hector Rex, had fully mustered and was ready to make their way up the slopes towards the Cardinal Gate. Emboldened by the successful capture, the diversion attacks redoubled their efforts. With the defenders against the ropes, perhaps the 88th would be lucky enough to enforce another breach. Hector Rex ordered his strike force forward. It was made up of the best troops at his disposal. He had hand-picked 8 Order Malleus Inquisitors and their fully elite retinues, accompanied by stormtrooper companies and veteran Krieg Grenadiers. The few remaining Red Hunters had also joined the strike force, and in support was almost the entire Grey Knight strike force, led by Brother Captain Arturus. Just like the Red Scorpions' attack, Thunderhawk gunships were on standby to provide air cover as the attack closed in. On the Inquisitor's commands, the assembly moved as one. They marched with the intent of actually capturing the Cardinal Gate. Overhead, plunging artillery fire crashed into the citadel. Simultaneously, the Red Scorpion's battle barge Sword of Ordon began a precision orbital bombardment. Although restrained by the very real risk of hitting their own troops below, they were still able to deliver a ton of firepower. The few operational laser defense weapons did not have enough firepower to successfully contest it, and one after the other they were blown to smithereens. Upon witnessing the Vraxian defenses crumbling before their very eyes, the troops on the ground cheered. Total victory was in sight. But the joy was soon overwhelmed by another war cry. The chants and cries for blood became louder and louder. The Cardinal Gate opened, and a horde of Chaos forces marched out of the citadel to meet them. The crowd of red and brass began to swell to overwhelming numbers. Vraxian militia, heretics, mutants, demons, and traitor legionnaires, all were present within their wretched ranks. More kept coming, and their chant for blood grew ever louder. After 18 years of non-stop attrition, no one would have predicted that the Vraxian garrison had still been so numerous. It appeared that all remaining defenders had been mustered from the citadel's undercrofts to form a single host. Perhaps further reinforcements had come through a warp portal. Given their numbers, it was likely a combination of both. Now, Jufor ordered them forward into a final pitched battle that would decide the fate of Vraks. The decisive battle for the Siege of Vraks is about to begin. The defenders of Vraks sallied forth from the Cardinal Gate in great numbers to meet the 88th Inquisitorial Siege Army in a final pitched battle that would decide the fate of the planet. On one side, the blood-crazed berserkers of Khorne led a ragtag horde of demons, heretics, mutants, and other vile creatures of the warp. Their bellows demanding blood were heard loudly across the citadel and the surrounding battlefields. On the other side, marching up the slopes, the staunch Imperial troops, led by Lord Hector Rex himself, prepared themselves for the fight of their lifetime against the abominable foe.
This would be a test worthy of heroes. In the heat of battle, great honor would be gained, and imperial scholars would write of their legends for millennia to come. The survival of mankind is paid for by the blood of martyrs. If they prevailed in their duty, Vraks would be an imperial world once more. The ground trembled from the march of these two armies on a collision course. As if aware of the epic clash that was about to unfold, the skies over Vraks turned dark, and a lightning storm broke overhead. Bolts of lightning crackled and boomed loudly, adding to the crescendo. Then the two lines clashed. Traitorous Astartes' chain axes roared as they hacked into the Imperial ranks. Death Corps soldiers in the front lines died by the dozens before their onslaught, but they held their ground. On the flanks, volley after volley of point-blank lasgun fire exchanged back and forth between them and the Vraksian traitor militia, until ammo packs ran dry. The troops equipped bayonets and joined in the melee. The fighting was absolutely merciless. After almost 2 decades of bitter siege warfare, no quarter would be given, and none was expected. Death Corps guardsmen threw themselves into combat with no regard for their own lives. For the veterans who had survived all this time, this was to be their moment of redemption. Here, their sacrifice would make a real difference. If they fell, they would finally be able to join their fallen comrades at the Emperor's side. Although few in numbers, the Red Hunters fought ferociously. Their chapter had been decimated on Vraks, but they were determined to see it through to the very end, vowing to make the foul enemy pay and avenge their fallen brothers. For the battle-hardened Vraksian militia, this fight was their last resort. As the invaders closed in against the citadel, they knew the end of the war was approaching. They could either follow the berserkers into battle for one last chance of victory, or they would meet certain doom trying to defend the pulverized ruins of the citadel. Not that Jufor had given them the choice to begin with. At his orders, they had been forced to march into battle for a final blood sacrifice. Some of them still remembered the Imperial landing on Vraks. Over the many years, almost all of their comrades had fallen trying to hold the defensive lines. For a long time, they had deluded themselves into believing they were protecting their homeworld in the name of their venerated Cardinal Zaphon. But times had changed, and this noble ideal had been shattered. Millions of Vraksians had died, and their ranks had been replenished by reinforcements not from this world. Now, they found themselves surrounded by strangers, fanatics, and demons. Under the influence of the various Space Marines warbands, they had seen their cause slowly corrupt before their very eyes. At this point, they hadn't seen the Cardinal in years, and didn't even know if he was still alive. But there was little they could do about it. They were just following orders. The only way to survive now was to obey Jufor's orders. Rabid hordes of heretics and mutants relished in the bloodshed. They had come to Vraks in the name of their dark gods. Now was the moment to prove themselves worthy of their blessings. In the midst of the slaughter, demons of Khorne rampaged across the battlefield, indiscriminately tearing apart friend and foe, caring not from where the blood flows. Lord Hectorex was leading his troops on the front lines. He carried an enormous, heavy storm shield, emblazoned with the symbol of the Inquisition in his left hand. In his right hand, he swung his master-crafted power sword Arius. Legends told that this very sword had been blessed by the Emperor himself. A powerful weapon indeed, wielded by a powerfully enhanced psyker, such as himself. It was wielded to great effect. Demons shrieked in terror as they were cut down by the Lord Inquisitor and his elite Order Malleus retinue. The foul monsters were cast back into the warp with every stroke of his blade. The battlefield was a continuous carnage with no respite, with neither side willing to give their opponents any ground. In the face of this incredible bloodshed, the Imperial ranks were reeling from the losses, but the tide of battle turned when the Grey Knight reinforcements rode forward and disembarked from their transports straight into battle. Psi cannons and incinerator units clashed with the foe and seemingly effortlessly purged the enemy ranks. Their force weapons made short work of heretics, Astartes, and demons alike. Overhead, their Thunderhawks swooped in and unleashed psychically infused munitions targeting the scores of bloodletters below.
With the Grey Knights in support, the Imperial lines stabilized and regained a semblance of order. Inquisitors ordered their stormtroopers into formation to unleash volleys of lasgun fire into the hated foe. The battle wasn't over yet, but the Imperial army was gaining momentum towards the Cardinal Gate. Out of it still more enemies came pouring out to join the battle. The continuous influx of troops merging onto the crowded slopes turned the defenders into a chaotic mob that made an easy target for ranged attacks. Well-aimed Krieg artillery struck into their midst, the explosions blasting entire sections of traitors out of their miserable existence. Despite the seemingly endless number of traitors charging headless into battle, they clashed upon a solid anvil formed of disciplined Imperial troops, while the Grey Knights relentlessly hammered their flanks. All the attackers would have to do now was keep up the pressure, and the enemy army would bleed itself dry of manpower in their futile attempts to break the lines. The flow of troops coming from the citadel was thinning. The heretics would not be able to stand against them for long. Eventually, the last of the demons perished under the Grey Knights' force weapons. Entry towards the Cardinal Gate now lay before them. It seemed as if victory would be theirs at last. But then, from the dark skies, sundered by lightning, a demon lord came forth, summoned from the tidal waves of bloodshed spilled upon the citadel's slopes. Angrath, mightiest of bloodthirsters, guardian of the Skull Throne, amongst the favored servants of Khorne, arrived on Vraks. Carried by black wings, his mighty form plunged from the storm and crashed onto the ramparts of the Cardinal Gate, crushing the structure beneath him. From this vantage point, he leisurely surveyed the carnage below, casting a dark shadow over the puny mortals before him. The human attackers looked upon him in terror, but the Inquisitor and the Grey Knight steeled their resolve for what was about to come. Back in the Imperial lines, the Krieg artillery spotters had witnessed the demon's arrival through their magnoculars. They didn't wait for orders, but immediately gave firing orders to target the massive beast. Their heaviest caliber artillery shells shrieked overhead, but to their horror, when the shells landed on target, the explosions appeared as harmless as rain against it. The unfaced Angrath bellowed his master's name and then rose from the crumbled gatehouse. His cloven feet slammed into the hillside, splitting the trembling ground beneath it. The first target of his martial prowess was one of the few remaining Red Hunter dreadnoughts. He raised his battle axe and brought it down, tearing the hull and its sarcophagus open. A second blow caused the reactor to explode and tear it into 1,000 pieces. Enemy fire was now plunging into Angrath from all sides, but his rage was unstoppable. His axe cleaved a Grey Knight's land raider that had not been able to reverse the wave fast enough in time. The vehicle exploded in a fireball. Wide sweeps of his axe continued to reap more victims. Brother Captain Arturus charged, followed by his Grey Knights with force halberds leveled. As the demon was struck by psychic power for the first time, it roared in pain. He lashed out wildly, its axe striking blindly at all those foolish enough to oppose him. Grey Knights were sent flying, their bodies broken from the impact or cleaved in two. Artus's force blade met Angrath's blow. The weapons sparked violently, but neither gave way. The contest was draining the Psyker's powers quickly. The demon ultimately proved too powerful and drove the Brother Captain back. He swung again, and this time overpowered the Grey Knight's guard. The halberd was destroyed in an explosion of psychic energy that illuminated the battlefield. Arturus fell to his back. Disarmed and gravely wounded, he was utterly spent. The last two brothers of his squad rushed to his defense, but quickly fell under his murderous axe blows. The Grey Knights had failed in bringing down the beast. The best amongst them lay dead or dying upon the field of battle. If the demon hunters could not finish this fight, the army was all but doomed. But before Angrath continued his onslaught, his black wings lifted him high into the thunderous skies. Lord Hector Rex gathered all the survivors he could around him and approached the Cardinal Gate. Access into the citadel was mostly blocked. Its two towers and gatehouse lay in ruins, brought down by Angrath and the never-ending artillery barrage. The walls had been completely cleared of defenders. The gory remnants of their torn bodies splattered across the broken ramparts or thrown to the ground below. Then the bloodthirster plunged from the skies, Like a meteor strike, its black wings spread just in time to catch its landing as it crashed into the ground before the demolished gate. The beast let out a deafening roar, ready to finish the job he had been summoned to Vraks for. The guardsman's resolve broke before its dark might, stumbling back in the face of this nightmare from hell that challenged them. Only the trained psychers of the Order Malleus could stand before it, and so Hector Rex met the creature's gaze. Pure malevolence stared back, straight into his soul. Angrath raised his axe and brought it down upon Hector Rex, who raised his shield in defense. Through unbending will and the blessing of the God Emperor, he stood his ground. After realizing the sheer miracle of surviving the first blow, Hector Rex mustered the strength to return the favor. The Bloodthirster and the Inquisitor dueled. Sacred swords and demonic axe exchanged blows. Its combatants are proxies of a war that had been raging for 10,000 years. Both of them suffered wounds. Hector Rex was getting worn out, his strength sapping by the impact of blows that would have sliced a battle tank in half. His shield was starting to crack, and he couldn't possibly hold out much longer. The insufferable defiance of the Inquisitor only served to further enrage the demon, and Angrath put more and more force into every strike, never tiring of the battle. But its frustration made it careless, and when it stretched out in anticipation to deliver a world-ending blow, Hector Rex took his chance. In a last-ditch effort, he dropped his shield and swiftly dashed forward, managing to plunge his sword straight into the demon's heart. He channeled all his remaining psychic energy through the weapon. Angrath shrieked in agonizing torment. The wound was too severe, and its physical body vanished, casting the demon back into the warp. The exhausted body of Hector Rex fell to the ground. He had done it. The demon lord had been vanquished. Hector Rex was carried back to the Imperial lines, where he could recover from his duel, but his well-earned rest wouldn't last long. As the remaining troops were making their final preparations to capture the citadel and clear it of its last wretched defenders, High Command received urgent news of an unidentified fleet approaching Vraks. 4 vessels had already entered the system and made haste towards the planet. Hector Rex feared the worst. Could they be Chaos reinforcements sent as a relief force to liberate the citadel? They would have to be, as Hector Rex had not been informed of any loyalist elements coming to Vraks. The battle had taken its toll on the army, and most of his troops, including the Space Marine chapters, were badly bloodied. All their efforts had been put into encircling the citadel, and their rear lines were completely exposed. The 88th was in no position to effectively defend themselves against fresh Chaos reinforcements. Who knew what matter of traitorous forces these ships could carry? Perhaps the war would be lost after all. But when finally contact with the approaching was established, they could collectively breathe a sigh of relief. The leading vessel was a battle barge by the name of Liberatoriae Delectum, belonging to the Angels of Absolution, a successor chapter of the Dark Angels, accompanied by the strike cruiser Repentant and its 2 escorts. Their journey towards Vraks had not been announced, and why they had come remained a mystery for now, but at least Hector Rex was almost entirely certain that they were dealing with loyalists. Given the Dark Angel's short involvement on Vraks during the early stages of the war, the Inquisitor could make an educated guess at their purpose. After all, it was presumed that the Alpha Legion's warband and their leader Arcos the Faithless still remained ensconced within the ruins of the citadel. It was then no surprise that Brother Belphegor, interrogator chaplain of the Dark Angels, accompanied the Angels of Absolution strike force on this mission. Hector Rex met with Belphegor and Company Master Jaffria to discuss permission of the chapter to join the war. They had been sent by Grand Master Azrael himself to finish their mission of capturing Arcos, who they claimed had narrowly escaped them on Vraks 9 years ago. The Inquisitor was well aware that in truth the Alpha Legion had successfully ambushed them in the ruins of the starport, killing several hundred Dark Angels in the process. They had come nowhere near to actually capturing the infamous renegade Astartes, but out of courtesy, Hector Rex refrained from pressing them on this point. What he was, however, annoyed with was that the Dark Angels had completely ignored his calls for reinforcements. This sudden and unannounced arrival on their behalf, now that the war was almost at an end, was almost insulting. When the Inquisitor asked why they wanted Arcos captured rather than killed, Interrogator Belphegor purposefully evaded the answer. The Order Malleus also saw the advantages of capturing a high-ranking Alpha Legion commander like Arcos. He knew that if the traitor fell into Dark Angel's hands, the mysterious chapter would almost certainly keep the prisoner locked away deep in the rock, and consequently keep any valuable information to themselves. Such a wealth of intelligence should not be preserved for a single Space Marine chapter, and so the Inquisitor insisted that the captive should be held under inquisitorial custody instead, but the interrogator chaplain and Master Jaffria refused to budge. If the Inquisitor did not comply with their requests, then the Angels of Absolution would be forced to withdraw their warriors from Vraks. They would only join the war on the strict condition that they would be allowed to search the Citadel and be allowed to return any of their prisoners to the Rock, with Arcos the Faithless in particular. This negotiation, if one can even call it that, left the Inquisitor with a difficult dilemma. His Grey Knight, Red Scorpion, and Red Hunter allies were all badly bloodied. Although after defeating the Bloodthirster he was confident in an eventual victory, there was no telling how many more casualties they would suffer in their final assaults to cleanse the Citadel. It remained to be seen how much the Dark Angels could be trusted, and if Azrael would make good use of the information to serve the interests of the wider Imperium. But the Angels of Absolution freely offering to do a lot of the heavy lifting was an opportunity that he could not afford to refuse. Their staunch ultimatum forced his hand, and he eventually gave them permission to commence with their mission unhindered. The deal was done, and the commanders returned to their ships in orbit to prepare for a drop pod assault, straight into the Citadel. The designated drop zone would be the main plaza, right in front of the Basilica. Further Astartes reinforcements would arrive by foot through the rubble of the Cardinal Gate. Although the Inquisitor definitely counted on the fresh Angels of Absolution to take on the brunt of the assault, they would not be going into the Citadel alone. He had recovered swiftly and would lead his own strike force. The Red Scorpions holding the St. Leonis Gate were relieved by Creek guardsmen, so they could resupply and be assigned to the assault as well. As always on Vraks, the attack would be preceded by a preliminary bombardment by the Death Corps gunners. They would even be joined by the Imperial Navy bomber squadrons. If all went well, this would be the final battle. After so many years of grueling trench warfare, it was only fitting that soldiers from Krieg would be given the honor joining the final act. And so the 150th Regiment was ordered to join the assault. Underground, the Krieg engineers prepared their charges to blow into the Citadel's undercrafts, and continued their attack from below. Even the Titans of Legio Astorum would stand in support. In the meantime, the Libertoriae Delictum and the Repentant would search the system for the Anarchy's heart. Although badly damaged from the Second Void Battle of Vraks, the Alpha Legion Despoiler-class battleship had escaped, but the vessel would not likely abandon its warband that was still on Vraks' surface, and so was suspected to still linger somewhere hidden in the system. The heavy artillery bombardment began. This time, however, hardly any void shields sprang into action to protect the fortifications from the impacts. The Basilica of St. Leonis the Blind received direct hits from high-caliber shells. It had once been a holy site, but 2 decades of desecration under heretical hands had turned it into a mockery. The attackers cheered as they saw the main spire collapse. Tons of intricately crafted masonry crumbled over the inner plaza in a cloud of dust. The Ecclesiarchy would definitely not be pleased to hear that the Basilica had been destroyed, despite the tragic fate of the once glorious building and all it stood for. Hector Rex could not suppress a feeling of schadenfreude at the thought of getting back at his meddlesome political rivals. The drop pods were ready for launch. The Red Scorpions would join the Angels of Absolution on their mission right into the Citadel. The bombardment had ended, and their attack was preceded by Deathstorm drop pods. On landing, the automated weapon systems wiped the plaza clean of any resistance and forced any survivors into cover. Then the Astartes came hurtling through the clouds, down towards the surface. Upon impact, the armored doors opened and the Marines rushed out. The attack had been planned in detail. The Red Scorpions made their way towards the Cardinal's palace to find and capture Zaphon, if he could be found. Meanwhile, the Angels of Absolution Sternguard veterans, led by Interrogator Chaplain Balfagor, set out to cleanse the Alpha Legion from the ruins of the Basilica and capture Argos. Both groups were fired upon by a pitiful amount of small arms fire coming from the rubble. Their power armor was well equipped to deal with the incoming rounds. However many enemy combatants remained in the Citadel, the resistance seemed disorganized at best.
When approaching the entrance of the basilica, the angels were charged by a ragtag bunch of mutants sent forth by the desperate Alpha Legion to delay them. On the footsteps of the building, a melee broke out, but the worthless rabble was effortlessly crushed. During the fighting, the Alpha Legion, fortified within the ruins, had revealed their presence by firing upon the attackers from concealed positions. Belphegor ordered a halt until support arrived. The Imperial reinforcements arrived within the walls. The 150th Siege Regiment's infantry mounted in Gorgons, and Astartes' vehicles made their way through the rubble of the Cardinal Gate and spread out across the plaza. The 150th had the task of clearing out the garrison buildings and hab blocks. The combined overwhelming fire of their hull-mounted weapons blasted away into the facade of the basilica, suppressing the Alpha Legion and forcing them to withdraw further into the building's interior. The Red Scorpions met minimal resistance. Within the palace, a small force of corrupted and mutated guardsmen put up a pathetic fight. These troops were identified as the last remnants of the disciples of Zaphon. They were once men hand-picked for their loyalty and devotion. Leaderless, these once tenacious zealots had given in to the despair and madness of the war. The distorted physical bodies reflected their psychological decline. They were no match for the Astartes, and the palace would be easily secured. They searched the halls and chambers, but the apostate cardinal himself was nowhere to be found. The Death Corps infantry disembarked and marched towards their various objectives, fighting door to door in the tight confined spaces of the hab blocks, and methodically clearing out the citadel would take days, perhaps even weeks. They expected to be met by suicidal ambushes and booby traps at every corner, but the stoic soldiers from Krieg would perform their arduous task all the same. Unbeknownst to the Imperial commanders, the traitor warbands under Zhufor's leadership had retreated into the keep and departed Vraks through the last active warp portal. They had deliberately left Arcos and his Alpha Legionnaires here to die. Belphegor ordered the Angels of Absolution to proceed into the basilica with caution. The traitor Astartes had been reduced over the duration of the siege, but these veterans of the Long War were not to be trifled with. Surely these cunning sons of Alpharius had prepared an ambush. They remained a dangerous opponent at all times. Underestimating them would be a grave mistake. They encountered the traitors fortified behind barricades. Bolt of fire was exchanged. The Angels sent forth their Terminators to break open the enemy's position. The Alpha Legion did not possess enough heavy weapons to halt their advance. The Terminators marched forward, blasting away the barricades and driving the Chaos Space Marines out of their positions, further into the bowels of the basilica. This pursuit continued until the traitors had nowhere left to run and were forced to make their final stand. Here, the Angels of Absolution would finally come face to face with their primary target. Arcos the Faithless was surrounded by his bodyguards. He was wounded, blood pouring from a hole in his power armor, but still fighting. Master Jaffrea ordered a charge, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered beast. The few remaining traitors returned the favor. The melee was fierce. In the maelstrom of battle, Jaffrea challenged Arcos directly. The Alpha Legionnaire was a formidable duelist. The dark blade with which he had dueled Chapter Master Azrael all those years ago in the starport clutched in his armored fists. Despite his wounds, he got the better of the loyalist Astartes. Ruinous strikes from the pommel of his weapon ruined Jaffrea's face, causing deep mortal cuts to his head. Then he barged his pauldron into the loyalist chestplate and forced him into the ground, half unconscious. Standing over his victim, he was about to deliver the murder stroke. Angels of Absolution came rushing to their master's side, but they all fell to the traitor's blade one by one, until Arcos was challenged by Chaplain Belphegor himself. Many years ago, the chaplain had saved the life of his chapter master Azrael during the battle for the starport. The traitor had escaped him then. This time, the Dark Angel had the upper hand. Only 2 of the traitor's bodyguards remained. They were completely surrounded and held at gunpoint. The Angel's mission was to capture the traitors, not kill them, and so Belphegor demanded that they yield. But Arcos knew full well what such a fate would entail. He didn't particularly look forward to endless imprisonment and torture at the Dark Angel's hands, and like a true Astartes would rather die in battle. The 2 comrades at his side were similarly predisposed to fight to the death, and so they charged. As the battle continued, Belphegor's Crozius Arcanum and Arcos's blade met in a duel. As if lent power directly by the Emperor himself, the chaplain brought down strike after relentless strike, until the Alpha Legionnaire no longer possessed the strength to parry his blows. The traitor was struck in the face by the Crozius and brought to his knees. His 2 bodyguards had already been cut down.
Belphegor savored the moment and then stepped in for a final swing. With a righteous fury, his Crozier smacked Arcos right in the head, cracking his skull with a satisfying crunch. His neck snapped back, and the traitor fell limp to the floor. The strike would have killed any mortal man, but Belphegor had stayed his hand. Enough force to grievously wound his opponent, but not to outright kill him. Jafrid laid in a pool of his own blood. The lower half of his face had been practically removed by Arcos' strikes. Before they could save him, the overwhelming amount of blood loss from these fatal injuries had already caused him to pass away into the Emperor's blessing. There was nothing that could be done now except for the apothecaries to recover his gene seed. Arcos was barely alive, but still breathing. Belphegor ordered his men to take him into custody. The apothecaries would make sure that he would survive his injuries. They needed him alive. The mission here was complete. The order was given for the Angels of Absolution to disengage. In the meantime, the strike cruiser Repentant and one of the escorts had been searching the asteroid fields in search of the Anarchy's heart. They hoped that the enemy vessel would attempt a desperate rescue operation to recover their leader. They were right. The ship had laid in wait in the asteroid field on the edge of the system. When no message from their master arrived, they figured he must have been made captive by the Angels on their battle barge. Their efforts to rescue him would be desperate, but Arcos was an important figurehead worth the potential risk to their ship. The Repentant's long-range auger arrays detected an energy spike as the Chaos ship powered up its engines and made towards Vraks. Arcos had indeed been imprisoned upon the Liberatorii Delictum, and the Alpha Legion had made plans to board it and free him. The battle barge moved to the interception course. The two colossal ships were about to meet in a duel of titanic firepower, a battle barge versus a despoiler-class battleship. The Repentant steered in to support. The two smaller escorts lacked the firepower and void shields to make any significant impact, and stayed out of harm's way. The Anarchy's heart was a formidable vessel, larger and better armed than the battle barge, but much of the damage received in the previous void battle could only be repaired in a dedicated space dock, and so some of its systems were still in disrepair. It was, however, the first to fire its salvo, and upon impact with the strain put on the Delictum's void shields, made it clear that its dreadful firepower had hardly diminished. Their own forward batteries opened fire, and the duel commenced in earnest. When they closed in on each other, both ships turned to their broadsides and started unloading massive barrages into each other. The damage was considerable. On both ships, massive explosions rent layers of armor and fires burned on their decks. This was a fight for survival, and neither ship showed any respite. If the Delictum was fully disabled, the Alpha Legionnaires would surely attempt to board it to retrieve their leader. The Loyalists had no such restrictions. Their objective was to outright destroy the enemy ship. Just as the Repentant joined the battle, a lucky hit severely crippled the Anarchy's heart's engines, hampering her maneuverability. This was consequently exploited by attacking from the rear, where she hosted the least amount of firepower. The balance of power shifted in the Imperium's favor. Lance batteries raked the enemy's flanks and tore huge breaches into its hull. The traitor's battleship was dying. Explosions were shaking her from prow to stern as uncontrollable fires within took hold. One of the plasma reactors overheated and detonated, tearing away more engines and leaving a trail of debris in her wake. Even while the Repentant maneuvered away, the Loyalist continued to pour fire into the breaking ship, blasting the enemy again and again. The Anarchy's heart died beneath the relentless barrage. It was a storm of fire that no ship could survive, not even a despoiler-class battleship. It was hammered until only debris remained, and all traces of the ancient traitor battleship were scattered across the void. All of their objectives were met, and they departed from the system to deliver their prisoner to the rock. Underneath Vraks, the engineers had blasted entrances into the Citadel's undercrafts. The final part of their mission on Vraks had officially begun. The underground facilities were a labyrinth of tunnels, storage rooms, barracks, and power generators. Electricity feeding the lights was failing. Many areas had gone completely dark. The ventilation systems had stopped working, and a toxic cocktail of poisonous fumes and decay saturated the tunnels. There was no organized resistance. The Vraksian militia had abandoned these underground networks. Only demons, mutants, and insanity lingered here in the darkness. Bone-chilling screams of pain and madness echoed throughout the tunnels. Unknown horrors slithered and crawled in every corner. Vile warp spawn assaulted the engineers from every direction. If Vraks were ever to function as an Imperial armory again, the entire system would have to be cleansed of their filth. It was a grueling job that would cost many lives. But someone would have to do the dirty work, and the Krieg engineers equipped with grenades and shotguns performed this duty diligently. Progress was slow, and hundreds died agonizing deaths in the darkness. Cleansing the tunnels would take weeks of fighting. They were tasked with inventorizing whatever stockpiles remained on Vraks as they moved deeper and deeper into the compound. A dreadful realization started to set in. Every single storage room they encountered was completely emptied. Not a single weapon, munition crate, or vehicle could be found. Centuries worth of Imperial stockpiles were gone without a trace. Nothing had been spared. The traitors had expended everything in the war. Lord Hector Rex and his entourage cleared out the Argent Shroud's priory. Nothing could stop him. With his sword Arias in hand, he cleansed the few remaining traitors in the Emperor's name. Their resistance was pitiful. Zhufor and his war bands were nowhere to be found, and the Inquisitors suspected they had barricaded themselves within the keep, or even left Vraks through a warp portal. It was here in the priory that they finally encountered the arch-traitor Cardinal Zaphon, or whatever remained of him. Before departing Vraks, Zhufor had Zaphon pulled out of the dungeon and handed over to his sorcerers. In a final act of depravity, he had been offered up to Nurgle, once a man of power and prestige, able to sway crowds of millions to his cause. Now, the old Cardinal's corporeal form was in full decay. His bloated, oozing body sprawled tentacles and claws. In this state of torture, he was still half-conscious, his corrupted mind unable to comprehend what had been done to him. He screamed at the top of his lungs in a final, unintelligible effort to express his unimaginable agony. Such was the tragic fate of those who abandoned the Emperor's light. The Grey Knights unleashed the purifying light of their Nemesis Force weapons to remove this chaos monstrosity from reality. Purged by their psychic potency, the thrashing and wailing chaos spawn that had once been Cardinal Zaphon was put out of its misery. The Inquisitor was informed that 6 sisters from the Order of the Argent Shroud had been found. Captured during Zaphon's uprising, they had been held prisoner within the Citadel's dungeons for almost 2 decades. They had been subjected to unspeakable horrors. Their mutilated bodies were covered in scars from years of horrible torture, but tattoos of Imperial symbology unmistakably identified them as Sisters of Battle. Their minds had been broken. They no longer recognized friend from foe. These were no longer proud warriors, but empty shells with the spirit of humanity beaten out of them. Whatever had been done to them, they could not be allowed to return to their order. In secrecy, they were transported to the Grey Knight strike cruiser, where their future would be decided under the veil of the Inquisition. The Citadel was systematically cleared on all levels. The final thing left to do was to capture the inner keep. The attackers had no idea what they would encounter here. A lot of the traitor Astartes, including Zhufor, had not yet been brought to justice. This was the only place where they could hide. This is where the war portal had been summoned. If it could be destroyed, the war would officially be over. The bridge connecting the keep to the rest of the citadel had been destroyed by artillery, restricting access to the fortress. Instead, the Grey Knights would teleport directly into the inner keep. Closing the portals was a dangerous task. Hector Rex summoned Brother Captain Stern to lead the assault, while he himself and a hand-picked force of his Order Malleus Inquisitors would accompany them. All troops of the strike force assembled upon the Grey Knight strike cruiser teleportation deck. With a crackling of light, they teleported into the inner keep. Upon arrival, they were instantly beset by demons from all sides. Bloodletters, fleshhounds, and juggernauts charged into them. But these were enemies they had faced countless times before. The strike force stood their ground. With their Nemesis Force weapons and psi cannons, these stalwart champions of humanity crushed the abominable foe like it was nothing. All they had to do was keep moving forward to reach the portal and destroy it. But it was guarded by more than just lesser demons. Uraka Az Baramael, also known as the War Fiend, stood before them. Legends told that he was once a warlord in the ancient histories of Terra, leading armies to slaughter entire populations. He had risen to become a favored demon champion in the pantheon of Khorne's Chosen, a grotesque, snarling beast in brass armor, carrying a massive executioner's axe. This demon of indomitable might had been summoned to guard the portal, and posed the final obstacle towards a complete Imperial victory on Vraks. As long as the portal remained open, demons would be able to come pouring forth to defile the planet. The Grey Knights' numbers had been severely depleted during the battle for the Cardinal Gate against the Bloodletter. Here was a foe more than able to match that power. But under Brother Captain Stern's leadership, the demon hunters steeled their resolve. Battling monsters like this was their life's purpose. It roared and sprang into action, swinging its deadly axe wildly. The battle was fierce, and dozens of Grey Knights perished in battle. Despite parrying several blows, Stern was eventually knocked to the ground, wounded. The demon, too eager to deliver the killing blow against the Emperor's servant, dropped his guard. The Grey Knights fired volley after volley of psychically active bolter rounds into him, tearing away chunks of its armor. The demon was hurt. The chink in its armor was exploited as Stern thrust his blade through the gap. It let out a deafening roar of rage, but it was too late. The intolerable pain caused by the weapon forced Uraka to vanish back into the warp. Hectorex and his men destroyed the remainder of the lesser demons. Now, nobody stood between them and the portal. Not a single entity in the warp was foolish or brave enough to enter the Materium now that Khorne's chosen champion had been slain. They gathered before the rune-engraved columns of the portal, and with the combined firepower of their psychic minds, purged it from existence. The rift in reality was sealed. The demonic incursion of Vraks was over. Hectorex had succeeded in his mission. Zhufor and his warbands managed to escape justice, fleeing through the warp portal and trusting their fate to the whims of their dark gods. It remained unknown where and when he would return, but by spilling tidal waves of blood on Vraks, he had proven his worth to his master, and would surely be favored. It was estimated that a handful of Nurgle Marines still inhabited the eastern swamps, but hidden somewhere within the hundreds of square miles of acid sludge covered in thick blankets of toxic smog. Finding them would be an absolute nightmare. It would be practically impossible to confirm all of them had been driven out, not to mention the various warp spawn and plague zombies that lingered there as well. Even an orbital bombardment of the area would not guarantee a permanent end to beings already barely alive to begin with. Amongst them was Deacon Mammon. Nurgle was pleased with the crucial role he had played in bringing about the immense slaughter on Vraks, and so he was rewarded with the dubious honor of becoming a bloated demon prince of Nurgle. In time, he would even become a great unclean one, ruling over the Vraxian swamps as his domain. Fortunately, these abominations had no way to get off the planet, and so Hectorex decided that clearing out the inhospitable Quagmire would prove more trouble than it was worth. There was good news, however. The Imperial Archives record that Arcos the Faithless, a renegade from the dark days of the Horus Heresy, was now in custody with the Dark Angels chapter at last. Hectorex had his doubts, however. He was fully aware of the Alpha Legion's reputation and remained skeptical whether the captive had truly been Arcos, or if the Dark Angels had been fooled by a clever ploy, but he would never find out, for none of the information gained during interrogations would ever escape the Rock. On 414.830 on Millennia 41, the Siege of Vraks was officially declared at an end. After 18 years of non-stop siege warfare, the Imperial guns finally fell silent. The Administratum clerk signed the proclamation and officially closed the record. A Pyrrhic victory at best, but one the massive Imperium had no problem absorbing. It was, after all, just one of the many battles fought within the wider galaxy, and in the grand scheme of things, not a particularly large one at that. The Death Court of Krieg began the long process of evacuating the planet, ready to be transported to the next frontier. For the veterans of the 88th Siege Army, however, it had been the battle of their lifetime. 34 Krieg regiments had been deployed. Some of the Death Corps' troops had survived nearly 2 decades of grueling trench warfare. Colonel Tyborg was amongst them, but survivors like these were few and far between. Most of the initial troops landing on Vraks had perished, simply to be replaced by new recruits. More than 14 million of their fallen comrades had given their life in the name of the Emperor. Those who died on Vraks could find solace in the knowledge that their noble sacrifice would bring their homeworld that much closer to redemption. A worthy sacrifice indeed. Exact numbers of how many traitors had died was impossible to tell, but of the initial 8 million Vraxian population, practically none had survived. Every single one had been mustered into the Vraxian militia and fed into the meat grinder. They all died for the misguided ambitions of a single man. Zaphen had led them astray and doomed them all. Vraks had been completely ruined by war. Nothing of value had survived the conflict. The 3 defensive lines had been turned to rubble. Bridges crossing ravines had been blown up. The starport had been burned to the ground. The hab zones were completely flattened. The curtain wall was broken and breached in dozens of places. The stockpiles were completely consumed. The citadel itself had been all but pulverized. In the wake of the 88th's relentless mission to liberate Vraks, everything had been destroyed. Although the Siege of Vraks is an imperial victory, none of the strategic objectives had been met. There was no point reclaiming the world. None of it would be of any value to the Imperium. All that remained was a war-torn hellscape, a memorial to the devastating conflict. Across the Van Meersland wastes, thousands of kilometers of trenches snake across the landscape. Fields of rusted barbed wire stretch out before it. Underground lay a vast labyrinth of tunnels. Bunkers lay smashed in ruins. Countless water-filled craters paint a broken and pock-marked landscape. Poison gas oozes from the ground. Innumerable hulks of tanks, transports, downed aircraft, and other vehicles lay strewn across the wastes as far as the eye can see. The remains of dozens of destroyed Titans stand like tall statues on the horizon, never to move again. Despite the 88th's best attempts to cleanse it, Vraks remained a world of chaos taint, unsuitable to ever become an armory or shrine world ever again. Now, it was a dead world. Millions of rotting corpses had found their final resting place in the mud, their uniforms and equipment decaying alongside them. From their bones, it would be impossible to tell whether they had been loyalists or traitors. The Siege of Vraks was finally over.